Hey guys, figured that we'd just get back into our playthrough. We're pretty decently far in, as far as I can tell, into the story. I did go ahead and clear out some of these. We had a couple extra of these fodder stages again, like we did the previous stream, just at the very end, just so we could get them out of the way. There was no story or anything like that. I just wanted to be able to hop straight into the next bit of the story. Back in, sorry. There we go. But I wanted to see what was happening next in the story. We get to this point where it just takes so long to get between chapters that, like I said, I just wanted to hop straight into it. So, back in Eastern Ordelia territory, we had the whole deal where we were about to finally, like, launch a siege on the capital. Like, we'd beaten them just outside the capital with Dimitri and a bunch of the members of his house. And then we suddenly got pulled back into our own territory in Lysithia slash, House Ordelia's territory. There's a bunch of, like, I believe it was bandits going wild. We do believe that it is the group called Those Who Slither in the Dark. So we're currently trying to figure that out. I don't know if after that we're going to go immediately back in to the whole main story of everything else, or if something else is going on here. But there's only one way to find out. So figured we'd hop straight into that. Oh hey, that's isn't that Dorothy's opera company? I was wondering where she was this entire time. I kind of assumed she'd be with the Empire, but to be fair, even though she was at the Officers Academy, it does kind of make sense that... Yeah. Oh, okay. Token of friendship. It makes sense that she would be traveling. Like, if anyone in the Empire's, like, traveling around, not really involved with the military, it would make sense. So, wonder if this is where we recruit her. Yeah, that is a bit strange.
Opera company does have quite a few passionate supporters, though it's likely more accurate to call them obsessed fans who go wild for their superstar divas. I bet those fans are more than willing to go out and play soldier themselves as well.
Just because they're willing to doesn't mean it's a good idea, though. Yeah, I don't know if anyone aside from Dorothy can fight, but yeah, we gotta head that way.
Your Majesty, we have to save them.
Yeah, your Claudeness.
That is interesting, though. But
My sister's gonna be so excited when I tell her I met them.
What are you all being
there
so
you go.
formal for? Oh, I get it. This is all about meeting those famous singers. I swear, no matter how grim things get, you never let it get to you, huh? Not that it's a bad
But to be fair, like, again, if you were just played Three Hopes and you hadn't played Three Houses, you practically don't know anything about Dorothy. I mean, by this point, if I had just hopped into Three Hopes and I had never played it before, I wouldn't have even remembered who she was. I don't know why we have to persuade her, actually, though, because you'd think we're just, here to help. But is there anyone else to persuade? Nope. Okay. Good to know. So, other options we have. Build the bridge, create a new path. That could be interesting. Just because you have to consider looking at the map. There is only one way down in that bottom half of the map, which could be annoying, but at the same time, if we're trying to seal off the back route, seal out the back route by the bandits. Send an archer unit to protect allies. Slightly strengthen allies. Yeah, we'll just assign some bodyguards. Having extra bodyguards for some of these units that we do have to protect is actually crazy nice. It's made it so easy to make sure that they don't just like keel over in the middle of the fight. And then we can still send a few extra units to help them. And that's how you end up with like 6 units that may not all be entirely powerful by themselves, but they're still protecting whatever you need to protect, so still pretty helpful. Yeah. It's interesting though. I remember this group to some extent, but that's the thing, is I think Three Houses has done a really good job of focusing on like the actual story between the kingdoms. But then these little side plots, like Those Who Slither in the Dark, they're just mentioning Tomas again out of nowhere. I mean, again, it's one of those... I think you have to view this both as a game for like people who have played Fire Emblem Three Houses, as well as a standalone game. And some of those... One of the biggest things that I think it does suffer is when it brings some of these characters out of nowhere. Like, again, if I hadn't played Three Houses, I know most of the people who are playing this game probably have. I wouldn't remember anything about Dorothy by this point, if this was my first house, So I think that that's one place where it does suffer just a little bit, but overall, like, it's still a really fun game. I'm really enjoying it. Really, really cool game design. I think they did a really great job updating it in comparison to, the previous Warriors game. Because honestly, like, to some extent, yes, I'd say it gets a little bit repetitive, but not nearly to the extent that, like, the other Warriors game did, which is a massive improvement. But one sec, I need to give orders to a few of my units here. Gotta remember to zoom out. Have protect. Oh, there's Hanuman. I was wondering where they all went. I'm a little surprised that he's with the Opera House and not oh, why can I never remember their names? I swear, like, I've done this with hosts so many times. I can remember everybody's name on a dime when I'm just thinking about it. And then I gotta mention their names and, like, I can't remember at all. But both the other professors, aside from, you know, quote-unquote Byleth, who isn't a professor in this game, or Yuritsa, I guess it would make sense if they weren't with the Church of Seiros, which they didn't appear to be with the Opera Company. It just wasn't exactly the first thing I'd expected. There's Hanuman, though. Yeah, don't worry, we won't ditch you this time. I still can't believe that was what we went with. It's kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense that they did it with kind of some no-name soldier, but still. When we were in that magma place when we fought Catherine, we literally just left a couple of the Empire soldiers to the wolves. Catherine just took him down in one strike. It was pretty messed up. Right, let's just slowly clear out some of these. Yeah, we gotta make sure that we can protect these citizens here. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's... Oh, her name is Manuela. I know her name, I swear. I just couldn't think of it off the top of my head because I'm dumb. But there she is, yeah. So they were both with the Opera Company. That's an interesting way to introduce them. I really... That means that all three of the professors ended up being affiliated with the Empire, though. Because Yuritsa, I mean, quote-unquote affiliated with the Empire. They're in here, but you have to consider that Yuritsa was very, very heavily involved with the Empire. Always has been. I don't even think you can temporarily use him or have him as an allied unit in Three Houses unless you follow the Black Eagle's path. Outside of maybe the Academy. I'm trying to remember. But Yuritsa's very, very heavily influenced by the Empire. But he's very, very heavily influenced by that. So, you know, that was already a given. But then you also have to consider that now Hanuman and Manuela were with the Opera Company. Which means... One sec, we gotta seal that back route. But that means that all three of them were technically within the Empire when the war broke out, which is just genuinely kind of surprising to me. I hadn't really expected that. I don't know if they're going to be playable here. I know they're playable units in Three Houses, but it is a Warriors game. You can only have so many, you know, characters in a Warriors game. The previous one had like a solid amount, but you also have to consider a lot of those were Echo Fighters. And even some of the Echo Fighters that I've seen so far in this game haven't been 100% similar. We'll have to see, you know. Because I'm still not entirely at that point yet where I could speak decisively on every single Echo Fighter. Because we've only done one path. For now. Oh no, we need to go Aiden Emerald. Yeah, Lysithea is the closest there. I still keep needing to remind myself that maybe, oh, there she is. Maybe need to pair up my units, but I keep forgetting about it. Also, I don't know why it says we need to persuade Dorothea if she's our ally. Okay. Because in the past, persuading the units has basically been like, you know, we attacked him. But we'll just do this real quick. But Dorothea was actually the first character that I ever did the romance stuff with in Three Houses. I quite like Dorothea. What a question mark. Why did it say question mark? What? Jeez. I kind of think with Manuela, they tried to make another Camilla character. I don't personally think that it worked the best, but they did try. You know, the effort was there. Okay, there's the actual Polarity, apparently. Oh. So he planted a double, but he totally left the double to just die. That's messed up. But yeah, I love that Lysithea just has a laser that I can control. So funny. Okay. Ow. Yeah, she's fine. This game I've actually been pleasantly surprised. It's not like a one-charged arrow, one-shot any unit I'm flying. It still hurts a lot, don't get me wrong. But that's how we lost the only unit when we did our classic playthrough for the original Fire Emblem Warriors a couple weeks ago now, I think. Was our Cordelia, we were just messing around. One archer charged up a single charge shot and it one-shot her. Was just as awkward and stupid as it sounds. It was just my fault, but, in this game, like, again, it's a very clear disadvantage, but it's not nearly to that extent. This is why I like, though, having those extra units to defend. Like, look at all the units. Because you have to consider, we have 4 playable units on the field. There's another 4, like, side units that we could pair up with people. We just haven't in this particular game. A whole lot. Is there somebody in our base? Oh my gosh, I just realized there's somebody in our base. That's really awkward. Wait. I'm confused. There's a red light there. I'm not crazy, but... Alright, I don't know how many units we're going to need to kill. For the story stages, it has been clearly quite a bit more. So I'm a little bit worried about that. I don't think it'll be a huge issue. They do seem to have tailored, like, the actual KO counts, the actual time and everything to specific stages, which I think is a really good idea. Because I've mentioned this so many times, but in the older Fire Emblem Warriors, it was basically just like a set, almost always 15 minutes if there was a time limit, not in, like, the arena stages. A few other things like that. The KO count was almost always 2k. Like, almost always. And it just didn't quite age that well, because it made for some stages literally just being grinding out a bunch of enemies. And then actually getting complete the stage. Whereas here, I don't think it's actually that much of an issue to be doing that. Were we supposed to let him live? Oh. I was gonna say, that was such a dramatic death there for a second that I was like, wait, were we not supposed to kill him? When it's part of the main mission, though, I'm usually not thinking that there's a way to get around it. Like, when we recruited Byleth, I got the gut feeling that we were supposed to let Byleth live. Specifically because, you know, not only was Arval and Claude, were they directly disagreeing with each other on what we should do, but you also had to consider, you know, that it specifically said it was a side mission. You know, to not engage Byleth. That guy still just looks like a really scuffed version of Captain Levi from Attack on Titan. I can't take him seriously because of that. I don't know if he, like, anyone else got that impression. I can't take that guy seriously because of that. But, you know, that's just... Oh, sorry, what was the thing? Oh, yeah, the side missions. Just because that's kind of the way it's been. And so, you know, because of that, if it says it's a side mission, I'm going to do my best to save him. But it was the same thing with Catherine. If it says it's the main mission, especially then at that point, maybe there's a chance if we do every other, you know, side mission, maybe that changes it. But for the most part, I think if it's the main mission to, quote-unquote, kill a specific person or defeat them, and they die, I don't think there's a way around it. As far as I can understand, which makes me really sad, actually, because I didn't want to... Like, you grow attached to a lot of these characters, surprisingly, like... Well, maybe not surprisingly, but you definitely grow attached to a lot of these characters over time. And so having to get rid of a few of them just makes me really, really sad. But I don't think any, like, at the very least, I was pretty sure, I predicted this, I think, last stream, the base roster of the students from each of the 3 houses, I doubt die, unless you specifically were to, like, choose to do so, or you didn't persuade them, potentially, or you let them die and you were in classic mode. I do think, aside from that, though, pretty much everyone's, you know, going to live in those paths, even if you don't recruit them. I can't imagine that to recruit everyone. Hubert's a really good example. I really doubt Hubert will join you if you're on any path except for the Empires. But I do think that... Oh. Hey, bye, Captain Levi. Anyway, I do think that that's kind of the case, though. Let's go ahead and open here. Yeah. Trying to figure out, though, are we actually gonna... Clearly, we probably have another chapter of dealing with the... Like, those who slither in the dark. I can't imagine that that's the end of it. Just defeating a bunch of thieves. Which is irritating, because we still have to deal with the kingdom. We still have to deal with the Church of Seiros, so I'm thinking we still have quite a bit to go in just the singular path. Which is fine. I mean, it means we have a lot of game to play, but... Still on the beast, I think. Is the enemy's weapon poison? Oh no. Dorothea alright? Uh-oh. What? Yeah, we need to help her. Let's send, oh, I don't know. Let's send Gerald and Byleth. to deal with the... I don't know where Gerald went. To deal with the demonic beast. And hopefully they'll be okay, and then the rest of us will try and... Where is Gerald? I'm so confused. Gerald? What did he... Oh wait, no, he's defending. I didn't even think about that. I guess we'll leave Byleth in the... Oh my gosh. I never know if I want to zoom in or zoom out, because then it takes forever. But there we go, come on. I'm assuming we're persuading her to let us help her? This is where it'd be kind of nice to have, like, a cleric, you know? Because before there were a ton of characters that we could use to heal. On the eastern side, okay. But let's help her real quick. Later on, we could maybe, you know, worry less about escorting her. If we have to redo the stage for an S rank. But, for now... Probably gotta help him. I'm sorry, Dorothy. No, you'll be okay, I promise. But yeah, a lot of the characters had, like, bloom festals, stuff like that, or staffs. Doesn't actually appear to be the case here. I know, like, the, was it Rowan or Liana? One of the twins as well had an ability where if they healed with the potion, they would heal nearby allies as well. The thing is, we don't have those crests to work with as well. It's not quite the same thing, which, honestly, I think the crests overcomplicated a whole lot of things. I don't mind too much them taking that out. I really do hope, though, that there's not a bunch of enemies in the way, because Dorothy making it there is going to be cutting it a little bit close. Yeah, she is really low on health. I'm starting to wonder if we might need to redo the stage. We're obviously going to redo it if she dies. But she has not very much health. Which is a little bit concerning if she gets stopped another couple times. Because she was at like 3/4 health when we initially started escorting her. So I don't know if we needed to be just protecting her the entire time to keep her safe. I totally would have done that if I'd realized. How much health does she have? She's losing 20 per tick. It doesn't tell me, okay. But this is cutting it a little bit close. Dorothy. Oh my gosh. Really?
No, I haven't.
Okay, that's really awkward. I'm sorry, Dorothy. Ah. That's really irritating. Because we defeated them. I'm just going to restart. We should have saved right before that battle. But we should have potentially... I'm not going to let her die. I guess that means that we need to assign people not only to help all the citizens, but we need to be helping Dorothy immediately. If we fail again, though, I'm going to look up, see if there's any way we can heal her. Because that was pretty dang unfortunate. Because, like, even the characters that heal, like Marianne, I don't think can heal other people. Otherwise, I think maybe that's the solution. But she was standing right outside the gates. Like, come on. That is unfortunate. But yeah, if we fail again, I'm going to look it up and see if we can't heal her. I do think we just needed to be more on top of helping her early on. Specifically because she did lose about 1/4 of her health before we even, you know, have been fighting with her. Might be wrong, though. We also had 2 units defending the base for a long, long time, and I don't think that was necessary at all once we protected everyone. But let's get back into this. That is really awkward, though. This is like a 10-minute stage that we just failed because of our stupidity. This way, Dorothy. I still think we should... Actually, I think maybe we should build the bridge. Just in case, because sealing the Black Root was putting like a unit back to prevent the thieves. It wasn't actually that much of an issue. Like, we were able to run over there and take care of them immediately. But I do think we need to have someone actively... We may want to be actively protecting Dorothy immediately.
And we need to help the volunteer soldiers too.
Once again, let's just take out some of these enemies here. Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed that she died right outside the gates. To be fair, I don't know if she would have continued taking poison damage or if it stopped immediately upon getting in the gates. But that is pretty rough. As always, though, send Gerald over to Hanneman. And we'll immediately help. Okay. Where's Gerald? Why did he go around? Oh wait, no, you can't go into that corridor. It's blocked off. Don't let the evacuation shelter fall. That's fine. Jeez. Yeah, that's only the second time that we've quote-unquote failed a stage, though. Well, to be fair, neither time we failed a stage. Both times we restarted because of something like that happening. But I consider that failing the stages, you know? Because that's me doing something really stupid, and it drastically affecting what happens. I'm just glad that we were able to recruit Byleth the first time. Because if I had mispredicted and accidentally just killed Byleth on Arval's orders, would have felt a little bit bad. But it just goes to show, you know, same thing I suppose with Sothis, but Arval doesn't always know best. Because if we'd listened to Arval and we just murdered Byleth, we wouldn't have Byleth or Geralt, and they're two of the 4 characters we actively use a lot. So, there's that. Manuela's fighting Claude.
Why are you chasing me?
Gee, I wonder why. You're attacking a bunch of random people. Manuela Casagrande.
Let you steal from such vulnerable people. Stop, thief.
Jeez.
Professor Manuela's going after their leader. We gotta help her.
Yeah, we need at least a couple people down there, I think, immediately.
Excuse me.
Is Dorothy at full health? Yeah, Dorothy's basically at full health. I want at least 2 people immediately protecting her, and as soon as they get over there, we're going to switch over. Or for now, I'm going to have Geralt just kind of take over some of these forts. Because, seriously, Dorothy was only missing about a quarter of her HP, I think. So, that means that to get her safely there, we need to be really on top of that. Why are there so many knights here? Yep, okay. We need to have Shez deal with... Oh, perfect. Shez is in the perfect spot. Alright, where's Lysithea? Lysithea was supposed to be heading towards Dorothy. Wait, what? Why is she all the way up here? No, 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 no. How much health has she lost? Yeah, we can't have that be happening. Because I really don't think I have a way to heal Dorothy when she's getting hurt. So we need... Okay. We need too many cutscenes. We need to make sure that...
The opera troupe can't hold out much
Don't worry,
longer.
Dorothy, we're on it. She doesn't lose, like, any health.
Wait right there. I will not allow those vile criminals to lay a hand on you.
Hopefully this one-shots all of them, though. Very nice. It's a lot of damage. Over 400k now. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to actively have her. So that way we have an active character defending her. I'm going to have Geralt, actually. There's another citizen down there. Lots of stuff to keep in mind on some of these stages, like... Assuming you want to get every side quest and recruit every character, which we do, ideally. I don't mind missing a side quest or two, but... If we can get them done, we should. It's free gold, it's free, you know, materials usually, such and such. Does not hurt to do it.
Leave it to me. I'm in.
Let's move downward to this last one. Oh, hold on, somebody's attacking. Yeah, let's... Ooh, okay. Crud. Okay. We gotta hurry over to that citizen real quick.
No, I'm not him. You've got the wrong...
I'm not him.
Have it your way.
Wow, am I glad to see you. Now take care of these cowardly villains.
I keep forgetting to use Byleth time stop. To be fair, last time we didn't really, you know, use Byleth a whole lot. Actually, it might be worth it to have Byleth defend Dorothy specifically because of the time stop now that I'm thinking about it. We'll figure that out later. It's not like it's not like Dorothy really took any damage from the bandit. It was really just that they took a bunch of damage from the poison. Again, as long as we can keep her at full health, should be fine. Are those musical notes from Dorothy or Manuela? I actually want to save a couple of these A-bars as well. Hey! I should have just used the A-bar. He hit her. Dang it. Alright, so somebody should be appearing near the chest right about now, I thought. Also, the bright red light in our base keeps throwing me off.
The double I planted turned out to be a stroke of genius. Now to take my leave while the taking is still good.
Here we go. honestly, at this point.
On everything here. I'll tend to the injured.
Alright. Let's see, so we do have the bridge up. We did take the strategy to get another bridge as well at some point. I don't know if that makes Dorothy get out faster. This is half of it. Just trying to decide who I want to take over there. Okay, yeah, as I said, we just... Eesh, see, she's losing about the same amount of health, and that's really concerning to me. Now that I think about it too, if I were to use the time stop for defeating the War Master that attacks Dorothy, it doesn't pause the allies, so maybe her poison will still tick. Makes me wonder how hard it would be to save her in hard mode as well if she takes damage that fast. Because seriously, she died so fast. Alright, on our way. So we have this guy, the fake thief. And then escorting Dorothy out. I just have no idea how irritated I'm going to be if we fail it again, though. Let's go ahead and knock down the gate now. Just in preparation so that we don't have to worry about it later. I don't think that really wasted any time, to be fair. But better to waste no time, potentially, than even just a couple seconds when she's literally just dying. And in fact, let's also have Gerald. And we need to clear as much of this way as possible. Have Gerald clear that. I'm just a passing merchant, he says. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I can respect the attempt. But the amount of us that are here, not as though he was going to get away scot-free if he didn't try something. Ooh, that didn't take him down. That will. Perfect. Yet I figured the more enemies we take out, you know, the smoother the escort should go back. And again, Lysithea should still currently be with... Right? Whoever Lysithea is... Yeah, she's still missing a small chunk of health. That really concerns me.
Hey, I think I remember him. He's a merchant who used to visit Garrett Rock.
Well, I'm sure life's been tough on him ever since the war started. Which is a little bit sad to think, but... not always something to be done about it. Here's the other thief. Melody. It's Captain Levi, right? Like, I can't take it seriously. Who was available to do something here, by the way? Thought we had one other unit that wasn't really... Marion, Cynthia, Shamir. Where is... we have Violet there. Where did Ches go? Why is it that I keep losing... Oh, she's all the way up here. Well, we'll have her start running down and taking care of the citizens, I think. Because if we accidentally defeat Captain Levi here... well... If we don't defeat him immediately, my worry is that... you know, those citizens could die. But then Dorothy's gonna come over here and fight this guy. And we literally have to keep as much of her health available as possible, clearly. So my plan here is to defeat Melody. If the escort mission starts then. Do not. I'm just gonna do this again just in case. I hate to waste it, but... it's already dangerously close to the same amount of HP she had before. Which really has me worried. We need to take over Gerald real quick. Make sure that we can clear out that fort, because we do know she walks through that fort. Come on. Wrong way.
There's no way this guy's their ringleader.
There we go. Okay. Is there enemies around here? Okay. Now we have Violet. Start taking care of the other citizen. Did she... I don't think that targeted the... No, it didn't. Okay. Temporarily take control here.
Now we've got a demonic beast on our hands. Fun never stops.
'Cause obviously we want to protect the citizens here, but if it's between the citizens and Dorothy, we're gonna protect Dorothy. You know, it's just how it's gonna happen. There we go.
I don't feel so good. Unless the enemy's
There's Lysithea. Alright. Come on, Dorothy, we gotta hurry.
I owe you my life. Thank you.
Dorothea's been poisoned? That isn't good.
You know, she's just standing here, which is really concerning. Alright, let's go.
Attack! Give them no quarter!
No time to attack. No time to attack, Dorothy, we gotta go.
There's a drawbridge on the eastern side.
Alright, we've already lowered the drawbridge.
Dorothea escaped. Thank you.
I,
Sorry for causing so much trouble.
really... Where did she just go? Really don't think we're gonna be able to do this in time, are we?
Hurts.
Why is she losing health so fast?
For me.
My word, it seems Claude was right to be concerned.
She's already below half health. What? This is insane. Yeah, maybe there is a way to heal, like... I don't know. Seriously, if she gets stopped right here by, War Master...
Show you no mercy.
Oh my gosh, if she dies again, I'm gonna be so irritated. Alright, that should one shot, right? Alright, keep moving, keep moving. She shouldn't even stop now. We already cleared out this fort and everything. You literally just gotta make it there.
This is the scene where all hope seems lost.
No talking, just running. Just keep defeating one. That is of secondary concern. She should make it, right? Come on. No. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, she barely made it though. That's crazy. We had to like make sure everything was prepped. And even then she barely made it.
Thank you. I won't forget the debt I owe you.
She's still poisoned.
If you want to repay us, you'll need to
She's still poisoned.
talk more once
Guys?
we take care of the bandits.
Oh my gosh. What was that? That was too close.
Rare poison. But don't worry, Dorothea. You're in
Oh my
good
gosh.
hands.
That is so obnoxious. So let's see, this one has sword, lance. Piston, is that wind magic? See, I'm pretty sure. I feel like Lysithea, when we evolved her to this last class, she doesn't quite use the same, like, moveset. She used to use, like, at least one move of every single element. Whereas here it now seems to be mostly skewed towards light and dark. That said, we have less KOs than we did last time as well, which could be a bit of a problem. I'm not really sure at this point, though.
I will show you no mercy.
But yeah, that was stressful. I really thought she was about to die again in the base after we got her there. Oh my gosh. I do wonder if we get Hanneman and Manuela, though. I wouldn't be surprised, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't either. Because again, I mean, we already have so many mages, and they're both mages. Did we not rescue the other citizen? There's still a trickster here. Because I left a couple people in charge bunk the entire time, but that kind of makes me think maybe they still died. Oh well. Yeah, that was rough though. It reminds me of, I think the hardest person to ever recruit in one of these games though, is actually, it's Ryoma's son in Fates. I don't know if it's just me, but Ryoma's son, especially on the harder difficulties, because I did Fates on like every single difficulty at one point. Ryoma's son starts in the middle of a bunch of enemies, and I swear he has a death wish. It's the most obnoxious thing to try and protect him. I think his name is Shiro, I want to say. But you have no idea how many times I had to restart that stage because he'd just run in and die. I was so irritated. But we got it done, though. I would assume this is the end of this particular stage. I do think, surely we have another stage, if not two, of dealing with these guys. Those who slither in the dark. But we'll figure it out afterwards. Beast Slayer. That was not the end of the stage, though. So that's important. I mean, we've already cleared pretty much everything.
Serve as little more than
Oh, Solon. That guy looks like his head is just 1 second away from popping.
My
Well?
name is Solon, and I am the savior
Oh.
of this beast-infested world.
I mean, he looks like he just has like a never-ending migraine. I don't know how else to put it, but mysterious mage in their allies. Okay. Do we have to? Oh, we do. Okay. Interesting. Nothing too crazy.
There they are.
We don't need these two defending anymore, though.
Not a problem.
Just have them start attacking.
I've got this. Initiating the operation.
We've had that problem at this stage where I leave them guarding someone and I forget to take them off guarding, and then they're just sitting in the base. That did happen last time too, and that could have helped us, but like, geez, I can only imagine how much of a nightmare it is.
Over there.
Trying, that's a little bit late for that bridge to be useful. But I can only imagine how much of a nightmare it's got to be to try and save her, you know, on the hardest difficulty, because we're only doing it on normal. You know, like, that sounds pretty terrible. We have Awakening on quite a few characters as well, but not really worried about using it until we get to Solon. Ah! We should have sent... Okay. Gerald's the fastest. Send him back to the base. I really wasn't expecting that, actually. That's irritating. Right after we just talked about, oh, we can probably just move these units.
Take a breather.
I just see like 20 units go towards the base. Oh my gosh.
That would work perfect. If we lay it across, we've got an instant bridge.
Jeez. Is that a new path? That's something. Do we have to defeat all these mysterious mages? No, okay. I'm gonna try and take Gerald over and immediately get rid of the mages inside the base.
Bring it down.
And then, I mean, there's a ton of people in the base, to be fair, but just in case. They're just wreaking havoc on the citizens in here, jeez.
Now all that's left is to put an end to Solon.
But maybe I was wrong. Maybe this is the last stage for, you know, dealing with the those who slither in the dark on this path. Wasn't really explained a whole lot, but to be fair, it was kind of just a side path that I don't think was that important here. Okay, I'm gonna need you guys to, like, stop attacking the citizens in here, though. Jeez. So we could just do this. Awakening Expert. I guess we don't use Awakening that often, to be fair. I was just using it to pop an extra A charge. Get rid of the enemies in here. Alright, we should be good.
Breather. My turn.
Where is... Are none of them in the... Oh, my gosh. All of them ran away from Solon.
Problem. I've got this.
That's super obnoxious. Where is... We're gonna send Lysithia and Shez. Down here. We'll finish clearing out the mysterious mages here. I have a feeling this isn't an S. Whether it's for KOs or it's for time, both of those I think are a little bit iffy. We needed to manage our units a little bit better, I think.
Did we manage
But...
to drive them off?
Ooh, Violet has full charge, but
Take a
it's fine.
breather.
Shez has one.
Couldn't hurt.
There we go. And they're coming over here now. So if we don't kill Solon by the time they get over here, Violet has like triple A charge bar. Should be fine.
I will brook no interference from beasts.
Ow. Hopefully this one-shots though. Or at least does a good chunk of damage. Oh yeah. Goodbye, Solon. Yeah, that was messy. That was messy.
So be it. Another chance will present itself ere long.
But yeah, that is scary. Like, seriously, the second time we barely got Dorothea, I would have been so irritated.
Hey, at least we got this situation in town.
Because she only took like a couple attacks.
Good job, everyone.
But she dropped to like half health, it felt like, immediately. And then barely made it in. And even after she was talking to Manuela, she was still just ticking down in health. Like, I really thought she was going to die in the base.
Just like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Is that dark magic? If he's got spells like that in his back pocket, I don't know how we'll ever catch him.
It's gonna be tricky.
We finally found him again, but I still couldn't get any information out of him.
I wasn't able to get any answers either.
What did you want to ask him?
I have questions.
Yeah, okay, so it is the same thing. I've been wondering if,
He and his associates performed
Yeah.
horrible rituals on me. blood experiments.
I was wondering how much of Lysithia's original backstory was going to be the same.
My lifespan has been drastically
Okay, so it is.
Lysithia.
The experiments took a great toll on my body.
See, that's
and left me
like...
with a burden that eats away at my longevity.
But that's where part of the romance in Three Houses comes through, is
I thought he might know
finding a
what
way
he
to
did
fix
with
that. You do. That's how you get a happy ending with her. But we do have to save her here then too. Hopefully that's just part of the story then.
To catch him, then I'd rather we kill him. At least then, he'd never be able to perform those atrocious experiments ever again.
I hear you.
We do have to save her still.
I have a feeling we'll face him again someday. And when we do,
We won't let him beat us.
To be fair, I wouldn't really say he beat us there so much as we beat him and he ran away. But...
Solon looked surprised when he saw your powers.
Interesting.
It was like he recognized something. I just don't know what.
Maybe it wasn't about me.
Yeah, it has to have been about Arval, I'd imagine.
You.
What's the difference? Our destinies are one and the same.
But that doesn't make our powers or us the same
As
being.
you suggest, then it stands to reason that I would know him as well, which is certainly possible. Though I have no
Arval not having
knowledge of
any
him
memories is a
before.
bit of an issue.
You think this means we really are connected to those who slither in the dark?
It's too
Maybe.
soon to say, but I suspect. we'll
Regardless
find our
though, I mean you could
answer in
argue
due
that by that same
time. So
logic,
long
if
as
it's
the
the whole
truth
they did
is
something to
what
us.
you really desire.
The argument can be made that Lysithia is as well, and Lysithia very clearly oh hey, we somehow got an S rank though. I have no idea how, that was really messy. But regardless, you know, Lysithia isn't happy about it. I feel like it's kind of the same thing, it's just, does it really count? Oh no, it's a weapon. I thought it was a... Interesting. The Crest of Regan boosts all healing effects. Okay, well, if that's attuned with the Crest of Regan, then I think it's only usable by... But Claude doesn't use a sword. I'm a little bit confused. Dorothy, yay! The amount of work we went through to recruit Dorothy there was pretty rough.
Solon may have escaped, but I am pleased that we were able to rescue the songstresses from the opera company.
we
And
didn't come out
Hanneman.
here just to save
Hanneman
a
is
few
not a
opera stars,
songstress.
Lawrence. We came to protect the town.
That too,
Besides,
Lawrence,
those
yeah.
Stars just ended up being Dorothea and Professor Manuela.
What do you mean just? We're still friends.
Just? You could at least try to sound more excited, Your Majesty.
Oh jeez.
That's hardly a way to greet someone you haven't seen in years.
Sorry, no offense.
Hmm.
I've never seen you two light up the stage, so to me,
It makes
you're
me
just
wonder if this
competitive.
conversation would be happening if
Then we'll have to remedy
you know, she
that.
died to
As
poison.
soon as this
Because it
war's
did say
over,
she died, but
we
we're also
might
not playing
all
classic mode.
perform. If the opera
So.
company's still standing, that is.
That's
All
fair.
right, let's get down to business.
I
suspect
wonder...
the kingdom's getting ready to move in response to
Yeah.
our retreat. I think it's time we head back to Deirdre and find out as much as
Okay.
we can about what they're
Did we
planning.
really just have one chapter about...
Pardon the intrusion, but I must speak with
about
you
those who slither in the dark? Because surely there has to be more to it.
Imperial army.
Especially after they just dropped the whole fact about Lysithia, like...
I was sent by the Emperor of
We do need to
Adrastia
figure that
herself,
out.
Your Majesty. She formally
Oh.
requests that the Federation dispatch reinforcements.
You have a
to
bigger
her
army than we
position.
do, Edelgard.
Edelgard wants us to back her up? I was under the impression she had the Western Front under control. Wait,
Yeah,
if she's asking us for help, then I bet she's not in Western football at all.
probably not.
Correct. The Emperor is currently at Garrick Mach, preparing for an imminent
Oh.
assault by the armies of the kingdom and the church.
Why?
Can't say I saw
Yeah.
that one coming. Alright, tell Edelgard we're on our way.
Yes, Your
I guess
Majesty.
we're just putting Lysithia and
We just
Tomas
got back from Ferdiad, and now we're heading to
just
Garrick
in the
Mach.
back pocket.
Never a moment's rest, huh?
No time for it, I'm afraid. If we don't act
Yeah.
quickly, more lives will be lost, and the end of the war will slip even further away. Plus,
That's fair.
if our next battle's at Garrick Mach, there's a chance Rhea will be there.
I mean, the theory here is, if we take out the
Can you go assemble
Rhea,
the troops?
that's basically the biggest thing that's stopping Dimitri from also potentially you know, calling like an armistice as well. So, you know,
Wildfire.
this could be the way we just end the war in one fell stroke. Symbol of the past, huh? But I really hope we don't actually have to, you know, kill Rhea.
Swift military
I don't have a problem with
actions
Rhea.
save Ordelia territory
Aside from, you know, the one path where she turns into a dragon and tries to murder everyone, but I don't have a problem with Rhea aside from that.
changed. The kingdom and
A little bit of a
Church
fanatic. She
are
obviously did
closing
something to
the door
Byleth in the main story, but
placing Edelgard at a disadvantage.
I don't think she had anything to do with
After
Arval.
receiving a request for aid, The Federation
Interesting.
army rushes to the scene.
Ooh. Oh, sorry, I don't have to keep yawning today. Alrighty then.
Edelgard requesting reinforcements from us. This is not a
Yeah.
matter that we can respond to lightly.
Really makes you wonder what it is, because their army is clearly quite a bit bigger than ours.
Truly believe that Edelgard would so readily put herself in our
That
debt
too.
had she any other choice. That does not sound like the Edelgard I know. She prefers
Edelgard's got,
to go
like,
in the opposite
despite us having a literal, like, leader of the knights in Dimitri, I would absolutely say that Edelgard has the most pride of any of the members, you know, any of the three leaders, really. Because Claude's a little bit less, like, I don't know, prideful and more just devious. And I just have a hard time viewing Dimitri as, like, super prideful after he goes insane in his path in Three Houses. But clearly, you know, not quite the same route they took with this particular game.
The Empire's regime revolves entirely around its current emperor. If Adrestia were to lose her, it would collapse like a house of cards.
Oh, sure. Because she doesn't have an heir at this point. And I think the Emperor was dead at this point, wasn't it? I mean, the previous Emperor, not Edelgard.
In other words, if we abandon Edelgard and
We'll
her
fall
ally,
right along with her. Don't start that logic up, Claude.
Not an argument I expected from someone as self-righteous as you, Lawrence.
I guess Lawrence is the one who's putting it forward, but, like...
It actually sounds like
Yeah.
you, Claude.
I hate to be like that, Claude, but Edelgard could say that. But Claude's the one who, you know, ditched... Oh, what was his name? I mean, we literally had to fight an extra battle. I mean, it's also where we recruited Violet and Gerald because of it, but, like, we had to fight that extra battle. Because he abandoned a bunch of Empire soldiers in the fight against Catherine.
Nowadays, we all plot our schemes together.
Oh, is it now?
Doing it right now.
Oh, that's fair.
That's true.
He's trying to make a change.
Although, maybe that means we're all turning into Claude a bit. How else do you explain what's happened to Lawrence?
The idea that I am somehow emulating Claude is preposterous. I am merely proposing what I believe to be the best course of action for Leicester.
We can debate whether or not we've all become mini Claudes later.
I still have a hard time seeing that word, Leicester, as Leicester. To me, it looks like Leicester. I don't know if that's just me.
A battle between the Empire and the Knights of Seiros.
And this is after having played through Three Houses and listening to a bunch.
We've been here before, haven't we? Last time I chose to sacrifice Randolph in order to
Randolph, that was his name. Do not do that again.
We got ambushed in ALL and barely made it out alive.
Well, this time there'd be bigger consequences because it'd be Edelgard that died.
This time, we're going to rush to Garrick Mach, wipe out the Central Church's forces, and take
Oh.
down Rhea herself.
You sure she won't just, like, surrender? I get the feeling I know the answer to that question, but you would think he'd be like, oh, we'll give her the option, just, I don't know, like, leave Fodlan or something.
But hey, we could do worse than having an emperor in our debt.
If that is what you deem best, you will hear no objections from me.
Yes.
Nice.
I find the plan satisfactory.
I got no complaints either. Let's get going.
Sounds like we're
Okay.
all in agreement on this one.
Just give the word, Your Majesty.
Right. We march on.
Overall, I thought at first it was a little weird that they added Holst to the story, but I think Holst actually, it made a lot of sense, all things considered. Because I really don't remember Holst being in the original Golden Deer timeline. But I think he does slot in really well. It makes sense that they have like a super powerful warrior. That is like 9 battles. 1, 2, 3. No, it's 7. 7 plus the actual chapter points. I can't count. Alright, battle suggestions. What do we got?
Let's give this a try.
Increase the amount of experience gained when using combats, arts, or magic. I don't think that's necessary. Experience gained by mounted classes. That would be Geralt, Claude, Hilda. Experience gained by infantry classes. Infantry classes, I think, would be the best one here.
One step at a time.
It's more of our units. So, we'll go with that. Facility can be expanded, okay. As always, I feel like you should go to the facility master first, just because that increases the chance of whatever else you need to do. Oh, nice. Okay, collect more, gain more smithing stones, or reduce the amount of smithing stones needed to trade. Those are both very, very helpful. We'll do this for now. I don't know how many smithing stones we have stockpiled up. Oh, hey, nice. We're camp level S.
Let me know if I
That's the top level? Okay. Time to kind of run around, do everything.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Alright.
Everything has its use.
We probably want to go through a few support conversations here as well. But first, let's do our normal stuff. Get a meal in.
Hunger is the true enemy.
What have we got? Awakening gauge. I really like the warrior gauge filling up faster, in all honesty. Slightly feels... Any vegetable stir fry here? We'll go Dorothy since we just got her. And Byleth. Hey, we did it perfectly nice, too. Hi, Dorothy.
Oh, yes. This is definitely one of the foods I love.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of my favorites. Thank you.
I really like Dorothy.
Come back whenever you're hungry.
Makes me wonder if she's actually recruitable in the way things are going. And again, I get that it's not going to be the way things will happen in every other path. It really makes me wonder who all is going to actually be recruitable in the Knights. Or if the Knight story has to be drastically different. Like maybe the Federation / Alliance are the ones who take in the, you know, the Church and Rhea if we side with the Knights. Because I can't really imagine us fighting both the Empire and the Federation in that case, which is technically what the Alliance did to some extent, and then being able to recruit everyone, you know? Because at that point, the whole argument here was, well, the troop was able to be here because of that, but they might not be able to be in, you know, what's the name? I can't ever remember all the names, but, they might not be able to be in the kingdom, depending on what happens, you know? If this exact same kind of storyline plays out. So it's kind of hard for me to figure out what I was going to go with the other paths. But the Empire I can imagine also being kind of an issue because we're picking a fight with everyone. But we did sign an armistice with the Federation at some point. That at least is some of the units. There's potential the opposite happens. They sign an armistice with the, you know, the kingdom. So there's a lot of things that could happen. It's more just kind of seeing what does. But our facilities are getting close to max upgrade. That's really helpful. Let's head to the training instructor. I'm sure Dorothy's probably already at our master class. Everyone from here on does seem to be. I'm still kind of curious to see what would happen if we turn Geralt into that Dark Knight. We could mess around with classes a bit. Apparently she can go into oh, it's a dancer class. Source of magic. Energizes allies. I mean, the dancer's one of those unique classes that could be really cool. If anyone was going to turn into a dancer, it would probably be Dorothy. But Dorothy doesn't appear to have any sword skill. So what I think I might do is... Where is it? I don't know what classes she has to have mastered. She probably needs a sword skill. So what I might do is let her go train until she's mastered Grummery, and then let her just passively gain some experience with like a sword unit, potentially. But we'll see, because she's the one that I would initially probably think about doing that for. I mean, if there's a dancer... I mean, swords, magic, dancer. You'd think Dorothy probably, right? That's at least who I would initially think of. Alani is a paladin. Knight or Falcon. We have enough master seals that anyone who can go to a master class probably should. Perfect. Fortress Knights. Okay. I think we're good. Like, I'm just not worried about changing anyone's class up for now. Maybe in consecutive playthroughs I have thought about, you know, messing with things a bit. I'm honestly, I mean, we already, there's no point in leaving Shez and Lysithian here because they have max affinity. Actually, now that I think about it. So let's throw in Dorothy as well as... Oh, you can just change what class they change us to. Okay, that's good to know. I don't know if that actually changes their class or if that just changes what they're training in. Byleth and Gerald. They're already at max affinity as well, so let's train Raphael and Ignatz maybe. Perfect. Now we actually have people training in every way. Oh, and it used all 8 points. Interesting. I am not looking forward to doing all the paralogs though, so should be pretty helpful to be doing all of this stuff right now. As always, we leave a few points for potentially, you know, once we get the chance to go on an expedition with people, and then we'll use them all at the end if we need to. As far as other upgrades go, training grounds we could do training slots. I'm really not worried about training slots. It's helpful, but it's not necessary, I don't think. Same with that. Tactics Academy, elixirs. I still don't think elixirs are a huge issue, and we're still getting advanced combat manuals, I thought. because that is the last tier, as far as I know. I'm just thinking about if we want to spend anything. Master smithing set should be what we're getting. If it's the materials that we're getting here in the end game, I'm not worried about buying them as much. It's just the materials that like we have to go back and potentially purchase that I want to make sure. We don't really need. Like here, we're probably not getting merchant's license or qualities that much. But reducing the cost of resources and ingredients is nice, but not necessary. The last tier of supply depot could be good, but you have to consider once we get those storage components, we're not using those at all anymore. So I hate to just go ahead and buy that now. So overall, should be fine. More stat upgrade items. I don't know how many of those we have. We have one. As always, we'll just give that to Shez. I usually just try to buff up the main protagonist a fair amount. We're actually going to go ahead and spend our money. I was thinking about upgrading weapons here. I don't know how many of the smithing stones and such we have. So let's just go ahead and level up some units here. Our main cast is all pretty close in level. I'd say 51, 50, 50, yeah. So Dorothy came at level 42. I'm actually going to take this time to level up our lowest level units. Just for the sake of, we know we're going to have paralogs to do at some point. So let's make sure that they're at least usable. And we'll do them a few at a time. Like there, that's 3 more units that are 30. And I think the lowest paralog is still like mid-20s. So, not too bad. What is weird is like Raphael's still pretty much the only unit we have that uses fist weapons. Just because that's kind of how things have gone. So we haven't used fist weapons like at all this entire playthrough. I was kind of thinking you would get like Caspar. But it makes sense that... Under protection of the golden... Okay. It does make sense that they left a lot of the... Okay. Bandit attack. I wonder if that's maybe the paralog where we get her healed. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I was planning on doing the paralogs all at the end. It could give us extra resources now. But we'll see. So what do we got? 43. It's 43 either way. I try to do the slightly lower level missions first just so we don't unnecessarily give ourselves a really hard time. But it should be fine. Any commoners routed. Okay. Looks like there's 3 commoners to protect. Yeah, I really do hope they decisively. I'm sure they did. Now that they've mentioned in the main story that there should be a decisive way that we can kind of protect Lysithea. Make sure that she is taken care of. Because, seriously, that's why I always love doing a romance. This is just so sweet, you know? The fact that we actually help her find a cure. And she's just happy and they get their happily ever after and stuff. Like, I'm a sucker for stuff like that. So I really liked that, that romance option. Dorothy's I just thought was wholesome. I just liked Shamir. I think a lot of people did actually. And I really like Catherine as well. And that's why those 4 are like my favorite romance options. I know there's a lot of other really good romance options, don't get me wrong. But like, to each their own. I figure is the way it always goes. I don't think a lot of those romance options, though, to be fair, are that uncommon. I think the one that's like super uncommon from what I've talked to my friends is an Awakening. I really like Tiki. Not Tiki, sorry. Tiki's pretty popular. I really like Seiros. I know in like the mobile game, she's literally like a kind of a bad unit. Because she's like a 3-star that everyone hates seeing. But I've always really liked Seiros. I don't know why. Just always really liked her though. But I know in Awakening it's super popular, like... I don't know how popular... I know Tiki's just a popular character overall. But I know that, you know... Lucina, obviously, Cordelia were really popular romance options. And then in Fates, I mean, the first 2 people I married were Camilla and Azura, which are probably the most common, I'd imagine. So, nothing too crazy there. Here we kind of got to switch and make sure that we're protecting these commoners here. They're being kind of relentless here. But this is a pretty small map, all things considered, so I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be too long of a mission. Because we're getting to the point where a lot of these missions just take so long to do anything for. And it's making the in-between of chapters take a lot longer than maybe it needs to, but I can understand why. You know, it extends playtime, it adds more content to the game. It just gets to a point for me where I'm like, do I really want to do 10 stages in between every single, you know, chapter? But yeah, the time stop ability is just nice. Because even though the little, like, that refract damage right there doesn't do too much, it's the fact that they don't move at all, you know? Very helpful. It's nice too that we have Lysithia's power here. I'm pretty sure it's just whenever we knock back enemies, you know. Defeat. Oh, we have to defeat 500 enemies to protect against. Okay. That's a good thing there's a bunch of enemies here in the center. It still bothers me that we're using this weapon that drastically lowers our health down to half very, very quickly. But it does so much damage. And again, healing hasn't been an issue. And if we were really worried about healing, we'd unlock elixirs. It's just not been, though. And that's just ultimately why I haven't worried about it. Interesting, interesting. I was gonna say, is there anyone actually attacking some of these guys here? He's like, it's crazy how high the like weapon durability scaled though. Lysithia's weapon has 142 durability. That's crazy considering we are starting at the point where we could only use like a couple of abilities. Ah, she's not protecting the. Oops. Ah, that's awkward. Sorry. That's 500 enemies down. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I don't think this game's actually as bad about it as the old one was. But for sure, you know. Okay, well that has to be Shiz.
Not a problem.
For sure, I think that sometimes when you switch off a given character, they are kind of bad about not protecting them anymore. But overall, like I was saying, I mean, it's not as bad as it was in the previous one. Switch over to Shiz, have her start targeting the thief real quick. Ooh, he might get to the chest in time, actually. Which would be annoying, because I don't know if we... I should have noticed this as this has happened before, but I have actually no idea if we defeat the thief after they open the chest, if we still get what's in the chest. I'm pretty sure we do. But he's right here anyways, so, you know.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
You weren't strong enough, you were stealing. Don't know if that's really an applicable statement to be made here. There's the enemy commander.
We won't lose, no matter what.
Shiz is the closest. Shiz doesn't have any A-bar or anything. It's fine. Everyone's on guard though, so I didn't... it's fine. I was gonna say, they're not gonna be moving down here to help. We have Awakening, that'll be enough. In theory. It just makes things so much easier when you can just, you know... It's Mortal Savant the... Oh. Nope. We can send people that way, but I just activated Awakening, so I feel like there's a pretty high chance that they don't even get to the Grummery in time, which is fine. Like I was saying earlier, I tried to do every side mission, but if I don't do it, I'm not going to worry too much about it, because yeah, they're super... The enemy commander's super dead. That's crazy. Well... You'd think by proxy that means that they're fine. But in terms of side quests, you know, it definitely doesn't. Still got the S rank though. Are we getting, like, we got Woot Steel, Arcane Crystal. Like, we're getting a little bit of equipment as we go, which is nice. The problem is you don't use all of those, you know, stones and such. So it gets to the point when you're trying to decide whether you want to, you know, start trading all in. Stuff like that, which is part of the reason that system exists, I think, but still.
Hey, thanks for your help back there.
Hey.
What did I do?
You helped get everyone on the same page.
Oh, did we?
I appreciated the backup.
It would have ended up like that, even
Yeah.
if I didn't say a word. Like
I appreciate him giving us credit, but I think,
I still
yeah,
don't know what to think about that.
even if we hadn't been there, it would have been fine.
Then you probably deserve the credit. You've done a lot to keep our little team unified.
Thanks,
I don't
Claude.
know if I've really done all that much. If anyone should be grateful, it's me. If I
Hmm.
ended up on someone else's side, I'm sure people would have gotten all suspicious about
Yeah.
my powers.
Maybe.
They probably here.
Oops.
I'm just part of the team.
I think that the... I still don't know whether or not to call them the Alliance of the Federation. I think that they are the Federation now. But I think that the Federation was probably the most open of them. Whereas, yeah, they even agreed it like the Elmirans. Whereas I think the Kingdom and the Empire would have, but it would have been because Edelgard and Dimitri specifically said to do so.
But the church preaches a very different vision.
They do,
use
yeah.
social status to justify prejudice.
Because the whole idea, I think the reason why Claude wants to tear it down, potentially Edelgard as well, is because they value crest so highly. It's because they value nobility so highly, which I think is a very common theme in terms of like medieval type games and Fire Emblems, but still, I think that's a big part of it.
As a friend, right?
Uh-huh.
Of course. At least
Oh.
until the war is over.
Did Shesh just friend zone? Shesh just hard friend zone Claude, jeez.
Who knows?
Alright, I'll leave it for now.
Hmm.
But don't think you're off the hook.
That's rough.
We'll pick this up again when the time comes. Anyway, we should press on. I'm sure Edelgard is awaiting
Yeah.
our arrival.
If she's actually in trouble, we do need to hurry. Alright, that's convenient. She actually showed up early. I feel like Anna's been running away from us the entire time. And shocked. Happy wants to go on an expedition? We could. I'm not going to, but we could. See, increase their support points. I don't know who we don't have, like, max support with. I guess we'll go with maybe... Oh, it tells us sick. Yeah. These are requirements. Total enemies defeated. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That hasn't been a requirement before. That's actually really cool. I'm just gonna go until it tells us we have full supplies to be collected, and then we'll go back and do some of the housekeeping around the base. Just because I keep getting in the really bad habit of literally going back to the base between, like, every single fight. And it's just not efficient. You know, you can get through and start upgrading, like, most times between all the surveying spots and such. But it feels like it wastes a lot of time, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Phone Knight or advancing the summer vintage chill. I'm assuming we have to defend the 2 forward bases if I had to guess. So we'll just have Lysithea guard this one. I didn't see what the defeat conditions actually were. I'll have Gerald defend this one, and then I guess we'll take Shez and Byleth and start taking out enemies. I think Byleth is currently closer to some enemies. I'm not sure I like this fire tornado as much as the, you know, the other attacks that, like, Shez has by comparison as a sword unit. It's decent crowd control, and it's cool that it looks like it imbues us with fire for a second. But it's just the AoE attacks, which, I mean, it would make sense if it was the case, but the AoE attacks to me feel so much weaker. Whereas both of Shez's weapon arts actually genuinely feel really powerful to me. And that might also be because Shez is wielding a weapon that is insanely powerful by comparison. Like, with all the upgrades we have on it, I think her weapon's like twice as strong as anyone else's. Partially because it does drain her own health. You know, that's definitely a big part of it. And to be fair, I was just going to keep Gerald's Captain Sword on Byleth. But I think we did get another one of those. So in theory, if we really wanted to, we could probably just give them both this weapon and upgrade it. But it already uses the same materials as, I believe, the Killer Tome. And we're already in a shortage of those half the time. So I'm not going to do that, but... Is there somebody in the base fighting Gerald? Alright. But I do think they did a genuinely good job of, like I was saying earlier, it gets a little bit tiring doing some of these missions, for sure. Over and over and over. But I think they did a good job of making sure that it wasn't, like, terribly just ridiculous. You're only doing these missions. You never get to do anything. It's just enough that I feel okay about doing a lot of these. But still, it's to the point that, like, that's why we've done a couple of the stages off stream. Because it is a little bit boring to just do a bunch of these stages time after time. But you have to consider that compared to, like, the history mode, especially of the older Fire Emblem Warriors. It got really, really tedious really fast sometimes. Whereas here, like, yeah, again, bit annoying sometimes, but not that bad. I don't know. I feel like I use Gerald defensively a lot of time, even though he can move so fast from place to place. But I don't know. It's not really been like a conscientious decision. It's more just that I really, really like playing the other three, and I like playing Gerald as well. I think just by comparison, I think the dual swords are really, really cool. I really like the time stop, and I think Lysithea is actually just really, really broken right now. We gave her so much magic that even with having a weaker weapon than Shez, it feels like she does more damage. Pretty crazy. We definitely did not defeat 200 enemies in the time limit, but that's because we went for all the elite enemies and such, so not too worried about that. I do not think we have, on that note, killed nearly enough enemies to get an S rank here, though. So, not to see. Hopefully we didn't have to clear every side mission to get... Yeah, I was going to say to get one of the survey spots. Because that's always obnoxious. But I'm going to have Shez run around and at least get to like 500 enemies, ideally. In fact, we could just do this. Just in case. Because I have no idea if, I've been wondering this entire time. Surely it tells you some point what the requirements are for an S rank. I just haven't been paying attention, and every time I think to look about it, it's in the middle of a fight, and then I forget by the time the next fight comes around. But I'm sure it tells you somewhere, and that would actually make my life a whole lot easier. There is a demonic beast. Interesting. Well, we might as well head that way. Yeah, Shiz, I think, with that dash as well, really good at clearing out these extra enemies. Just as you go. An altar, it's a golem, okay. Where is it? There it is. I'm gonna pull up Lysithea and Gerald at this point, because I don't think defending is a huge issue at this point. I don't know what weaknesses this golem has. I usually just beat on the golem. It has axes, fists, tomes, and lightning. So actually Lysithea would be really good for taking down this golem in theory. Good to know. Use another one of these. Violet, though, I think we could allow... Let's have Violet slowly start whittling down the enemy commander. I don't think, as a side unit, non-controlled unit, he'll be able to finish him off before we finish this golem. So I don't think that'll be the issue. Or where's Lysithea? I'm pretty sure the golem is going to be the easiest to take down with Lysithea. Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh, I thought I didn't get out of that in time, honestly. This one has quite a bit of health, though, actually. Oh, maybe it's not 4 bars. It looked like it was 4 bars to me. Maybe I'm just crazy. This next blade should be quite alright. I love that I can just sit and leave this laser on it. That's so funny. Not always the most practical thing if there's a bunch of enemies next to you, but it is pretty funny. There's an awakening tonic here. That'll give me the ability to do this. It's not been figured out because we usually don't let... Like, awakening lasts such a long time by comparison in this game that before you could get it back pretty easily by killing a bunch of foot soldiers. But I have no idea if the awakening actually runs out if we still just cast our ability. I would assume so. But we've never tested it because we usually just end the awakening of our own free will. I wonder... Altered Golem Slayer. Apparently that was not a regular golem. I wonder if I could run over before... I don't think I'll make it, actually. But I was going to say, I wonder if I could run over to the boss / like, commander. And then use the final awakening attack on it. But, yeah, let's see. Okay, so you do still just use it. That's good to know. Because pretty much every time we've been getting enemy low on awakening really fast. And then we just end the awakening early. But it's still a free just bit of damage at the end. I am still a little bit concerned in the back of my mind about Sothis. Just because Sothis, you know, could still actually be an issue. Very much so. Because she is the one who took over Byleth's body that one time and tried to kill us. Whereas I don't think actual Byleth ever held any true, like, resentment towards us. Which is fair because, you know, they're the ones who are whooping us. You know, if anything, it was Shez who got over the fact that she murdered her original mercenary group. And it was nice that in, like, their support conversation, Gerald apologized, you know. Made it very clear that it was just one of those, we're mercenaries, it wasn't anything personal type of deals. Which is important, you know.
We said we'd defend this place, and we did.
Nice, nice. Okay. Nice, that's right. Premium magic herbs. At this point, though, she has 82 magic. Do we really need to go the magic herbs to Lysithea? I wonder if you can go over 100 magic. You probably can, I'd imagine, but I don't know if it's necessary. Maybe we'll give it to Byleth. I don't know if Shez really uses magic, and I don't think we'll be reclassing Shez anytime soon. I also don't know how many stats are carryovable, like how if you have certain levels with certain weapons in the original 3 houses, you could spend the points to switch over. No. Sorry, Ignatz. Not a fan of that. Unit to raise the defense. Okay, so of the main team, we have 38 here, 43, 42. I'd imagine lowest is probably... Yeah. That just makes sense to do it. Facility can be expanded. I do believe it's still 3 battles. Axe of Sultan or Bow of Sultan. Probably the... But now that I think about it, we aren't really using axe or bows. So maybe I should have taken the bow for Shamir. Ah, it's fine. Yeah, let's do one more fight. Because before, at least last session, it was pretty much after we did 3 fights. That was when our resources were full to collect. Okay, just defeat 500 enemies? Okay. Whereas now, you know, that's not quite the case. Potentially. Unless, you know, I'm proven wrong right here. Because we collected when we started the chapter, so this is our 3rd fight. But we've also upgraded it so that it can theoretically hold more resources, but I don't know if that's it holds more in total when you go to collect, or if it takes longer to collect because it can hold more. Really could not tell you. Just one of those things that I just collected as I see. We still have so many support conversations. We cleared out a good few at the end of last stream, and we still had quite a few to go. I just, like I keep mentioning, I can't just sit there and listen to all of them. What I honestly do when I'm playing on my own is I'll skip through them, unless it's one that I'm really interested in, and then I'll go back through on my own time, which I guess is all my own time if I'm playing by myself. But like I'll go through at the end, because usually you can view the support log by yourself, like on the menu even, in these games, and then I'll just kind of check then, you know. But for the sake of the stream, I figured, you know, we'll see them all as we go, and we'll just slowly do them. Because if we are viewing them as we went, we would legitimately be like 2 chapters behind where we are now. I genuinely think, because it takes so long to get through all of the sport conversations. I'm a little bit disappointed though. Like I've mentioned so many times too, I wish that the mounted units were better at these types of stages. Because before, that's why Camilla and Minerva were so good, is they could clear stages like this, kill 500 enemies, would have been easy peasy for them. Would have been so fast. Whereas here, it's not that it takes a long time. Like, we're already almost halfway done. But they also, to be fair, have changed kind of the scaling, I think, of enemies defeated. Because here, you know, we're doing a full-on attack, and we're only killing, you know, 2, 3 here and there, I feel. Maybe 10 at most. Whereas before, you know, we did our little slam attack with our Wyvern Riders, and it murdered like 20 people, I swear, you know? At least, and that was like minimum, even if it didn't look like there was anyone nearby. Let alone if there were a ton of enemies. We'd get like 50 plus on some slams. So, I don't think that it's necessarily that it's worse in comparison. I think it's more that they just changed the scaling on defeating enemies in some sense. The War Master and stop the boulders. We can have Shez go up there and deal with that. It looks like somebody just spawned in and is getting attacked next to Gerald though, so. That's a noble. Which means they're going to be really rude about it. Hopefully he gets AWAR soon, actually. Gerald's defeated 200 enemies by himself here. There we go. I do find it interesting, though, that despite being the leader of the mercenaries, it really did feel like the reputation was with the, you know, Byleth, the Ashen Demon, you know? Whereas in the original 3 houses, because we hadn't really made a name for ourselves yet, and Byleth didn't just have a name by themselves already, really, like, it's more like, it's just weird. Because in the original game, it really was, Byleth was like, nobody knew who Byleth was. Whereas here, again, like, everyone knew the Bladebreaker, but it felt like the Ashen Demon was an even more, like, feared name. Okay, we only have to defeat a few more enemies. Yeah, see, we're only getting, like, 5 per strong attack, and it feels like we're cleaving through so much more there, you know? And some enemies, some foot soldiers, we have to hit twice. That wasn't really an issue, like, ever. A Great Knight. We have 2 A-bars, otherwise I'd send Lysithea up here. With 2 A-bars, I think we're okay. No, I don't want to target that. Okay. Yeah, I just think aesthetically, too, the sword we're using works really well. Because when we were using the Venom blade, it was like a green blade that didn't quite suit everything Shez has going on. Whereas now with our final class, the Asura, we're dressed in red. Our regular main sword, the second sword, is red. And our current sword, though not as fancy, is also glowing red. So it just feels like it suits really well. In my opinion.
That's no surprise.
But I don't know if they kept the design for regular weapons. Obviously, like I think it was like the iron swords, look very, very similar. But I wonder if like the silver swords is still like a red and silver like design like they were. Or if they changed the design. Yeah, Gerald definitely got MVP there. Okay, let's see though. If I'm correct, then we're maxed out on resources here. If not, we'll do one more fight. Activity points, okay. And yeah, okay. So maybe it is just 3 fights no matter what, and then depending on how upgraded it is, depends on, you know, what you actually have available to you. But this collection, we can collect this here too.
I see.
Tomb of Comely Saints. I don't know what that is. We do have like 6 or 7 paralogs at this point though. That's practically an entire stream, I think, by the time we get to the end, which is crazy. But I'm pretty sure the paralogs just show up as we recruit different units, so potentially we'll have even more. Alright, I didn't see that. We can't upgrade the training routes, so we can do training slots. Yeah, I'm just not worried about fist weapons. If we had anyone that we used regularly who used a fist weapon, then I'd worry about this, but it's just, we don't. It's not an issue. So we can upgrade any of these, I think, from here on out. So, durability gained. That could be helpful. It's just, we're at the point where our durability and everything feels like it's skyrocketed. Let's see, Master Smithing. B-level weapons to be repaired. We could reforge anything here. You know, let's go for the durability here. Keep upgrading our current weapons rather than worrying about anything crazy new. And then if we do get something new that we need to worry about, we'll worry about it then, is my thought. Let's see. Let me just check. Another facility can be expanded. I don't think it's... I mean, effects. We've unleashed the effects for... I don't know what's telling me that again. We've unleashed the effects for... Do we need a crest to do this? I don't want to use my mithril, but... Interesting. It goes up to 140 might, though. Let's try it. I just know mithril's really hard to come by. Crest of Regan, boost. Ah, that's which one it was. Yeah, I don't know that we really have. Again, I don't know if that has to be... Because it says Crest of Regan, if it has to be Claude. Because seriously, Claude doesn't use a sword. You know, like... I don't know. Crest of Shia sword, we're gonna restore ability. That's still 7 durability points.
Is this it?
Yeah, we've invested into this sword so much, it's at plus 41. Like... At this point, I feel like we're probably gonna keep using it to some extent. We could probably strengthen Gerald's lance here a bit. We could also start investing into a Brave Lance. That would probably be a good idea at some point. Especially since we're Flute Steel. I mean, we'll go above 145 if we max out its... No, but we could probably reforge it with this much Flute Steel. I kind of want to wait it out just to see if we can get a better Brave Lance. So we'll wait that out for just a little bit more. Oh, we have Umbral Steel to upgrade that, or... Fail not. He's at 170. Hers is at 200. In that case, let's upgrade Claude's just a little bit. Maybe 2 each here.
Is this it?
We'll just do might then. Yeah, Umbral Steel feels like it is not something that comes by often. And his weapon is still... Wow. I don't know why her axe is just randomly so powerful. Let's see, the Killer Tome. Yeah. Her tome is actually only at 128 power despite being at plus 26. So it might be about time to switch her over to a Silver Tome. Because Silver Tomes are easier to upgrade because it just takes regular smithing stones versus Black Sand Steel. And you have to consider this is just a regular Silver Tome plus 10 that she came with. And it's already only 13 power below, let alone if we reforge with smithing stones. But for now, again, not the biggest thing I'm worried about. We have a few more points to use. I'll probably just save them and use them at the end, as always, you know. Like, we got one more strength point here, but do we really need to go spend it immediately? Not really. So what do we got? Expands the number of dishes we can cook. Chance of succeeding. I'm not worried about succeeding with volunteering. Let's go for an extra expedition. I don't know if we'll go on an expedition, honestly, anytime soon, but, you know, it's nice to see a new place. What support conversations do we have? Can we talk to Claude now? We can do Claude's A rank now. Let's do that. Again, just to kind of get a few of them down.
How's my favorite mercenary?
Hi, Claude.
The enemy's practically on our doorstep, but you're still taking the time to check on me?
Yeah.
Why not? I'll never be too busy to check on you.
Look at this smooth guy.
Very funny. So what? You're just being nice?
Not exactly.
Yeah, I don't say that's exactly
You
it.
didn't get a chance to learn anything, even
If
after
you met
you
Solon.
met
Okay,
Solon.
yeah, so this is gated until after we fight Solon.
We never got
So basically this chapter, actually, now I think about it.
slither in the dark. But now we have to turn our attention to the central church.
Okay.
I figured even you might have trouble moving on from that one.
It's fine, really.
I'm trying not to think too much
I mean, we're worried about her real identity, but...
worrying about it won't get me anywhere.
That's what I like about Shez, is they're not, like,
I'm sorry.
constantly worried about everything in the past. They're very good about moving forward, which makes sense. They're mercenary. You could argue that they spent, like, 3 years chasing after Violet, but that was also just to get stronger. And it still helped their career as a mercenary.
The longer Foden remains in turmoil, the more likely it is they'll try something again.
That is also true.
This war to be over, so we're not left vulnerable.
And
Yeah.
that means more work for you. I'm fine, see? Now go be important.
That's fair enough.
All right. But one more thing before I go. This
Okay.
war is going to end, but our fight with those
Yeah.
who slither in the dark.
Even if we make peace with both the kingdom and the empire somehow,
As long as they keep plotting,
they'll still be doing something.
going after them. I'll need your help with that from here on out.
'Cause we still got to deal with the Church of Seiros, figure out the kingdom, figure out the empire's going to stab us in the back afterwards. And the slow slither in the dark. And potentially the Almirans, but I don't think the Almirans are going to
Just know that
cause an
you'll still
issue.
be the same person to me. You'll always be
Thanks,
you.
Claude.
Remember that.
Thanks, Claude.
That kind of unconditional trust is super, actually, like, inspiring.
King, or even the Almiran.
Oh, keep it down. Not talking about that part yet.
That's funny. That was actually kind of a short sword. Yeah, let's talk to Dorothy. Maybe we'll do Geralt as well, clear out Chez's dialogues right now.
An opera company smack dab in the middle of the imperial capital, huh? I can't even
Probably
begin to
busy.
imagine what that must be like. I mean, I've been all over the place for my mercenary work.
Yeah, small-time
It's
rural
mostly
ones.
just been for small-time rural.
Well, we're not exactly the most famous mercenary, you know?
Honestly, I'd never even met anyone from the
Yeah.
big cities like Enbar or Ferdiad before coming to Garreg Mach.
Yeah, that's more I feel for some big company like Geralt's mercenaries. If that, because, you know, the Empire has their own army.
Every important moment of the drama is
Yeah.
conveyed through elaborate song, and at the center
Star.
of the musical ensemble stands its star, the diva.
Yeah. When I did my vocal music program, it was really, really,
I think I get
fun,
the
honestly.
idea. These
Doing stuff like
divas
that.
sound pretty incredible. They probably get stage names and everything if they're that important, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
But of course,
The mystical
the
songstress.
mystical songstress.
Hey, that's pretty good. There always has been this kind of
Indescribable aura, huh?
in you.
Thanks.
Interesting.
but I have mixed feelings about the name myself. They
Oh.
called me that because of how suddenly a stray
That's...
orphan like me was discovered.
Yeah, that's a little bit... I could understand how that might be feel a little bit derogatory or degrading, but...
But if you were able to rise from
Yeah,
that
I think that's also... Yeah, exactly. It's also a statement of the fact that she did rise from the bottom, despite
can even picture what that would sound like.
how, you know,
Hey,
focused the opera company tends to be. Not just the opera company, the world of Fodlan
Since you asked
appears to be so focused on being a noble.
that I'm only doing it this once, okay?
Okay. She actually gonna sing it?
Rain of pain it came, falling hard
Oh,
upon a
that's
land
nice.
aflame. When the sacred blade it split the sky until the heavens heard our cry.
That was
In
nice.
the hour of
Oh.
vengeance, will you heed the call? On the red fields of revenge, will you help avenge? We must fight strong and stand tall.
Well,
Oh, that was
what
nice.
did you think?
it was... yeah.
You didn't like it? Not quite the booming applause I'm used
No,
to.
it was nice. It was nice. I don't get it. Yeah, I was gonna say
No, it was
She's a
incredible,
mercenary.
honest. It's just... I'm not really sure I got it.
Yeah,
you
we're
know?
mercenary.
I mean, the only songs I know are the ones sung by mercs in taverns or village girls as they tend the fields.
Fields, yeah.
You're kind of
Like folk songs.
Dorothea. Sorry, I can't really give you much more than that.
I don't think she meant that offensively.
Don't worry about it. This sort of thing happens
Yeah.
more often than you think.
Well, as long as you're not mad. If you don't mind, though, maybe you could try again
It was
for me
nice, though.
sometime. I'd really like to hear you sing some more. And hey, I might even get better at telling you what I thought.
That's wholesome.
Sure. I suppose I can give you one more chance.
That's actually pretty wholesome, though. Yeah, like, I'm glad that you didn't take it personally, because it's one of those, like, some people take it really, really offensively if you don't, like, immediately fall in love with their art and everything. But everyone has a different voice, everyone has different tastes. And I really think in this case, you know, it was just that we're a mercenary. We might not get the quote-unquote high-class opera stuff. Hi, Gerald.
Having some trouble there, Gerald?
I like that Chess seems to have a good relationship with both Violet and Gerald, though. We helped him tie his fishing line, now we're helping him with that. I feel like Violet actually might get a little bit jealous at that point. We're running around helping him tie his fishing line, tie like his armor and stuff, and Violet shows up and he's just like, hey.
I'm surprised you've survived this long with those ham hands.
Being a good mercenary isn't all about dexterity.
Yeah, he's pretty strong.
Besides, when you've lived as long as I have, your body just
Yeah, that's fair too.
as well as it used to.
You don't look that old to me.
He doesn't, but he looks middle-aged.
I might not look it. I'm practically an ancient
Oh, poor Gerald.
Not to mention I've lived pretty hard. Might just be a gut feeling, but I've started feeling like the goddess might
Aw.
come to her side.
Well, to be fair, by this point in the original story,
It's not like you're at death's door.
he would be gone, so
You really think the goddess
that's
would be
fair.
calling you of all people?
You don't hold anything back, do you?
Jeez.
The goddess won't have me, and I'll just have to make do.
You don't have to be so mean.
Do you think you'd have any regrets if you died right now?
I think, to be fair, he has his wife passed.
Except maybe living too
That
long.
and leaving, you know, maybe Violet behind.
Leaving your kid
Yeah.
Can't say I wouldn't be worried,
Yeah.
especially because that kid isn't exactly normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Isn't very emotional, yeah. I wouldn't, does our, Violet really think out loud a lot? They are unusually powerful, but I don't think that'd be a reason to be worried about them.
I gotta say, your kid's always
Yeah.
real calm and aloof. Not one for emotion, huh?
Yeah.
You're telling me, born without so much as a peep.
Really?
That one. Just a personal quirk, I guess.
Ah.
Makes it tough to find friends, though. In that
Yeah,
sense,
that's fair.
I'm glad we're here. There's tons of young folks around. And maybe the kid'll take a shine to you, since you're both mercenaries.
I think we have to some extent.
I've been hoping we could talk more at least.
Is
Hmm.
that so? I'm glad to hear you say that. Takes a load off my mind.
But
Now you really sound like a dad.
I was never much of a
Jeez.
parent, but I do worry all the same.
That's fair. I mean, he's a mercenary, but
I think we were meant to end up on the same side. Would you do me a favor and look after my kid?
of course, of course.
When you put it
I feel
that
like we
way,
can probably recruit
it
Geralt and
does seem
Violet on every path, if anyone, you know?
Hey, it's possible.
Like I said, like, I mean, with the Empire and everyone being at war, it kind of makes sense that if anyone we can get
I meant what I said.
under any path, it's probably the mercenaries. And it's also because Violet's one of the main characters, would be my thought.
refuse a dying man's wish after all.
But, there we go. Alright, that's a good number. Now we have just the between characters. We have so many. Jeez, okay. Let's do a couple more battles, though.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
It's just so hard to keep up with those unless you want to be doing them every, like, 3 seconds. But they're wholesome. A lot of them are really wholesome or funny. I really like the support conversations in these games. Like I say, though, I usually just skip them immediately. And then kind of view them all at once later. Gives me, like, a few hours of just entertainment. But I hate to just put them off here. Because all I think the support conversations really do is... Obviously, like, it's mentioned, I think you get, like, faster duel pair-up, stuff like that. Let's send... Gerald. He's furthest away from the Mortal Savant, but he travels really, really fast. But it's one of those things that, like, if I just skip it and go back and read them later, it's pretty much every Fire Emblem game ever lets you do that. You know, at that point, it's not really an issue. And then you still get the immediate effects. But I just hate to skip through them now. Not on stream. Yeah. We are getting to the point though where maybe because we've maxed out on what we can do with our classes, technically speaking, we probably are going to need to start looking at upgrading weapons more intensively. And we don't have to worry about exchanging like our smithing stones and such for building materials as we're nearing the close here on our facilities. So, not too bad. Just one of those things we have to keep in mind. Did they take the stronghold already here? Jeez. The Byleth is next to some enemies. The Ashen Demon was like a big name. I feel like they've already kind of made their legend. For being honest. Did they shock? Backlash kill all these? Yeah, look at how long that, like... It's crazy how long that stays, stunned for. Feels pretty broken to me. Right. Honestly, though, I know I could be using my healing a lot more just so I could continue to get that crit chance. Because I'm sitting here on, like, 5 on half health. When I could just do this, for example. And yeah, we'll lose that health back immediately, but that gives us extra crit for... I believe it's crit chance, right? For a little bit. Alright, you know what? If the other Grimory's going to show up, we're going to just do this. Hopefully that killed the one behind us as well. It did not. That's awkward. I did it because there were 2 mages there, and I didn't even hit one of them. Alright. That's the Holy Knight down. Oh, Sylvain's here again. I thought we were allies, Sylvain. What? What do you mean? I'm gonna take care of the bandits first, but like... What? We're literally marching to back up the Empire, and Sylvain's like, here. I'm gonna antagonize you guys real quick. Like, gosh dang it, dude. I missed that tornado. That's awkward. But, alright, here we go. Ooh, cool. Alright, Chez's. Oh. Well, if you want to antagonize us, Sylvain, I suppose we can just, you know, destroy you. Oh, Sylvain has a fancy lance, too. I didn't even realize this entire time. It's not going to stop Lysithea from just, you know, annihilating him, but... This is a pretty good stage, actually. It's nice that it tells you claim victory, because that, you know, means the stage is about to end. You don't have to second guess it. Not every mission's told us that, but it is nice when it does.
I'm used to providing defense.
But we did have him on defense for a while too, so there is that. Now that I think about it, actually, I should check, because we had that special upgrade where certain enemies, when commanded to attack or defend, gain extra stats. I don't know if Gerald actually gains stats on defense, so maybe I'm doing that wrong. That is a very real possibility that I had not considered until just now. Would be awkward if I found that out, but... Either way, it's not like anything's been a huge issue, so... Can't say it's that important to me, but... Still would be pretty awkward. Wait. Go to the rescue? Okay, we'll take the extra stage here. Might as well. Because I still feel like we have quite a bit of story left. We're on chapter 14 now. I'm just surprised. At this point, it really does, to me, feel like with how much else we have to take care of. Between the kingdom, potentially the Empire again. I think the Almirans genuinely... I get the feeling the Almirans won't be another issue in this path. And then the those who slither in the dark. I feel like we have quite a ways to go. Like, the original Fire Emblem Warriors had like 20-some chapters, if you remember, right? But that was a singular path. There's a whole other, like, 2 paths here. That's why I wasn't thinking it'd be quite as long. But at the rate things are going, kind of feels like that might be the case. What's nice on these stages, too, is we really don't have to worry about S-ranking it. Because it's one of the side stages. I don't even know if there's an S-rank bonus for this stage. These are, like, side survey stages. Or the, like, cross swords extra stages. Obviously, we could go for it. And it doesn't hurt to get it, because it's extra gold, usually. Materials and such, sometimes. But it's one of those, I'm not worried about it, and that's a great feeling, because every stage I'm like stressed out just a little bit in the back of my mind, trying to make sure that I do get an S rank. So not having to worry about it at all. Pretty nice. Like, the enemy commander's already here. I could just go straight for the Wyvern Lord if that ends the fight. Oh, but there's a giant wolf, so maybe that won't, but... Okay, yeah, Wyvern Lord and giant wolf. But see, we can just go straight for them, not have any second thoughts about it. because it's a side mission. I guess you could argue that if we don't get an S rank here, it's not like we can do it again. But I also don't think it actually affects anything if we don't get the S rank, so... Okay. Like, we've only defeated 166 enemies, that's fine. I'm gonna go straight for the giant wolf. Hi, giant wolf. Eat this. Nice, yeah, that's one bar defense. Guess we could while that's doing that. Why were there so many enemies next to Geralt and Byleth? What? A little bit surprising. I still don't know why they went with fire magic for Byleth. I didn't know if that was actually like a theme for the character, if it's just an artistic decision. Because I know definitely some mages have very clear like magical, I don't know, specialties, if that's the word you'd use. But sometimes I feel like in these games they're just like, we need to theme a character. Let's just give him something. Fire caster, nice. Apparently that cast does count as casting. So even if it's not, yeah. I mean, at the beginning when we first got Byleth, their, one of their 2 weapon arts was literally a cast. Like, they had Tome, and then they had a, you know, regular attack. I think maybe that is just the... Maybe they did just decide to give the final class. It's like a sword ability, but it's basically just a fire cast, which is cool. It's definitely different. This wolf is weak to swords, but we're just killing it without even worrying about it being weak to swords. Which is honestly pretty funny. We might be able to get it here. It's the weapon arts I don't think do that much extra damage to the armor. Yeah, like we'll break it here, but it was already about to die. Very nice.
Can't relax just yet.
That was a fast stage. Those extra stages usually are pretty fast. They're just like a little bit of quick XP and gold. Oh, that was still an S rank. That's funny. Yeah, just some quick XP and gold. Doesn't hurt. Couple rusted weapons. Okay. Some mats. That stuff. I didn't even think there was a side mission there. Sleeping expanded. Okay. We probably have one more fight. Because we did these 2 before. Materials are full. Let's do, you know what? Let's do this one. I'm still on the habit of doing every single stage though, just because it gets you all the extra materials. We don't really need it as much anymore. So we could theoretically just skip it, go to the end of the chapter, and then kind of go back afterwards and do it again if we really wanted to. But it just doesn't feel exactly in the spirit of it to me, you know? It's like one of those conquest maps, like, I don't know, like playing Risk. You want to get that full-on, like, I got everything type of feeling. That's not who I was trying to target yet. Those who slither in about. So they're still messing with us, huh? That does make more sense than us fighting with the, you know, Empire. Bird in hand. But at the same time, too, I think we're starting to get to the point where we're going to be fighting the Knights again. I know we haven't quite gotten to the point where we're actually backing up the Empire. But I would think that's who'd we be beginning to fight again. Kind of crazy though how Byleth's spells literally light them up and then they're just glowing red. Pretty dang painful. I mean, as you do when you're getting hit by fire, but... It's cool, like, occasionally Byleth's weapon is imbued with fire too when you see it, like... I'm still not entirely sure if it's a specific strong attack or something that does it, but every now and then you'll see her swing and there's still just fire on the blade. It's super cool, actually. Hey, it's Mycen. What are you doing here? Geralt's fighting Mycen, what a me. I wish that weapon skills were a little bit better about breaking guard, though. That is the one downside that I felt does occur. But to be fair, that'd probably be pretty broken. Come on, break his guard. There we go. Always feel good to beat up a few people like Mycen. They're just running around causing issues. We just take them out. Reinforcements? That's another War Master just right there, huh? fired up, huh? We already immediately got rid of most of them, so... Only 2 more there next to Violet. Did they? Yeah, Violet's just, like, scary emotionless, though. They're one of those people that, like, they don't seem like... Yeah, there it is. Flaming Sword. They don't seem like bad people, but they're so, like, emotionless that it'd be scary to me. Just because I'd never know what they're thinking, and I'm already terrible at reading people. So not really knowing what they're thinking, if they're, like, mad at me or something, would really worry me. Alright, defeat the Gremlin. Yeah, I'll take care of him right now. Oh wow, they just summoned a ton of extra allies though. Mycen. Didn't we already beat Mycen? Was that a fake one, or did he just respawn again like half the people do? No Gremlin's down. Okay, I was gonna say, did we not do that side mission? I know we didn't take out their ally, but I was like, what? Alright, let's just go beat up Mycen. Hi, Mycen. Still makes me wonder what happened to that fancy sword Violet has in the main game. Is it just still wherever we found it? That would make sense. I just, like... I wondered if maybe Rhea had taken it, honestly. Which we might find out when we meet Rhea. But that would have been my next guess. But that's that. Bye, Mycen. Don't pick a fight with me.
This victory tastes extra sweet.
Ow. Just hit myself with my chair.
I went above.
Sure did. And you leveled up because of it. It's great too that we're getting to the point where like it takes forever to get levels. Not because levels aren't nice, but because then we don't have to sit through the level up screen. In fact, I'm really glad we did the faster mode where we don't have to sit through the level up every single time. That was like one of the worst things, I swear.
Right. Let's see.
Special combat experience, okay. The Dorothea, I'm sure. That's probably worth the gold. Back to the base because we have full mats. I'm genuinely curious how. We've only done the one paralog with Balthus, Hilda, and Holst. I'm really curious to see if we can't just make like an entire stream out of all of them. Hi, Gatekeeper. Oh. Your little brother's in the mall. Good old Gatekeeper. Another one of those legendary memes. What have we got? So, eventually we'll probably go back and do this. I mean, reducing the cost of resources and ingredients is nice, but... Most prominent traveling merchants do business. Greatly increase the types of resources and ingredients. Types of weapons. We haven't even been buying weapons. Which is two of the types of goods. I think will be first. I'll probably do this. We really haven't been buying weapons from the store. Not that that's not potentially useful, it's just that we haven't been doing it.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
But we have a lot of gold, so... Might as well go level some units up real quick. It's really nice that we're getting to the point, though, that we have kind of the gold to just mess around with. We have another slot here. Forgot about that. Is anyone not in here at this point who hasn't mastered their current class? Bernadetta hasn't. Oh, Marianne hasn't. Okay. It's interesting. It's always cool to see characters that you wouldn't think would even, like, talk. I don't think we need to level up Balthus now that we've done his paralog. Because the paralogs are what I'm concerned about, having everyone at a decent level 4. But it's fine. Anyone who's below 30, I think, is the goal is to get to 30 here. Then we'll go back to leveling up our main team. And then when it becomes an issue again, we'll, you know, come back to whoever we need to raise. Because I'm sure the paralogs are getting to the point where they're even higher level than like 30s. Because 30 is basically the baseline, I think, for some of the paralogs. And you have to consider a lot of these units we're getting in the post-game. But at the same time, a lot of those units that we recently recruited, that maybe popped up in a new paralog, would have been a much higher level when we got them, so not the biggest concern. But now everyone we have is at least 30. Everyone we're getting from here on out should also be at least 30. Because Dorothy came in at like level 42. So I don't imagine that'll be an issue. But 2 more fights to do before the chapter. So let's go ahead and do that. My mission limit expires. Okay. So it's a time limit fight. Not a big deal. I still don't know if you can level up those action abilities outside of like the survey spots. That's another reason why I've been doing them every single time. Because seriously, like, I have no idea if there's actually a place you can spend to buy them, or if you just have to do them as you move along. Because that's the only way I figured it out, but that doesn't mean it's the only way. That just means I probably wasn't paying attention when they told us. That's basically how it goes. Okay, defeat the Fortress Knight and the allies. We have 10 minutes to defeat 9 enemies. That's not so bad. Though there's probably a couple other mission objectives after that. Hopefully... You know what, let's order them too. I was going to say, hopefully we don't have to order everyone to kind of go to specific enemies. But now that I think about it, when you just have them set on aggression, they kind of just attack whoever. Okay, Jiro's already attacking one, I think. So, maybe it's good. Like, you definitely have to micromanage your units a little bit more than you did in the previous Warriors. That's because I felt like in the previous Warriors, your side units didn't do anything. Whereas in this game, yeah, they're obviously weaker. But they'll still, like, occasionally take bases and stuff pretty quickly by themselves. Which they did, again. It's not that they didn't do those things previously. It's that they didn't do it, I feel like, at the same speed. Because they're clearly nerfed, you know? If you're not actively in control of them, they're nerfed. It's just not to the same extent, like... I don't know, that's just me. Just a gut feeling I get when I play this game. Is it feels like it's faster. And that's after, you know, having played him recently. You know, soon. Not... Recent, I guess would be the word. Did they just summon a bunch of Pegasus Knights? That's a little bit dangerous. I'm gonna hurry though, just because I am a little bit worried that there's more... Seize the strongholds? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm worried that there's more things to do other than just taking care of the 9 enemies. Because I feel like quests usually have more than just that. Otherwise, because like a minute plus for every single one of these elites is definitely a little bit excessive, even if we were under-leveled. Oh, we do have to take this base right now. Okay. Oh wow, the enemy commander's already here. What? Isn't he? No, he's with the knights. Okay. That again also makes a lot more sense. It's just weird when you're fighting like... We're going to help the Empire. Why was, what was it, Ferdinand antagonizing us? Unless I'm just thinking of the wrong person. There's actually a pretty high chance I was thinking about the wrong person. Now that you think about it, that does seem more likely. Though I thought we were fighting the Empire. I don't know. For just one stage. At this point, every time something seems weird to me, I'm just like, it's probably just me not getting it. You know? I don't know if anyone else ever gets that feeling, but that's usually what I assume it is. Chez is taking... I mean, that's a lot of strongholds to take if they want us to take all of them. I'm gonna do some of it, though, just because we clearly have not killed, like, any enemies here. There we go. Lysithea is currently in a flight. Okay. Oh, apparently we... Okay. I guess there's not another stronghold to take. I thought there was, but now that says the only mission is to defeat the enemy to claim victory, so... Would have to assume. Only 256 kills. Eh. Let's just end the fight here. We're close to getting to the next chapter. Did I not fight the right enemy? Is it actually this Great Knight? Was it not? Oh, I'm an idiot. It's Gustav. That does make a lot of sense. Gustav is an axe wielder, so... he'll be fine, actually. We're almost out of weapon points on Gerald, but I can't anticipate it being a huge issue. I mean, the thing about these kind of stages, though, is it's not like there's any stakes. Even if we beat back Gustav here, I'm 100% certain he's not going to die. Oh my gosh. We'd almost broken the bar. Wait, we have A. I don't know if it's just me, though. It feels... I don't know if it's the damage meter or what it is, in addition to the hit meter. But genuinely... And maybe it's because we can't get it as often. But the A-bar attack feels so much more impactful here than it was. Probably because we spam it so much in the other Warriors game, that it really doesn't feel that impactful because we can use it so often. Oh, we just got a fancy bow. Yeah, another bow of Zoltan. So we got the bow of Zoltan anyways, when we went for the axe earlier. That's good to know. I wonder if that's intentional, or if we'd taken the bow, we would have just had 2 bow of Zoltans. Interesting. You know, advance to Garrett Monk. I'm gonna do the last stage though. Watch the contest of strength. Oh, okay. We got a fancy battalion. Okay, here we go. Do this, go back to town, do all of our housekeeping, maybe a couple more support conversations, then on to the next chapter, unless we fail. Which is, wait. It does tell you, I'm an idiot. I'm so sad. Okay, so 7 minutes, 500 enemies, 30% damage. It's definitely told me that the entire time. I'm sure on that menu, and I've just never seen it. That is so awkward. The 500 enemies, 7 minutes. Without 7 minutes, I'll be an issue. 500 enemies, though. And the weird thing about these games is usually it doesn't seem like you've done quite enough kills. And then it gives you some more, I swear, at the end. I don't know if that's because it counts extra... Like, if it, like, calculates the enemies your allies defeated at the end or something to that extent. But whatever it is... I don't know why I didn't send Geralt to the one that was furthest away. It's fine. They still travel pretty fast. But, that's definitely been a thing the entire time, and I definitely never noticed. That's really awkward. Oops. Is it just the stronghold captains that are attacking? Yeah, we're just seizing the strongholds. In that case, we probably don't need to have them defending. So I might just run around here and worry about this. Ooh, that's not gonna hit the assassin. Never mind, it ran into it. Oh, wait. Oh no, I didn't realize that, hold on. If they're trying to prevent the escape, then we probably need to be careful. Or it could be one of those missions where, each consecutive one ends up with more enemies trying to take them down. That's also a distinct possibility. Because I think they've done that trick before.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
Oh, where's the forward captain? Ow. Yeah, we just made Lysithea so, like, ungodly strong, it's hilarious. Like... Because we've given her some defensive abilities, res and defense, a ton of magic. She has like over 80 magic, like... When you consider she's only just over like level 50, that's an absurd amount of magic. Does it mean she's got over 1 per level, like... And you're not even always guaranteed to gain magic, like... Pretty insane. Okay. Okay. I knew it said it caused reinforcements to attack, I just didn't think it was that many. They weren't very strong, though, I'll tell you that much. Hero in general. It's a bow knight. Like, here I want to test a theory, because seriously, the KO count is always higher than what our initial KO count says here. Here it says we've done 364, but I'm pretty sure it's going to tell us we've killed more than 364 if we were to end the stage right now. So... Might as well take control of Shez here and make our way there, just because Shez has 2 bars of A. And the other 3 are protecting our allies, I think, still. I don't think they evacuated from what I saw.
That turned out well.
Is this the... No, it's not this way. Let's see. We're sitting at 390 KOs right now, which I'd assume is an A rank. So if we were to end the fight right now, would it still say we had over 500 enemies? Because I actually really like that they seem to have cut down on the sheer just, you need to grind out and kill a bunch of enemies for no reason. Because that just made stages really, really boring. So, let's see if it does that here. Because we should be right around 400, according to this. If we killed a few enemies in the fort right there.
Rescue complete.
Stage complete, okay. It does, see? We barely cleared 500, but like our KO count on screen was like right around 400. So I wonder why that is. I'll have to look that up because I'm genuinely curious. We have 74 strength. Yeah, I genuinely am curious why that is. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'll take it because it makes it much easier to get our S ranks, but that just doesn't... Interesting. Weird. So shooter healing staff. Let's take a healing staff. Because I don't know if that actually, you know, like heals nearby enemies. I mean allies. But that could be pretty nice. Because you never know if you're going to have another mission eventually the same as like what happened with Dorothy. Let's visit Anna's shop before I forget. Hi, Anna. Okay, she has... Okay. So it feels like it's just every time that we bring Anna to our camp, she has everything she had before, and then she adds in a few new items. So you can't just miss out on some of these, which is actually really nice. She still has all these stocks from, like, previous. In addition to whatever she added. What else do we need to visit? We really, like... At the beginning, we really were clearing out the shopkeep. Now I'm just not worried about it. Even if these restock, we have so many owl feathers that if we really wanted to raise somebody's affinity, we could do it, like, instantly.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Oh. Let's see what we can deliver though. Like we have, let's go down to an even 60. Boot steel. Like we're not using boot steel. I'm gonna get rid of 25 boot steel. It's one of those things that might backfire when we actually have a weapon that uses it. But like, I haven't used arcane crystals I think at all. It's probably for the magical based weapons. Venom stone. I don't think there was another after the venom blade. Which was surprising to me because I kind of thought there would be. We could deliver some of this equipment too. Anything that's D rank can go. We're at the point where we can be picky. Honestly, let's get rid of C ranks too. Like some of these weapons I'm sure are good. And arguably better than like higher ranks. But like we can be picky. And we also haven't been switching weapons that often to be fair, so. Just not concerned about it. There we go. Great smithing stones. I know we're going to want some more black sand steel here. How much can we buy? 62? Okay. I'm going to buy... We have 3, so we need to buy an implement increments of 3 for our upgrades.
Hey there. Need something?
Alrighty then. So we know we can't really upgrade... Oh, we can upgrade this one. We're gonna go with Claude's bow, since he's still weaker than... That puts him at about 2 strength higher than Hilda's weapon. Then we'll go for Hilda's strength. I'm more worried about their might than their durability, in all honesty, because they're my backup units. They're not the units we're actively using. Let's see. Killer tome. We could probably just reforge this killer tome, but we are getting to the point where, like... We should probably just try to find, like, I don't know, an A-rank tome. And just invest into that. Because at plus 26, this is only at 128 might. She does get boost critical resistance factor. But, like, eh. I'd do it now if we didn't have anything else to use Black Knight Steel on, but we do. Mithril. The Knight Captain Sword's really apparently an E rank. That's surprising, given how powerful it is. Oh, we had just enough to max that out. Okay. That is an extra the huge amount of durability. Let's go ahead and actually reforge Byleth's sword if we can. 5 Mithril. Because I just like the nostalgia, honestly, of keeping her with that sword. And unless it begins to really fall behind, why not, you know? Like, it's still at 186 strength. That's far from the best we have, but it's really not falling behind. The main issue with this sword really is that it takes mithril. We'll call that good there. Oh, we have a facility that can be expanded. Didn't even realize, actually. Tactics Academy. Oh, we need to go to the Tactics Academy, then. You know what? It's about time we unlock elixirs. And we'll do... Do we need ability slots? We don't need ability slots. We'll do... Crestology, maybe? Not everybody has a crest, but... We also don't have, like, any gold anymore. Just realized, so we can't level up our Tactics Academy all the way. Not a big deal, though. We can probably sell some stuff, actually. I don't know if we have any bullion. So let's check that real quick. We had one. Okay. In that case, maybe we were a little bit too hasty to do some of our forging upgrades. That's fine. We can save the, like, elixirs and such for the next battle. It hasn't been an issue thus far. I can't imagine it'll be an issue now. And to be fair, we whittled away a lot of money. Leveling up our units earlier. And we know we'll get that back, so... Not a big deal. It's just nice to have the upgrade now. But here we just kind of... I don't know, make sure everybody that we're going to use has high... Like, he's already at green face, so we'll go Holst and maybe... I don't know, Marianne, sure. Does not hurt. Nice. The problem with doing all these too is it's going to give us more conversations to burn through. Maybe Happy and Yuri because they're DLC characters together. Blue cheese. It's actually nice not having to clear out like the all the stock every single time. Because that was really, really annoying. Having to buy like every single gift, every single chapter if you wanted to get all of them. It was pretty obnoxious. Scythia wasn't maxed out on. Okay. Claude hasn't even been... Oh. Let's give Claude a little bit more morale. He probably needs it. He is the leader after all. I think we're only really getting perfect when we, you know, go with the people that are naturally, you know, wanting to do a specific task. Okay, and Darren immediately proved me wrong. Fair enough, game. I was trying to make a prediction. Alright, so no more Frost. Let's see. Happy and Constant, sure. Because they are parts of the DLC house together.
Coco, I'm not gonna make it.
Really?
What in the world do you mean?
Is she just tired or is she not feeling well?
I'm so
She's tired.
Why not just
We're
end
happy.
my suffering now?
Can you not pull yourself together? You were the one who volunteered for guard duty in the first place.
Did she?
Know, but whenever it's just the two of us
Aw.
like this, it reminds me of how things used to be.
It's a little bit sad, actually.
And I get all nostalgic and sleepy. Usually I'd be in bed right now, you know?
Well,
Yeah.
I cannot deny feeling a little
There wouldn't be a need for guard duty back at the monastery.
I can't believe we're still together after everything that's happened. We had to stick with the church for a while. And then we were lucky enough to be taken in by the Federation. Wild, right?
They were separated from some of the other members. Like, Balthus was on his own. And Yuri was... For whatever reason, he was around the mercenary group that we recruited Gerald and Violet with. So.
Necessary that I
Oh,
stay
they're
with
good
you
friends
in
then.
order to avert certain disaster. I had no choice in the matter, you see?
Oh, no choice.
Did I really say all that?
You did indeed. It was the very day we left Abyss, if memory serves.
Alright then, fine by me. I wonder what everyone else from Abyss is up to now.
We know Balthus
Yeah.
and Yuri are alive and well.
We sure do, because they're right here.
It is likely everyone else is thriving too.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Do you ever wish you could return to those days, back in Abyss?
Me?
Yeah,
Nah,
that's fair.
not really. Most of the people here don't know about my power. They actually treat me like a normal person.
Indeed.
That's sometimes a good thing. So it's nice to have people that you can trust and
It's like you
not
said.
talk about.
I'd get lonely without my Coco. What about you? Would you be lonely
It'd be
without
really funny if she just said no.
Well, lonely is not necessarily
Oh,
what I
jeez.
choose.
It's pretty funny.
So it's just me then, huh?
Aw, you don't have to be mean about it.
I would.
Okay.
I would be positively despondent without you here.
There you go. That wasn't so hard, was it? I'm glad you finally admitted it.
You knew? Why must you always tease me so?
You were gonna say no.
Pretty happy when I volunteered for guard duty, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you see, that was because it had
Aw.
already been assigned to me. I merely thought it would be easier to have a partner with whom I was already familiar.
Same
Oh, that's
here.
fair enough.
That's why I volunteered. I knew you'd be my partner, Coco.
I simply cannot win with you.
So fun to see these wholesome interactions, though. Genuinely makes me happy. I wonder what you could possibly talk about with Bernadetta.
Looks like there's lots of bugs around here. Go on and eat a bunch and grow nice and big plants.
What?
Hey, Bernie B. Doing a little garden care?
Oh,
Is she talking to the plants? Eat the bugs?
something happy?
You're like a Venus flytrap. Is that a thing?
Wait, are you here to finish me off
Oh.
and turn me into fertilizer? No! I'm completely devoid of nutritional content. I'm basically just air.
No, but if you want to be fertilizer that
G-
badly,
Jeez, Happy.
I'm certain
Wow.
it could be arranged.
That's messed up.
I just wanted to mention how I'm surprised to find carnivorous plants growing here. I was curious
There were
who was
carnivorous
taking care
plants.
of them,
Okay.
And now I seem to have found my answer.
Yeah, carnivorous plants are my
Really?
favorites.
And mine as well. I had no idea we were such
Interesting.
kindred spirits.
That's so great.
My sister had a Venus flytrap. One of those. They're a lot smaller than you'd think actually, but they would like she'd go hunt like for little worms in our garden. She'd bring it out and literally it was the scariest thing. It'd slowly close and just eat the. Maybe it wasn't a worm. Maybe it was like a fly. I don't remember.
The aroma, the texture, the way you prepare
I just remember she'd go catch something and feed it to the flytrap, and I was like, that's disgusting.
Some are just soft as all get out.
I thought it was pieces of like earthworm though.
Prepared? Like
Might be
how you
wrong.
Take care of them?
Probably am.
I suppose there's a lot of variance there too.
Indeed. So of the ones here, which is your favorite?
Maybe
The one that looks like a jug.
the one that looks like a jug.
I like that one as well. It smells divine.
You smelling carnivorous plants?
Really changes depending on what kind of berries you stuff it with.
Can't say I've ever thought
Carnivorous
of stuff it full of
plants.
berries, but I definitely see how that would change.
Why would you stuff a carnivorous plant full of berries?
Also like this one here with the leaves that act like a mouse.
Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of it being
Teensy and cute.
carnivorous
Full of
plant?
white flowers. I could just stare at them all day.
Interesting. I always pick them before the flowers can bloom, so I didn't know that. Aren't the buds wonderful? Of course, wrapping with leaves is great too.
Yeah.
There you go.
The buds are unusual.
They're having a nice like
And it's hard to imagine the leaves
I don't remember the word for flowers, but
I'm happy you like
floriculture
as much as
maybe.
me.
What?
They're having a nice conversation about it though.
In any case, now we know we like the same ones. We should have
That's
a
true.
bite together next chance we get. Anyway, I have to be off. See ya.
Yep. Next time we'll go out together and
Oh, she just left.
get something to eat.
I think it's nice though for characters like Marianne and Bernadette to have someone just kind of come up to them like that, have a wholesome conversation, see that they have something in common. But alright, let's move on the story. Seriously, if we sit there and go through all of our support conversation at once, we're going to be sitting here for short eternity. So, just do a little bit here and move on. It's crazy that it's been like 9 hours in game time since we let Catherine die. I'm so sad about that still, but we got the other 3 of my 4 favorite characters.
Have the monastery completely surrounded.
Oh.
She's here.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
like she's commanding the
To be
knights
fair,
to
Rhea's
save
actually
themselves.
pretty strong herself.
The knight's morale must be through the roof.
I think it'd actually be pretty cool if you could play as Rhea, but I kind of doubt it's possible.
Indeed. If anything, Edelgard's predicament
Just,
is even more dire than I imagined.
Was she on the list of playable characters? Maybe she was, I don't know.
Want to rescue her? We'll have to
It's one of those, like, that'd be neat and all, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't.
Right. Let's go, everyone. Time to save the day.
Yep, let's get moving. Edelgard is rooted or the upper defense gate is captured. What is the upper defense gate? Also, is there anyone... Okay, so there's nobody to... As far as I can tell, there's nobody to recruit here. Generally speaking, I mean, pretty much every time we've recruited someone from another nation, it has been through persuading them. aside from like Byleth and Geralt off the top of my head. So let's see. Heal Edelgard as she advances. Yeah, that's probably smart. Combat engineers. I'd rather do ones that seem like they could be really effective of the battle here rather than just like pure damage. Armored units though could be good. High spirits. And we'll go for the armored unit. That way we have 2 that could actually drastically affect what happens in the battle. And then we have an armored unit to protect. But yeah, make sure we have all the right units here. Stop trying to put Lawrence in the fight. He's stronger now, but he's still, I don't want him in the fight when we have like Shamir. So we have remain 4, those 2, so Claude, Marion. It's like we can only bring... No, we should be good actually. Alright, so what have we got? 20 minutes, 1800. That's a lot of enemies to take actually. 1800, jeez. When it's such a high number, you gotta sit there and wonder if there's even that many on the field. But we'll probably send Geralt because he's the fastest to go defend Edelgard immediately. Maybe we'll leave either Shez or Byleth to defend the base, or at least nearby. Ooh, that was rough. That was a good shot though, right in the little, like, whole slit in the helmet. Uh-oh. You know, you could also benefit from wearing a helmet, Edelgard. Just a thought. I know nobody ever seems to, but could be helpful. Very nice.
I owe you one. Honestly, it almost feels like you held back till I needed help.
Far be it for me to say that you're wrong. Being owed a favor by the Emperor herself.
Well then.
But now she doesn't have her axe. Did she just pick up another axe? What? I'm confused.
My quill is at the ready, Edelgard. Call in all the favors you want.
It's kind of wholesome to see Edelgard actually getting along after the time skip with other people. I really do hope we can get a path, or maybe all 3 paths. It'd be nice if, you know, despite the fact that, like, Catherine and a few other people died, it'd be pretty dang nice if everyone didn't just die. Where did Edelgard go? I was going to have Geralt go, you know. Oh, there she is. Okay. I was going to say, we should leave at least one person to help her specifically. But I want to take control of someone else, obviously, and be taking down as many enemies as we can. But I guess we could clear out this stronghold too. So that'll take out some of the immediate danger from her anyways. And then we can move on. They're fencing on the upper defense gate. Okay. Who's nearby? We'll leave Lysithea to defend the upper defense gate then.
You can count on me.
Baron Barnes. This is the upper defense gate, right? Yeah. You defend Baron Barnes for now. We'll just have to remember that she's doing that so I don't accidentally later, you know, forget about that. And then we have like 3 units just defending the base. Because seriously, I feel like that happens a lot. And it's always really, really stupid of me. Oh, Edelgard's advancing. Maybe we shouldn't have. We can't let Edelgard be routed though. And that's the big issue. In fact, where's Shamir? Let's have a few people that aren't controllable units as well take care of Edelgard. We have the healing on her, which will make things a little bit easier. / safe. But it doesn't mean we should take any risks. Monica's in danger, okay. We haven't really seen Monica into this point, have we? Okay. Well, we'll just run straight over there then. And then Shez will probably fight their way back out, but let's help her. We do have A-bar here, so hopefully we can just run in there, take them out, and then leave. What? I can't even get through this way? It's gated off. That's not good. I'm gonna see if I send Byleth there specifically, maybe they'll find a way through. I think you can maybe just go through the bottom. Oh, it's this. Okay. Yeah, never mind. We've seen Monica before. I was thinking of I was thinking of Mercedes, who is also from the kingdom, so doesn't exactly make sense, to be fair. Is there a path through? Because Violet just ran through this way. I'm just gonna do this. That's interesting. Maybe we got some of the energy back out of that. Yeah, I actually can't tell if there's a path through there, and Violet seems to... Oh no, the gate opened, really? Well, I don't know if we'll be able to play as Monica, but we should probably save her. What do you mean she's in danger? She's fine. Oh, it froze Monica's. Oh, no, it didn't. It looked like it did for a second, though. This could be another situation, though, like Dorothea, where we probably don't want to let her take too much damage in general. So it's probably a good thing to just be here, regardless. Okay, Monica's safe. Let's check in on Geralt. Yeah. Edelgard hasn't lost, like, any health, though, so she's fine. Spotted the Count fighting... Who is that? Gregor von Varley. I don't know who that is. No, you can't. That would be pretty dang embarrassing for you and for her, actually. Assuming that you're one of the counts. Minister of Religious Affairs, okay. Oh, it's just convenient that she has happened to be right here, but yeah. We'll take care of it. Edelgard is advancing again. She still has a ton of energy. I kind of want to save it here. What? That's unfortunate. An area that is burning. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. So there's no friendly fire, but yeah. Is it a mage that's casting it? Yeah, we do have combat engineers. If we hadn't brought combat engineers, would they not have been able to deal with it and we just have to run through the fire? Because that would be pretty dang funny, honestly. What is Violet doing? Okay, I didn't switch here because I knew they were going to spawn there, but sure. Yeah, that was just really convenient timing. I was about to just move Violet because Violet was sitting here. One of the mortal savants got away from me. What? Interesting. This wall cut off the road. Probably need the engineers for that too, I'd imagine. Alright, we need to chase after that last savant. Oh, isn't that Ingrid? Yeah.
There you are, Edelgard. Your life is mine.
To be fair, don't axes have an advantage against lances? I mean, far be it for me to tell you not to try, but like... We have like 3 units with her. I'm gonna take care of this mortal savant first. Yeah, that's fair. Hilda healed. Oh, I'm glad I gave Hilda concoctions, actually. That's helpful. Where's Ingrid? Yeah. I mean, she can attack Edelgard, but with this number of allies next to her, even if I'm not in control, I don't think they're really in danger. But we should probably prevent her from taking too much damage, even with the combat healers invested in. It was actually really nice that we didn't have to worry about persuading anyone here, because that's a lot of resources we didn't have to spend in terms of strategies. So, and the strategy resources, that's the reason why we do every stage, because if we just sped run it, we wouldn't have been able to do this many strategies. It probably would have still very much been manageable, but it would have been annoying. Perfect, okay. See, it took him off guard duty. That's what I was worried about if I took control of him for too long. Where... He's up here. Just make sure that he doesn't ditch Edelgard. Because she is the main thing I'm worried about. And then... There are actually some units maybe marching on the base pretty soon here. In that lower right corner. Lysithea is still guarding the base though, so maybe we don't need to worry about them. I'm not sure. Let's go take care of him though. Wow, Violet's already is awakening too. Interesting. Wall collapse. They just keep collapsing walls, that's interesting. That's not a bad strategy in all honesty. They're throwing the flames up again. I mean, we have the combat engineers. You would think they'd be able to take care of that. Might be wrong, but... Oh, perfect. They just can't do it again. Haha, suck on that. Yeah, I figured they had another plan, though. Does indeed make sense. Ambushers, okay. So we gotta take care of the ambushers then. Lysithea will have to deal with the people that just got into the base. It's funny though how Geralt joined us by saying like, oh yeah, I doubt they'll have any more, they used to heal. Yeah, they're fine. Geralt was like, I doubt they'll have any more work for us, and here we are fighting alongside the Empire again. I can just imagine him being like, what the heck, dude? Like, really? And he's just like, well, they're paying us. Though to be fair, it was the, kind of a random house, not Edelgard, I think, themselves that had hired us at the end there. Or hired Byleth and Geralt. So, nothing too crazy. Alright. Ah, Geralt. Stop. Like, stopping. Guarding Edelgard. Because I know he wants to just run off and do his own thing. It's actually kind of an issue. And only one Falcon Knight made it here, actually, so we're good. Why is Hilda so injured? What? Maybe we should pair up with Hilda. Not Claude. Ah, whatever, it's fine. I don't know how injured Claude was, but Hilda was kind of hurt, so I was gonna take care of her. Perfect, okay. What's scary is we needed 1,800 enemies, and even knowing that we just randomly get a bunch of free kills for no reason, we're still less than half of the way there. We have 3 A bars on Shez, surprisingly, actually. I'm not going to waste it on this singular Holy Knight, but that is important to note. That means that they have, she has a lot of power just sitting ready. Is there somebody attacking Edelgard right now? I was going to say, why did they stop advancing? Maybe the A attack is based off what class they are, actually. So maybe if I were to change him to, like, a Dark Knight, it'd be something interesting. Probably would change his skills as well, though. Oh, this gate's locked. Are you kidding me? Well, I guess we could have Shez kind of go around this way and rout off any other forces on the other side. Since this is where Edelgard is going. Just do this. That only did about just 170k damage. Lysithea's special was occasionally going up to like 400k by herself. That's pretty crazy. Could have been due to like weapon advantage or something to that extent too, but like, still. Just keep taking these strongholds with these 3. Oh no. We probably need to switch back to Geralt then. Ooh. I think it's about time that we call up, have Byleth focus on that one. I think it is about time that we call up Lysithea. I'm really gonna regret this if... Oh, she can't do that anymore. In that case, you go there. I'm gonna regret that if they start launching a blitz attack on her base. But at this point, I don't think that's the case, and Gerald's already out of weapon, durability. So we probably kind of need it. Because he's not even close to, like, A-bar either, which is really annoying. That is really hard to control. Can Shez get up here, though? Oh, perfect. That's, yeah. Shez has 2 more A-bars, I'm pretty sure, so... That's probably the ideal thing. Get them up here. Why is she running through? Oh, it's blocked off. Okay. Well, we'll just keep holding them off here until she gets here. I hadn't really anticipated that issue, but having just Geralt constantly fighting, supporting Edelgard here, has created the issue of he has no more weapon durability, and now we have to fight, you know, an actual enemy. Although, We might be okay regardless. Oh yeah, we might be just okay over. Never mind, we didn't need Ches here. That's fine. Still didn't hurt to have him up here. Okay, so he's retreating. Good. I didn't want to kill the dude. I didn't want to kill any members of the kingdom. That's not the goal here. You know?
Eliminate Dimitri and force the kingdom troops to retreat.
Are we trying to kill Dimitri? I didn't think that was the plan here. That's a little bit awkward, Edelgard. You don't need to be so bloodthirsty. Do we open the chest? Yeah, see, it's just like an accessory. It's helpful, but... Alright, Edelgard made it up there. Isn't Monica? Yeah, I was gonna say, she's all the way down there. Yeah, that's fair, Dimitri. But... Oh gosh, I didn't think about that. Okay, Violet's already up there, but let's ideally, you know, not let her just die. Defeat Dimitri. Tell me that's a defeat and not a kill. I don't even think have we even fought Dimitri up to this point? Capture the front. Ooh, Rhea's here. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, you know what we do? We do real quick. Oh, we can't switch off right here. We're gonna send Lysithea that way, but we can shadow step back down there too. I was really worried about that. We should have left Lysithea down there. In fact, what I'm gonna do here is we'll just use this, because if we can just finish off Dimitri, we might be able to just head back there anyways. So it might not matter. But dang it, I had that gut feeling, and then I was like, ah, we're just gonna call her up. Shadow step, shadow slide. Shadow slide. Do I have to click on that for it again? I can never remember because I don't do it that often. Perfect, okay. We shadow slided Ches over there. That wasn't the plan, but she still has her bars, so... Oh, there is Rhea as an enemy. That's interesting. This is going to be unfortunate for you, Rhea. I'm sorry to say. She has a lot of health, actually. What? I guess that makes sense, but I kind of thought that was going to hurt her a lot more than it actually did.
The kingdom cavalry and the church are launching an attack on our stronghold.
Oh, gosh. Okay, Gerald doesn't need to be guarding Edelgard. We should... Shamir will still be there. I was going to say, you could maybe leave one unit guarding Edelgard, but it's fine. We still have 2 shadow steps as well. Could be fine.
Not that I'm complaining, mind you.
What else is this? What? Yeah, I know it's Rhea. We've been fighting her for like a few minutes now. You can say that, and you can argue about like the tyranny of what Edelgard's doing. Rhea's also been a bit of a tyrant though in a lot of the Three Houses paths. Sorry, Rhea. Okay, well she's not dead, so.
I will correct the mistake I made when I took you in.
What?
By ending your life.
When did you? Oh, she did take us in, I guess, temporarily. To be fair, we specifically told her at the beginning of the game, I don't want to stay here. And they were like, no, you be a student. They insisted. I remember we even told Alois, I don't want to stay here. Leave me alone. And they didn't listen. Interesting. We're totally fighting Rhea as a dragon. There's no way we're not. I just get that gut feeling that that's what's coming.
Would you look at that? We won.
Sure did.
To you. Actually, I'd say you pulled most of the weight. The kingdom and the church had a ton of grizzled warriors on their side. We would have been in real trouble without you and your mercenaries.
You were pretty impressive yourself. You barely even broke
I
a
like
sweat
that these
out
two like each other.
I appreciate the compliment, though. I'm glad we got the chance to team up like this.
Me too. The war's not over yet, though. I'm hoping you'll stick around to the end.
I'm sure she will, yeah.
The Ashen Demon has proved a greater asset than we could have ever imagined.
And Arval wanted to kill her.
To see your gamble pay off. If nothing else, I'll be a lot less busy as your partner in destiny
Maybe.
going forward. What a thing to imagine.
You don't need to be sad about that, Arval. That means that we're at peace. In theory, at least.
There's still this.
Ooh, didn't give me any stats there. Interesting.
I won't let my
That was a big MVP, actually. Arvin Lord Master? Oh, okay. So, here's a relic across the chest of Charon. Who is the crest of Charon? I have no idea who that is, actually. Interesting. Got a few achievements there, too. Might have a new reward waiting for us. Let's see what happens now, though.
I owe you a great debt.
You sure do. He just completely openly says it like, yep, sure do.
Must really chafe having the shoe on the other foot.
And what is that supposed to mean? If all you plan to do is mock me, then perhaps I'll know
Ah,
the
jeez.
debt after all.
Hey, it was just a joke. Just something Lawrence said. Nothing for your imperial.
Yeah, throw Lawrence under the bus, Claude. Good job.
Jokes aside, do you have a minute? Eager as I am to get back out there and chase down our enemies?
Yeah, they do need to.
If you insist. What is it?
Right now, the Federation and the Empire are fighting together against the Kingdom. But honestly, I have no desire to see Fargus in ruins.
Yeah.
I'm only after the Central Church.
At this point, though, wouldn't you say the two
No,
are
I would
one
not.
and the same?
I'm not so sure. When Dimitri decided to grant sanctuary to the Central Church, he really wasn't in any position to refuse.
Yeah.
The chaos that ensued would have torn Fargus apart.
I'm surprised Claude realized that, but Edelgard doesn't.
Adding up differently now. It's clear the war will drag on so long as he continues to shelter them. Besides, the Federation's Eastern Church and the Empire's Southern Church are both operating independent of Rhea's influence. The Central Church must be looking like a pretty heavy burden to Dimitri right about now.
Yeah, like Claude's got a really good point. And this is actually what we've seen in our Dimitri-only scenes as well.
Anywhere else. Even if Dimitri has changed his mind, I doubt those around him would be open to the idea.
Maybe not everyone, but he's still the king.
The kingdom has yet to show any sign of severing ties with the Central Church. They stand beside them even now.
This
Yeah,
is
that's fair.
just a theory. Well, actually, it's more like wild speculation. But what if the reason Dimitri tried to take Garrick Mach was because he wanted to distance himself from the church?
Ooh.
By facilitating Rhea's return to Garrick Mach,
Yeah,
he
that's
could be
true.
trying to set the stage to break away.
That's an interesting theory. Do you have any evidence to support it?
Ooh.
Not really.
Not really, but
That's the impression I got when I saw Dimitri on
that
the
would be an
battlefield.
interesting theory.
To be honest, didn't even occur to me before.
I hadn't even thought of
I was
either.
so determined to take
Put them
down
back in
Garrick
their
that
place so that they're no longer sheltered by the kingdom, and then cut ties.
motivations.
I see.
Huh.
Had it occurred to you sooner, you would have had quite the decision to make about whether to
My
leave
goal is to
the
get all
dead
three of the leaders to stay alive. I know we probably don't have any influence in that,
leaving
but
the kingdom to return here. Abandoning
Interesting.
me would have been the expedient choice.
Oh, come on, Edelgard.
Yeah.
Sure, we've had our differences, but that doesn't mean I want you dead.
guess they get along.
I'm happy to hear you say that. Even
Jeez.
if it is a lie.
You wound me. It's the honest truth from the bottom
As
of
long
my
as you don't
heart.
try to take over the Federation/Alliance later.
You say. No matter. You should continue to do as you see fit. And I will
Interesting.
do all I can to bring this war to an end.
You're the one who started the war.
Let's end
I get
this
that your goal is to take down the church, and so that's the actual, like, goal.
Sounds like
But still. I mean, you started a war with the Federation, Edelgard, and we didn't have anything to do with Rhea, so I don't know if you can really make that excuse.
Federation army will join in the chase. Give the order to the
But
rest
fair
of the
enough.
troops.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I've got a pretty good guess as to which mercenaries are leading the hunt. And I'd better pick up the pace.
Yeah.
If you'll excuse me.
I assure you, Claude, we will not be far behind.
Okay. We're having a much bigger army.
The Federation army
The
is
Emperor
going to
seems to be
beat
an
us the
issue.
punch. We should give chase as well.
I agree. Send
A
a fifth of
fifth.
our army to pursue them.
Okay, well, she's going herself. I was about to say. I'm sending a
Dispatch
fifth,
half
but
of the remaining forces to the
Western Front, defend and
and
repair.
assign the other
Oh, okay.
half to defend
That
the
actually does
central
make sense.
monastery.
Only a fifth? Are you sure that will be enough?
There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
With the Federation army present, our hands will be tied regardless. Besides, if we neglect to leave the monastery sufficiently guarded, I fear I'll never hear the end of it from Count Varley.
Interesting.
Did we lose them? I was hoping we could at least tell our allies where they went.
Oh, it's just the two of us apparently. Jeez.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just
Oh
thinking
no.
how the time has
No, 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 no. Arval. Oh my gosh. Now Sothis is gonna come out and it's gonna be a huge issue. Come on, I didn't want to kill Violet. Tell me Violet doesn't die. I'd be so sad. The Hour of Vengeance. Stop that.
Wildfire.
Arval.
The hour of vengeance.
At least it's very clear that it's not actually Shez, because it's a completely different voice.
It's over.
Interesting.
Oh, how I've waited for this day. The day that I kill you!
Oh, that's the little shadow step thing they have. Oh no. Stop it, Arval. Oh, that's pretty neat.
Run away while you can.
Oh.
You're free to try, but you won't get away from me that easily.
Stop him, Shez.
Carve out your monstrous heart.
Byleth. Oh. Come on. Byleth stopped Sothis after a little bit. Well, no, she didn't. We kind of got away, but, you know. Run away, Byleth. Are we about to become the enemy? That would be a new twist. The player character became the enemy.
Mercenaries were supposed to be leading the charge. So where are they?
It's strange
Interesting.
that we haven't heard from them yet. I can't imagine they'd fall for a kingdom ambush, but...
We have a problem, Your Majesty. A group of mysterious mages has appeared just
Oh
ahead.
no.
It looks like they're preparing to intercept us.
I'd consider this possibility, but if we can't use all of our main characters, could be kind of an issue. I guess like our Claude or Hilda or Shamir aren't too far behind. Still could be kind of an issue.
If it's a fight they want, we don't have much choice but to oblige them.
Your Majesty,
Yeah.
I've spotted the mercenaries among the enemy force, and they appear to be fighting.
Okay, they
each
are
other.
fighting each other.
I don't know the details, but it seems as though our commander attacked the Ashen Demon.
What?
Have our fears come to pass? Was
Oh
our friend
no.
truly
Yeah, this is really
following
bad
us
timing.
further in the dark all this time?
It's too soon to say for sure. We know the enemy is capable of both controlling
And impersonating. Oh.
He's right. Back at the academy, the person we thought was
Thomas
Tomas
was really solo.
stolen all along. So
Interesting.
For all we know, our friend could actually be somewhere else entirely.
Yeah, but the specific power is a little bit hard to imitate. You have to consider most of the people that were being imitated were either being imitated by someone who was naturally much more powerful than who they were pretending to be, or just like, you know, a thief pretending to be another thief.
We can afford to do that, right?
We can't afford not to.
Yeah.
It would be an unspeakable loss if we slew the alleged imposter, only to learn we had
But inadvertently killed
killed
a
our
friend.
friend.
Host brings up a good point.
We'll stop them and get to the bottom of this.
That would be crazy though if it turns out like we're not fighting Rhea, we're not fighting them. It turns out Shez is actually the villain. What a twist. Yeah, we totally don't have control of him, do we? Gosh dang it. Go to Claude. You know what? It's time to give Claude a bit of a spotlight again, isn't it? I didn't think we were going to be thrown directly into another fight as well. That's a little bit surprising to me. Wait, who do we not have from our main team? Okay, so we have Shamir, Lysithea, Claude, Gerald. Where's Oh, we don't have Byleth either. Gosh, dang it. We invested so heavily into these two and we don't have either of them. You're kidding me. It's so not good. At least we somewhat leveled up these other characters, so that's something. Where's Dorothea? Lowest level here is Holst. The highest we can do is either Holst or Ash. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit scuffed, admittedly. Wasn't planning on this happening.
I will hunt you until my dying breath. Get back here.
Yeah, he's mad, jeez.
Things won't end well if we don't put a stop to this.
Yeah. The crow before Arya's routed. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna immediately send a couple of our playable characters over that way. Is that a gatekeeper? Bias, I don't know what that is. They are naturally very strong against our mounted units. I didn't think about that. We totally sent like 3 mounted units and there's a ton of mages here. But I want to capture this immediate stronghold because it is the closest one to our base. A little bit too dangerous, I think, to leave it be. Alright. Do we have to get rid of all the mages? Well, Lysithea can take care of them, hopefully. Yeah, what a twist. I mean, there was always that uneasy tension, but I just didn't think that Arval could possess us the same way Sothis had potentially possessed Byleth. Especially since Sothis hadn't done it again, and Arval really seemed like he was starting to listen to us. Or it. I don't know. Arval, I would assume, just because Sothis is very clearly a girl, they made Arval a guy. But I don't want to make anyone mad, so I've just been saying they. You know, it's one of those, like, I'm not looking to, like, offend anyone, you know? And people do get offended over stuff, like, even if it's just a video game character. But, yeah, we'll go back to calling him they. Get to Crow before she's routed. How much health does she have? Is she doing okay? He is already at half health. That's scary. Maybe it's a good thing that we leveled her then. Theoretically, that would make her hold out longer, I'd imagine. Okay, I need you to go down. Bias, if that is your real name. Because I'd imagine we do actually probably just fail the stage. It makes you really wonder, though, if we killed Byleth earlier, what would have happened here? Would this have even been a stage? Hey, stop that. Stop. Stop hitting Byleth. It totally does, because I like Byleth as well. Not in the listening mood either. Yep, defeat them. I'm not going to hold back then. This is sad though, after like Jarrett was like, we did the A-rank support, like, look after him, stuff like that. This might be what held off us doing A-rank between Byleth and, you know, Byleth and Shez too. Oh no. Are you kidding me? Get on somebody mounted. Let's head over there. Oh no. See, the problem is if they keep warping around and Arya's getting, Byleth is getting considerably more hurt, it's actually kind of an issue. Luckily, we did bring 3 mounted units, so we can get there faster. Yeah, it's kind of, his moveset, Claude's moveset is basically, to me, it feels very similar to Shamir's, just on Wyvern back, and I'm not sure I like it. Like, that, it's the spin attack, right? But from on top of mount. Oh gosh, okay. Well, this could be dangerous, but I'm gonna need you two to start heading after those mortal savants. Oh my gosh, okay. Claude, I need you to go take care of that. I'm gonna send a bunch of these guys here too. Send them off in pairs though, so that they're not just going on their own. Because we basically have to keep them alive, but we also need to be aware of where Shamir is. I forgot Shamir was mounted now. The problem is if we leave... This is not good. It's honestly such an issue that our 2 most invested units, we can't use this mission. It should be doable, but I am really worried about not doing it in time. Wow, she just broke like all of their bars. Good job, Shamir. Nice. Alright then. Time to assign. You take care of that. We need everyone else trying to break through to them. She can deal with that actually. It's fine. I'm glad we did slowly level other characters though. That's really important that we did. The problem is I don't think other units... Can we get to them fast? Oh my gosh, that hurt. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, she's not in too much trouble. Why is Arval so angry at Sothis, though? Like... That's not good timing.
over to them.
Wait, where did they go? Did they just warp again? I swear. Okay, we'll send Lysithea that way then. So much going on. Oh, they're all the way over here. Do we need to take a... I don't even see how we break through to them, actually. Never mind then. She can keep fighting that. I don't know. Oh no. Okay, should be able to get to them this way, I think. The problem is Byleth is very, very hurt. Like, it's already at like half health. I don't think we can afford to just leave them. It's this way. Though I understand that, like... Oh my gosh, how do we get in there? We had to go the other way, are you kidding me? Oh, they were already in there, though. I just don't have an active character in there. How beat up is she? Okay. Who's the closest? It's probably Gerald. I didn't realize we'd have to go the other way around. I kind of thought Claude could just fly up through there. That's awkward. This must be where they admit, though, that they have Sylphis and Arval to each other after this fight. I would imagine. Would make a lot of sense to me. Come on, let us take them down. We aren't doing any damage to them here. Like, it's crazy how tanky they are. We can break this Mortal Savant's... Ah, we couldn't do it. Stop! I was going to try and break that shield there. Lysithea's close to there. Though she can't... Just stay there in that area then. What? Oh, okay, Lysithea has to... Okay. Bias is back. Just gonna do this. If we can get in there with Byleth, I think Shez should attack us first. So I'd rather use the A ability here and get into there. Oh my gosh. We have Awakening too if we need. Alright, Shez. Stop it. I don't want to use my Awakening either because I don't know if... Well, A, if we're going to have to fight Dimitri after this, but B, what's all going on. I wonder if this fight was just supposed to be like you get so much time to DPS each time. I don't actually know. Because that would have been interesting if we just didn't have the DPS on other characters to do it fast enough. And you could have just like maybe, if you were way stronger than Shez, just one shot, you know? It's her dad. Like, okay, she retreated. Good. She was very hurt. Oh, time to get rid of Solon. This is one person I'm not gonna regret taking out. I think we only needed 700 enemies for the S rank here, so it is time to. Unless I'm wrong, I might be wrong. Yep. Why did that not do any damage, bud? There we go. Wait, what?
Well, that was quick. I don't know what's going on, but it can't be good.
The mercenary commander? Wait, Shez? Oh no. Yeah, I know you get those bonuses for using awakened enemies. I mean, awakening state, whatever it is. Level XP up, drop rate up, attributes, all that stuff. I get it. I just don't like locking myself and using one character. Jeez. Ooh, this is a cutscene like when Shahid was killed, so... Is this where we... Nope, he got away again. Are you serious? My gosh. Where's he chasing him off to? Are we not gonna have Shez for like an entire chapter too? Because if so, that's gonna be real obnoxious.
I need to get this flesh underground.
What? Oh, sick.
So it's true. You really are from Shambhala.
Shambhala. Oh, that's where Shez went.
Forgive me for this, Solon.
Without your
Without
side.
your sacrifice, this
Is Arval actually... Maybe that's why. Sothis might have actually been on the side of good. And they're trying to get rid of Arval because Arval's evil.
Oh, great Saharas,
Huh.
veil of night fluttering in the abyss. By the laws of creation, throw wide your infernal gates and swallow my bones.
Arval. Here we thought Arval was a good person this entire time. And now they're just causing a ton of issues.
You've come here to strike me down yourself. I thought you a smarter foe than that, Edelgard.
Really? You think you'll win this fight? The upper hand is clearly mine in this moment. All I have to do is buy some time.
And Axe beats Lance.
Say, then I suppose I must test your resolve.
Oh. I know he's a good shot, but he doesn't necessarily need to do that.
I wouldn't say no. So what do you want to do?
Uh-oh. She was about to brag to Dimitri.
This power, it's...
Oh, no. Uh-oh. A what? We did it 12 seconds too slow. That's really awkward. Honestly, though, for not having our strongest units and bringing a bunch of mounted units into a melee fight, not super worried about it. But yeah, that's terrifying. We might get Byleth back here, which would be really nice. I don't think we're getting Shez back for a little bit. Just a thought. Don't give us an entire map with like 20 battles to do, though.
Long battle. My race
What?
wavers at the brink of extinction, and so it falls upon me to
Uh,
reclaim this world. That
now
what
there's
was
two?
stolen from my people might be theirs once more, which is why I was born.
What? Now there's three?
Yes, I created you. The cycle of the
Oh.
world, the rehousing of souls. How
Interesting.
desperately I sought this secret art, but it demanded precision. One defect,
Huh.
one essence wrongly transplanted would lead to consequences most irreparable. I knew I must oversee
Interesting.
the process myself in order to save my beloved people. When my consciousness first initialized, I was nothing. I remember the sound of water, of
Bubbles.
the sound of a massive object slowly lurching along. I thought the noise would continue for eternity. But then... a
Interesting.
change. Something gave way. The water began rushing rapidly. Pale shadows closed in around me. Amidst deafening sounds, I walked desperately in search of light. That was an unforeseen accident. I was sure
Into the
all had
waters.
been lost
I have no
in
idea what they're
waters.
talking about.
It was
Gonna be
fortunate
completely
I
honest,
created
no
you,
clue.
For you proved useful in a way I never expected. I am to become you. That's why I'm here. That's
Oh.
why I've been compelled to remove any obstacle in your
Well, can you
way.
leave Shez out of it?
Only by destroying the abomination inside the Ashen Dome
Oh, they want to destroy
can you bring
Sothis.
salvation to the world. So you understand. Then
Turn
return
that body.
that body you two share
Oh,
to
no.
me.
Say
It
no.
pains me to do this
Say
too,
no.
But alas, all was written from the beginning.
This would be a twist though if the player character ended up being the final enemy that we had to kill. I would be pretty dang upset though, not gonna lie.
Wildfire. Into the
I guess it'd be almost like Robin sacrificing themselves. But, interesting. Into the chasm.
Stay where you are. It would be best if you refrained from bringing
Oh.
out any weapons as well.
Were they separated?
Edelgard? Hold on. What are all three of you doing here?
She very clearly isn't gonna have any memory of it.
It appears we've been
Are we gonna get to play as all three leaders in one path? That'd be pretty neat.
That's the long and short of it. But isn't all of this your doing?
I really don't know.
When we awoke, we found ourselves here, in this dark and ominous void.
Don't tell me you can't remember what happened. You suddenly transformed and started attacking your friends.
You don't want to hear the answer to that question.
To knock you out and capture you. but it wasn't long before you came to and escaped. I was told that you were acting like someone else entirely.
Do we have any memory of it?
I guess that kinda rings a bell. The last thing I remember is Arval telling me to slay the Ashen Demon.
We haven't told them who Arval is.
I think it was Arval.
Arval?
The voice in my head.
Yeah.
A few years now.
Sounds
pretty out there, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, you should have told Byleth that.
And you claim this Arval suddenly decided to turn on you.
I know how it sounds.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah,
like
there are
you're
two
insane.
things I can say for sure. The first is that Arval's magic is what dragged us all in here.
So no one's
The
gonna.
second is that there's
Perfect. They're
no
not gonna
one
drag
there
Shez into it.
anymore.
How can you be certain?
Because I don't feel them. At least not in my mind.
Interesting.
Arval's somewhere else now. Somewhere distant.
I
Dude,
don't mean
I mean,
for
like,
this to be an interrogation.
yeah.
But distant? From where? This story of yours is hardly convincing.
Well, you do seem to be your old self again. That, if nothing else, makes me want to believe what you're saying.
Thanks, Claude. I mean, you're the only one of the three that's probably going to trust us. Yeah.
About that.
Which is fair.
I know I said
The problem
distant,
is.
but Arval's definitely here
Yeah.
with us somewhere. If we can find them and figure out what magic they used on us,
Ooh.
we might just be able to escape.
That sounds wildly optimistic.
It does.
Sure does. But considering we don't know
Yeah, are we
anything
gonna?
about this
That'd be
place,
super
we
cool
might
though
as
if all
well
three of the
go
past
for
kind of converged in a place like this,
In that case,
and you got a chance to play all three of them.
and see if we can't find any clues to where we are.
But I get the feeling maybe Edelgard and Dimitri will just be allied units. Not sure. But it'd be really, really neat, honestly, to get to play all three of them, because that never, never happens in Three Houses. Oh. Temporarily parted ways ever with Claude. Okay, well, maybe they are just allied units then. Oh, doesn't hide anything interesting. He's not, I promise, besides, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if laughing would have been very, this wouldn't have been the time to laugh. Now they're having a discussion.
Dimitri, we need to talk. I'm just gonna
Okay.
come out and say it. After the war, I'm going to abolish the central church and depose the archbishop.
This is an oddly convenient time for them to talk about it.
Shackled by this decrepit system for too long, and I'm ending it.
Let's also not start a fight here right now.
That's right. Think about
Not exactly the best time for you to be arguing,
freedom and gives
even
you
if it's a good opportunity to talk.
duties and obligations simply because you have a crest. Who forces you and your friends into a bunch
Yeah.
of unwanted marriages and positions of power?
He is right.
The church even forbids any official contact with outside regions. Not exactly great for Fargus, right? Being as close to Serang and Albinia as you are.
But to be clear, your quarrel is
Yeah,
with
we don't
the
have a problem with you,
church,
Dimitri.
yes? Not with Fargus itself?
Heck no.
Exactly. We have nothing to gain by fighting you. And really, our enemy isn't the actual church so much as the people at the top who make all the decisions.
I understand where you're coming from, Claude.
And on a personal level, the problem is his hands are tied, and Claude knows that.
But as a king, you're opposed.
Yes, for 3 reasons. First, abolishing the church would deny the king's right to rule
But it-
Fargus. Without one, the people will descend into chaos and war. Would you
I
be able
don't
to
think
take
that's necessarily the
responsibility
case.
for such a thing once it came to pass? Second, recklessly
Yeah.
discarding the church will only incite discord among the clergy and its supporters.
The kingdom's not in the same position to do this as the Alliance/Federation and the Empire were.
Not only mean casualties among the common folk, but will endanger your own life as well.
Leaving the first two for a second, I have some serious issues with that last one. I'm glad you're concerned for my safety, but I can take care of myself.
But
Yeah.
don't you see? The people you wish to depose are human, just as
I don't know if Rhea necessarily
no
is.
matter what ingenious scheme you come up with, or how careful you try to be, they will suffer, and their
That's that
vengeance
knightly
will
chivalry.
eventually find you, no matter how hard you try to stave it off. I know full
Interesting.
well the guilt that accompanies such actions, and the retribution they provoke.
Everyone has to deal with the consequences of their decisions.
Yeah,
If you let it
yeah.
rule you, Fodlan never
Claude is really
changes.
speaking to reason, but so is
If it
Dimitri.
doesn't change, it'll just fall apart.
But not taking the time to look where you're going will only lead you to stumble and fall.
The problem here is they're both right.
I consider it my duty to help them.
Yeah.
There you go, trying to save everyone again. You really are too
Like,
good for
it's
me.
not that, like, both of them obviously have flaws in their logic,
I'm jealous of how you're not
but
burdened with the same
they're
restrictions.
both right, you know.
In the world I'm trying to create, you wouldn't be burdened by them either. You could even... No, forget that. I'm serious about what I said, though. And I really do admire how you want to save
I wonder if everyone has a lengthy conversation
If you weren't a king,
while we're talking to the other one.
been friends.
I feel much the same. Had
That's
I
fair.
joined with you, I might have been able to see a different vision of Fodlan.
That is rough, though. So now if we talk to Claude, will the other two talk?
Well, I'm stumped.
I'd worry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I was gonna say, he's the one with the plan usually. We're the mercenary. Okay, I kind of thought like Edelgard and Dimitri were talking.
I wonder.
Interesting. I would say I'm happy to be working together. Even more yeah, he has an like abnormal amount of physical strength, if memory serves. Oh, okay, maybe it's just our house leader. Our house leader will have talk with the other two if we're talking to one of the others.
I have to say, this isn't how I imagined Fodlan's three most powerful leaders would be coming together.
That's fair.
Indeed. I hesitate to even consider the look on Hubert's face right
Yeah,
now.
well, I don't like Hubert.
I don't think anyone's too worried about me, though. Vanishing without a word is kind of what I do. Even now that I'm the king of the Federation, it looks like I'm as unreliable as ever.
Or perhaps
Maybe.
it's the opposite, and your people think you reliable precisely because you always return. It must
Oh.
be nice having friends you can depend on to handle important matters in your absence.
And it must feel lousy to realize no one wants to do your job, Edelgard.
Yeah, nobody.
I'm glad to see your
Hmm.
tongue remains as agile as ever. Let's try moving our feet
Fair enough.
instead, shall we?
I really like though that like, A, Dimitri didn't go insane without Byleth. You know, on his own. Claude is like, I mean, Claude's who we sided with technically, and Edelgard is, she waged a war, but she's making it very clear, and so is Claude, that they don't have a problem with Dimitri.
Maybe we should join forces and take them on.
You know, stuff like that. They're making it very, very clear,
You're such a bore sometimes, Claude.
and it makes it very like possible that all three of them actually survive.
Well, I suppose it would be easier for me if the kingdom stuck around. After all, I get the feeling that if we divide Fodlan
Yeah.
between the Empire and the Federation, I'll be the one holding
That's
the
fair.
short end of
I mean,
that.
that's the thought we've had since the very beginning.
Our goal is to deal with Rhea and the Central Church, not to unify Fodlan.
You never
Yeah.
have been one to mince words, have you? Well then, allow me to...
Is she about to say she's gonna attack the Federation
It would
after?
be more convenient for me if the kingdom ceased
Oh.
to exist. The Central Church has a
Fair
much
enough.
closer relationship with Fargus than with the other regions. Even were we to capture the Archbishop and force her to dismantle the upper echelons of the Church, it wouldn't be enough. The roots of that organization
That's
run
fair.
deep.
You hold on. You're just looking to capture Rhea? You're not
Yeah, I
gonna
thought she was trying to kill Rhea too.
get rid of her?
Is it not enough to subdue a foe and remove them from power?
That coming from Edelgard is the biggest thing I would not have expected to say. Honestly.
And here I
Yeah.
thought you wanted to pursue a peaceful solution.
You're the one who started the war with both people.
Hey, give me some credit. If I didn't like to rock the boat, Lester would have been swallowed up by the Empire ages ago.
Yeah,
I have
that's also true.
ambitions, Edelgard. Real ones. I won't go into details, but I'm definitely fighting to make them a reality.
All that, and you're not planning to enlighten me?
Unreliable and stingy.
Unreliable and stingy. I, for one, have no qualms
I actually
with
genuinely do like this version of Edelgard more than what happens in Three Houses.
irrational power structure that shackles foes.
Just like, she seems a lot less aggressive towards literally everyone.
Come again?
Hey, don't get me wrong. That's a goal I can get behind.
Though the same could be said for Dimitri. I think Claude's pretty much the same though.
But I'd be grateful if my own ambitions can be
But like
fulfilled
Dimitri with the eye patch and everything, it's not quite as angry.
That is possible. At least for now.
It seems like with Dimitri and Edelgard though, they just tried to make less of a drastic change to their character designs, like they did post time skip before.
I hope so, at any rate.
Which is fair.
Same here. But before that, we need to find a way
And
out of
I
this
think that shows no better in anyone other than Dimitri. Because seriously though, Dimitri was like, I mean, have you seen anyone who's played, you know, I mean, it's crazy. That sounds like a bad idea, but I get the feeling we're gonna do it anyways.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything else we can do. Is this just gonna warp us? Make use of all sort of... Oh, facility functions. Okay. Interesting. Well, not really concerned about anything here except... Can I train? No, okay, I was gonna say that pretty funny. Might as well, at this point, if it's just gonna be the two of us, probably need to. Let's see. What about the blacksmith? I know his weapon is fail not, so we probably don't have... Oh, we can. Increase its might once more. We are gonna start upgrading Hilda's, but if we're literally just stuck in here with just Claude and me, probably gonna need some more strength here. 210 on... Oh, that's Byleth swords. I'm an idiot. I was gonna upgrade the... Oh, we did not need blacksmith. We can invest in trying to upgrade it a bit more. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm genuinely, like, surprised at how this is going.
Yeesh. You can't tell forward from back in here.
I still feel like we have quite a few chapters to go. I can't imagine everything wraps up here in another, you know, at least for another 3, 4, 5 chapters. Uh-oh.
So it failed. Has my skill degraded that sharp
I mean, to be fair, it
over
really
the
does just
years?
look like Arval with, like, a crown on the wings.
I have been searching for you, and look what you brought me.
Well, now they know that
Fancy themselves
we're not insane.
sovereigns, ruling over that abomination's wretched spawn. What unexpected luck.
Oh.
I do hope you are all prepared to face death this day.
So this is
I'm good.
Arval, is it? Undo this sorcery and return us from whence we came, demon.
I mean, if you ask nicely,
I do not think
he
that
probably would
will
have still
be
said
happening.
no, but they probably would have said
If I
no, sorry.
desire to
But,
accede to your wishes, the great
yeah.
forbidden spell of Zaharos
Oh.
is a one-way journey. None can escape this eternal
Excuse me?
darkness.
I vote we kill this thing and see what happens. Who's with me?
I didn't want to say it, but
Lay this trap.
yeah,
To suffer the same fate as us.
that's fair enough.
If this
I feel like
being can
maybe,
free themselves from this void,
yeah,
it stands to
if we
reason
can't
that
free
so
ourselves,
too
which
we-
I'd imagine will happen, I'd imagine maybe Sothis
Come
can.
down if you like. Sadly, what you see before you is but an illusion. I have a task
Interesting.
to fulfill, and once it is accomplished, I shall leave this place alone.
Arval, wait! What task are you talking about? Why did you use me?
Yeah, Shiz is gonna be really hurt.
What are you trying to do here?
They thought they had a connection.
But you are mistaken. I am not.
Although, yeah,
Arval.
it's not exactly
My
Arval.
name is Epimenides.
Epimenides, huh?
Ordinary man who vowed to kill the beast which set the earth ablaze.
An ordinary man.
Do you not comprehend my purpose? I must
Really?
save this world and its true people. That is why
Interesting.
I chose to pass my consciousness down through the ages. And
Saying you're an
you-
average man is...
You are the vessel for that consciousness.
Oh,
What does that mean?
defeat Epimenides. Oh, we do get to control all 3 of them. Sick! That's so cool. Emperor, Barbarossa, Great Lord. I doubt we get to keep all 3 of them at the end, but that's still so cool.
I don't know what's going on, but I
Let's
do
try out
know
the characters we haven't
whoever
used
this
before.
needs to be stopped.
And how far are you willing
That's
to
neat, so
go?
she has a lot of flames
Will you
too.
cut down your own friends to reach me?
He has lightning. Oh. They are phantoms, you know, it's probably fine. What level are these? 47? Okay. We should probably use Shez, but... Wow, never mind, they're kind of strong.
So, it's completely indistinguishable from the real thing.
Minus the fact that they're like, you know, glowing purple.
God, no! Don't do this! I can't believe you would hurt me.
Jeez, that's traumatic, actually.
I mean, how do we know for sure they're not real?
Why are you concerned about the enemy?
Yeah, this has got to be a little bit traumatic.
Why are you... No. This is a deception. The man I know would never raise a weapon at me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Hubert, I don't like Hubert, but if nothing else, Hubert would literally never attack Edelgard, no matter the cost.
Hands in the blood of friends to get what you want. I should have expected no less from the children of beasts.
I mean, you're the one who summoned them, Arval, so... I don't know if that's really an argument you can make. If you do? Yeah. That psychological warfare, that was kind of terrifying. Yeah, I actually kind of like Edelgard's kit and Dimitri's kit more than Claude's. Which makes sense because we haven't been using Claude, but... good to see that we'll actually have some really, really cool units in the future for other paths. Yeah, that's interesting though. Byleth has fire and so does Edelgard. Whereas Dimitri has lightning. Claude has like, I don't know, was it wind? I actually couldn't tell you. Edelgard's attacks all require a ton of weapon durability though, that's crazy. Yeah, it's 20 for each of them. Dimitri's is 6. Oh wait, no, that's not. I'm an idiot. Dimitri's are 20 and 40? What? Interesting. Oh. Yeah, we're no longer next to each other either. I actually think I like Dimitri's moveset the best of the three. But we are doing his path last for sure, so there's that to keep in mind. Well, I don't know. That's a decision for when we actually complete this path.
But how do I tell which Edelgard and Dimitri are on my side?
Perhaps each of us should take on their own double to
Yeah, that's fair.
prevent confusion.
That's not a bad idea.
Yep. I'm pretty sure we could just ignore that statement and do it anyways, but you know.
And once a soul is imprisoned here, it is eternally severed from the real world.
Just imagine how much easier our task will be with the two of us. A nice thought, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm sad to say I failed to trust even myself.
Why are you helping the Emperor? You mourn your friends. Avenge them.
Interesting.
It's a blessing I get to face you. There is truly no one I more desire to.
Oh, that's depressing.
Stop playing the kind soul. Everything we've ever wanted is before us, right for the taking.
But that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
Then you already know why I'm doing this. I don't like leaving my fate up to luck.
Interesting. We've already got Dimitri's down. Yeah, there we go. Actually, maybe we should do Claude's because Claude's also fighting someone who's flying. Yeah. The Claude might unironically be in a bit more danger than the rest of them. Because he can hurt them faster, but they can also theoretically, I would say, hurt us faster. Maybe their weapon durability skills cost so much too because we haven't invested in them. Because seriously, that's like an absurd amount. 40 for one of Dimitri's skills, 20 for both of Edelgard's. Like, ow. Let's just use his A skill. Effort. Named Hubert. Yeah, I don't like Hubert. Yeah, things have been going weird. This never happened in the base game. You never actually hit a point where you're using all three of the heirs at the same time. Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude here. Because we've been fighting on Claude's house right now. But genuine, like here, like Edelgard, we just defeated Dimitri's clone. But it's kind of crazy. And it makes me really think that maybe in this game, they don't all die. Because seriously, like, whichever person you don't choose to side with, I swear, the other two, they'll just like, something bad's gonna happen to them. It's practically inevitable. So getting to use Edelgard here and then Dimitri, pretty neat. Because it gives me the hope that we don't have to, you know, watch everyone die. We still have to kill Catherine, one of my 4 favorite characters. But the other 3, we have Lysithea, who I know you've seen. We have Shamir. Shamir's been with us pretty much since the start. We actually just recruited Dorothea. She's an opera singer. So, the other 3 that I really like are here. But I actually really like the Edelgard of this timeline a little bit more than in Three Houses. She's less violent. Because you have to consider... The argument here is like we're all trying to get rid of the a bunch of stuff that's going on, like Rhea, the Church of Seiros and such. Because they're causing issues. Like a lot of them. But, like we're slowly starting to come to that consensus together. So, maybe we can make a peaceful resolution to this. I'm really hoping to it. But that's Arval. That's like the being that was inside of Shez here for a long time. Oh, it's not Arval. It's Epimenides, but it's basically... I'm so confused as to what's going on, actually. So, Epimenides said something about, like, taking over Arval. So I don't have any idea, actually, what's going on here, but... I thought it was... We'll have to see. At the very least, it's of the same race as Arval. The being that was like inside of Shez this entire time. A Zahar's barrier. I don't know what that means. Ah. Phantoms of... Oh, that's not good. So it's Phantoms of us and Byleth. But yeah, we just had a fight where, like, we got down here because Shez got possessed by Arval temporarily and started freaking out on everyone. They started immediately trying to kill Byleth as they were scouting ahead together. And then we had an entire mission where we were basically just trying to rescue Byleth from Shez.
We know we can harm the illusions, right? Why does it have to be you? I don't want to fight you.
Oh. Yeah, that's sad. Because Shez had to fight the Byleth clone, right? Yeah, yeah. The three are fighting the Shez clone, but Shez genuinely, I think, likes Byleth. Aside from the fact that they killed all the friends at the beginning. I think they genuinely do like them, and that's what makes it really sad when Arval took over Shez and started attacking. Because it was genuinely like, I thought they were getting along really well once they put their differences behind. And then out of nowhere, Byleth's like, oh, I'm getting attacked. Except we dispelled the barrier. There we go. Let's do this. But I genuinely think we probably have a few more chapters to go on this path. I can't tell for certain, though. I don't know how many chapters are each path. Because this almost makes me think, oh, maybe we're coming towards a close. We're on chapter 15, I think, right now. But at the same time, there's so much that's, like, up in the air. Because we have to decide what's going to happen with Rhea and the Church of Seiros. We have to figure whatever this is out. And then, like, those who dwell in the shadows or whatever. Also potentially an issue. So I'm really not sure. There we go. Shez probably doesn't have a problem getting rid of Epimenides, though, because it's not like it's Arval. Obviously, we owe Arval a bit, but the thing is, they want to get rid of Sothis, and Sothis is like the goddess of creation, I thought. So if anything, it's like they're causing a war on, like, what created Fodlan itself. Oh, that's fancy. That's the water they were talking about, apparently. Really cool effects, but...
Why must you resist me so? You know my reason. The tomorrow we're fighting for.
And here's the typical anime protagonist thing. Pretty nice. Well, sorry, Epimenides. We met you like once, and now you're dead.
It's incredible. Just how
Unless this actually was that they took over Arval's body. I still am confused. I think that's what happened.
You have grown more than I ever thought possible.
Oh.
And yet...
Maybe it was Epimenides taking over Arval's body. That makes me really, really sad, actually. Jeez. Oh? Are we getting more power, or is it turning back into a normal sword? Oh, no. Are we just gonna somehow all be alright as everything's falling apart? Blood Gang, is that a new sword? Is that finally, did we finally at chapter 15 get a fancy sword? The Crest of the Beast. Oh my gosh. I think we finally got a fancy sword. It just took 15 chapters for a main character. And I still don't know if Byleth is ever going to get their fancy like chain whip sword that they have in like Smash in Three Houses. Because that happened in their story.
Are you sure about that? I still have no idea what's going on.
Neither do I, Claude, honestly.
Or Epimenides, I suppose, has vanished. And we've
So maybe it was Epimenides inside of Arval. I thought they mentioned that. I'm still just very confused.
An ironic one, as we achieved it by working together.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, what happens now?
I can't speak for Edelgard, but I'm not exactly itching to fight you. Whatever's in store.
We can all just make peace,
we just call a truce
get
for
the
now.
church to mess off, and figure everything out.
Here had it not been for your assistance. as well as Claude's. Letting you walk away may not be the soundest of tactics.
Oh,
but
there
at
you go.
this point, I see no other option.
Agreed. Let's consider all debts paid.
But just to be clear, I crushed you once.
What?
I
When?
won't do so again.
Right. I gotta admit, I never saw any of this coming.
That's interesting, though. Is this how Arval disappears from us? Because I think Sothis does actually somewhat disappear from Violet's story after some point, if I remember right. Whereas she still kept the powers, like the green hair and everything, so maybe that's what happened to us.
I hope we can do this again sometime. The speaking part, anyway.
In that
There you go.
case, I will depart as well. I'm sure everyone must be quite concerned for me by now.
Yeah, we kind of just disappeared. Yeah, it really does make me hope, though, that maybe, just maybe, everyone stays alive at the end. Except for Catherine. And a bunch of random people from each side. But regardless.
Golden Wildfire. Field of Beginnings.
Field of Beginnings. On to chapter 16.
The Federation successfully aids the
Yeah, you see all of us here.
and together they pursue the kingdom and church forces. However,
Oh, hey,
Claude's
they're
sole
splitting.
aim is to eliminate Archbishop Rhea.
I thought we were trying to capture her.
Edelgard contends with the royal army. Claude and his forces go after the church. In their pursuit,
It's taken a real roundabout way of doing that.
Plains, where Seiros and Nemesis
Seiros and
battled
Nemesis, huh?
long ago.
Interesting. Interesting.
It's not much further to Kingdom territory. Once we've crossed the border, we'll march through the Tailtean Plains and make our way to Ferdiad.
The plains of Tailtean are the largest in all of Fargus.
Yeah.
As I recall, they're also where a well-known battle took place long ago.
We're going by
Yep.
land instead of sea this time, huh? I have to admit, I prefer it this
I
way.
felt bad. Lysithia got really seasick, I think it was. A couple people did, I want to say.
But we're finally back to marching on the kingdom capital.
Claude,
Yep.
are you sure it would not be prudent
It
to
only
ask
took
the
a
Imperial
short
Army for
eternity.
assistance?
The Imperial Army changed course to travel west, and Edelgard went after them. They're well on their way to Aryan Road. Most of the kingdom's
Interesting.
forces have gathered in the west as well. Rhea and her troops are the only ones who fled north.
I don't get it. Sure, it makes sense for the kingdom to reinforce their position on the western front. They're
Huh.
losing ground there after all. But is the king of Fargus really abandoning the defense of his capital city and the
I mean, after kind of what happened there, if we just happened to kind of scoot in and get rid of the church, probably would work out, yeah. Especially after that conversation.
What's that supposed to mean? What in the world could the king of an enemy territory trust you with?
Making sure that we take out the church and that the kingdom doesn't just crumble apart afterwards.
The central church is just
Yep.
a millstone around the kingdom's neck at this point. Dimitri's probably hoping Claude will cut him loose.
Are you
Yeah.
suggesting that the king wishes to avoid formally cutting ties with the central church and is therefore using us to bring about its
Yep.
demise?
I mean, he can't directly do it.
I have heard that the central church aided the kingdom when civil war broke out. Perhaps Dimitri feels indebted to the archbishop,
Yeah.
and his knightly values demand he not oppose her directly.
But that's...
But I mean, he even directly says too, like in that chasm area, like,
This is the nature of
I do agree with you on a personal level, but as a king, I'm tied to quote unquote helping them.
Reasons why the king can't betray them. Long ago,
Yeah.
the hero Lug von Blethid cut down the Adrestian
Blethid.
emperor of his day. In fact, their battle took place on the Tailtean Plains, which we're just about to cross. The church mediated the conflict and recognized House Blethid's independence, leading to the founding of the Holy
Interesting.
Kingdom of Fargus. As you might have guessed, that's how they got the holy bit in their name.
So essentially,
That does make sense.
abandoning the church would mean turning their back on the very group to whom they owe their independence.
And that's
I mean, that's happened historically quite a few times.
to do his dirty work and abolish the church in his stead.
You know,
And that's my guess.
it's not like it's the first time. Maybe not in the Fire Emblem world, but it's not like that's the first time it's happened.
We've been after all along. For the sake of our future and the free world to come, we'll tear down the central church and put an end to Rhea.
You can count
Sure
on
will.
it. And if they run off to Ferdiad, we'll just have to conquer the capital to get to them.
That's the spirit. You know, kid, you've really become someone we can depend on. And now, Your Majesty, We await your official order.
It would have been cool to play as Judith, honestly, since she's supposed to be a big hero of the Alliance / Federation.
All forces, advance.
Interesting. We're about to have a ton of extra battles, aren't we? That's not too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still feel the need to do all of them just because we get more strategy points and it makes our lives a lot easier. But yeah, that's 7 plus the chapter. Interesting. Battle suggestions. Ow. What do we got? Slightly increase the chance of raising units' dexterity, defense, or charm. Dexterity is the only one I think offensively. I still don't know what charm does. Actually. Don't. Oh, 1 sec. I gotta answer my door. I'll be right back. Alright, time to keep moving forward in the story, though. We've rejoined our allies. Yeah, we don't have Arval anymore, which is a little bit sad. But at the same time, Arval wanted us to kill Byleth, and it really makes me wonder, if we'd listened to Arval, would we have just not recruited Byleth and they still would have been present in the story as like an ally? Or, oh, I thought we had a facility second. It's just one of those things that really makes me wonder what all would have happened. Just curious, honestly. What time to do? Oh, hey, it's Byleth. Hi, Byleth. I'm sorry I tried to kill you. Yeah. I'd apologize. Actually, I would have apologized for attacking, but I'll thank her for not killing me, because that makes it sound a little better in theory, right? Yeah. Kind of acquiescing to the fact that Byleth is probably still stronger than Chez. And we're already pretty much at max affinity with her, but I just feel really bad. You want an owl feather?
This is nice.
I guess we could go on an expedition and try to raise morale up. You know what? Why not? We tried to kill her. Let's go on an expedition. Because they totally would have trusted us to go on a one-on-one mission somewhere after we tried to kill them. You know, that, yeah. Makes sense to me. Alright.
It's always good to have
Encounter. Interesting. I'm gonna go fishing.
Gerald fishes a lot, but I don't have much experience with it myself.
Well, when we gave her the fishing item earlier, she really liked it. I don't know what that encounter meant, but
Gerald's reputation took a big hit
after you defeated
us.
So what's done is done. Apologize. Suggest building it up again?
Okay.
Yeah, you could totally do that.
I took naturally to the sword.
First moment I held one. Yeah, this isn't the right response. We tried that before. Let's share our first sword memory. Okay, that's the one that we got wrong last time. Let's ask a question, maybe. What do you think of me, Byleth? I agree. Was that not the right? Oh, perfect. Hey, we got a perfect expedition for the first time. Imagine that. It's wildly engaging. Smooth talker. Just observed you.
Always says I resemble my
Interesting.
mother. No, I just have to take his word for it.
Yeah, there's really no way for her to know that.
Is there something in my hair?
No, you look great. We can tease.
It can't be. How are you? What is it? Hello there.
Interesting. Here, do you want another owl feather? That's the only thing left that I have that I know. I just feel so bad. Like, we were finally having like a good conversation with them. You know, we were getting to be, we were getting along with Byleth, and then just out of nowhere, Arval's like, yep, I'm gonna take over your body, and I'm gonna try and murder Byleth. Poor Byleth was like, what's going on?
Time to work you into shape.
Do we have anyone who Lost masters his class? I mean, I was kind of hoping that we'd eventually on every path, by that logic, get to recruit all of them. But I kind of doubt it. It wouldn't make much sense either, to be honest. It just would have been neat to see. Since it is a Warriors game, it's not like it has to quite follow the three houses, because it clearly hasn't. But I get why, you know? Okay, someone's mastered. I'm just gonna use all my training points. Bow Knight Master, huh? Interesting. Okay. I actually need to go. We need to go to the blacksmith and see if we can't figure out this new weapon we got, because I think it is supposed to be for us. What's it called? Unless it wasn't. Can we not? Which one was the Mark of the Beast?
See you around.
I'm confused. Hold up. Because we just got a really fancy, like, weapon. That was like, oh, it's the Mark of the Beast. We have a plus 50 at Sword. Okay, it was Blood Gang, so we need 8 more, I think. Let's double check. 8 more Umbral Steel, I think.
Hey there. Need something?
I kind of doubt it'll be stronger than our current weapon, all things considered. But I'm pretty sure that's meant to be our signature weapon, so yeah, we need 8 Umbral Steel.
See you around.
Kind of want to try it. Just to see what happens.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Umbral Steel. The problem is we probably need Umbral Steel to upgrade it as well, which would make it kind of difficult to make it surpass our current weapon.
Is this it?
Let's double check here. So it's currently at 150 might. Yeah, we just need so much. What does Witch Strike do? Hold up. Yeah, we'd need a bunch of Umbral Steel to make that really worth it. But I'm curious, like... Mark of the Beast surely has to be us. I can't imagine it's anyone else, but... Oh. This unit is not there. Never mind. Take it back. Apparently it's not. I guess we don't have a crest because we're not a noble. That is technically also potentially true, yeah. Didn't think about that.
Hunger is the true enemy.
Still just gonna do things here. Let's see. Well, Violet's already at max happiness, so maybe we'll go Shamir and Dorothy. I'm glad that we got Dorothy, though. We had to do this stage twice. It was the very first stage, actually, we ended up doing, I think, today. Because she got poisoned, and we had to escort her back to a fortress, and she died right outside the fortress, and I had to restart the stage. And it was just as stupid as it sounds.
Someone knows my...
Like, she was literally right outside the gate, and she just keeled over, and I was like, are you kidding me? But I wasn't gonna let her die. Even if she was a character I disliked, unless it was like Hubert. Which I'm telling, I have a very... I don't like Hubert. But, unless it had been like someone like that, I was always going to redo that stage. I mean, we tried to redo Catherine's stage to see if we could save her, and that was in the main quest, so we had an idea we probably couldn't. Do this, maybe.
We all must do our share to make yourself useful.
Interesting. Violet's already at max happiness, so it's kind of like, oh, a little bit difficult to know what to do there. Alright.
We all must do our share to make yourself useful.
Claude and Jarrett, maybe? Perfect, okay.
We all must do our share
Let's
to
do
make
one
yourself
more.
useful.
I like to save those points just in case, though we do have someone who we want to go on an expedition with show up. Because you never know.
We all must do our fair share.
Alright, so that's pretty much all the housekeeping done. I'm actually going to save the gold here. Last time at this time, we went ahead and spent like all of our gold trying to like level everyone up, make sure we're okay on levels, and then it kind of didn't pay off. Defense probably has to go to Lysithea of the main team once again. Alright, resistance 46, 45. That has to go to Byleth. Magic. I'm actually going to give this to Byleth, I think, because Byleth uses magic a little bit more than Shez does, I want to say. Luck. 51 luck. It's even up there, luck. Alright, let's see. We have our... Oh, probably with Byleth, right? Yeah, it unlocked. I imagine that had to be the case. But let's do a few support conversations here.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I can't believe I tried to kill you.
It's all right. I know that wasn't really you.
Is this where she admits that she has Sothis?
The one who did it was a part of me. Literally. You asked me about this before. About some mysterious presence within me.
That's right.
Well, sorry I couldn't give you a straight answer back then.
Yep.
Arval told me not to tell anyone. That's the name of the presence that was inside my head, by the way.
But we can kind of tell her now because Arval isn't here anymore.
Or maybe it was someone else entirely. The one that called himself Epimenides.
Arval and
Byleth has no idea what you're talking about because she wasn't down there with the 3 leaders and you.
Beats me. And it's not like I can just go and ask them now, honestly.
Unless we explain to them, actually. That probably did happen.
Now that I can't.
That's how these things work, sadly. When you're ready to talk, the person you want to talk to is no longer there.
Yep, that's what happened to Geralt and Byleth in the first game too. Really sad.
Remember how I got trapped inside that void with Claude and the others after our fight? That's when Arval used the name Epimenides, and then tried to kill us.
Are Arval and Epimenides the same being?
I don't think so, but yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Epimenides is just Arval's true identity.
I mean, we know that's not quite the case, but, you know.
Or if they had some other goal in mind. All I've got are a bunch of mysteries that I'll probably never solve.
I mean, you can marry Sothis in 3 houses, even though Sothis supposedly disappears. Which is hysterical. Because Sothis is literally just the being in your head.
It seemed like Arval was trying to keep your body from getting hurt. They could have fought more recklessly. I don't see why it would have made a difference to them. But they were making sure you weren't harmed.
That's true. That's surprising.
It's just a feeling I got. But yes, I think that could have been the case.
I mean, no one would know better than Byleth, you know?
Or as the
Or
seiros
Arval.
folks say, only the goddess knows, right? But hey, thanks for telling me that. Really. It does make me feel better. I've got no choice now but to keep moving forward. Live out the destiny the two of us once shared.
To be fair, the original destiny that they
apologize, but you ended up
they shared was
screwing
try and
me
kill
up
Byleth.
instead. I'll catch you later, okay?
But, yeah.
Only the goddess knows, Well,
Well.
the goddess may have been the one telling you that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, you have to consider the goddess is literally Sothis, who is within Byleth. So, that's actually another really wholesome one. Let's do a few others, though. Maybe some of Claude's. Or maybe Lysithea. I just like Lysithea a lot. Oh, it was between Claude and Lysithea. Fair enough. I don't know if it's just me, though. I really do wonder who everyone really likes.
Sure, but keep it short. I know I don't look.
Didn't they have an argument on their other conversation?
Are you making light of how I usually respond to your requests?
Hey, don't be like that. It's just a joke. We can talk for hours if you want. I've got all the time in the world.
There's no need.
Yeah.
I'm simply passing on a message from my father.
Count Ordelia, huh? Go ahead. I'm all ears. I guess it's no surprise he has a word or two to say to the king. I mean, first the Imperial invasion, now all this unrest sweeping across the land.
Yeah, and now we're at war with Church, then we were at war with the Kingdom, those who slither in the dark.
Hold on. I
Pretty
think you have
crazy.
the wrong idea. My father doesn't want to complain to you. He'd actually like to thank you for bringing the fight with the kingdom to an end, and for rushing to quell the chaos
There
in
you
our
go.
territories. He also said he's willing to offer his full cooperation with any of your Majesty's policy proposals. All you need to do is say the word.
Yeah, Claude's really earned the trust of some of these areas because of that.
Broad-mindedness has always proven a great help.
Then consider my message delivered. But please, don't put more of a burden on him than necessary. Anxiety
That's fair.
has tormented his mind for years now.
Yeah.
He's recently started finding his body less and less willing to cooperate with his brain.
Hopefully we can actually heal Lysithea in this game, and then maybe she can take over the household.
More of him than what
So I think when you marry her and do that in Three Houses, she doesn't actually take over the household, which makes a lot of sense because I don't necessarily think she wants to.
Hey, slow down there.
And if we dissolve the system in nobles and stuff like Claude wants to, that's also, you know, gonna change things.
And yet I need to do it all the same. I can't let myself fall behind the other Lester nobles. Most importantly, I need to put an end to this war, so I can start thinking about how to bring peace.
I mean, I think Lysithea does more than a lot of the Lester nobles, but maybe that's just me. At least in game, she's doing a lot more than, you know, Lauren's, who we never used.
I'm all right. While it's true my lifespan is slated to be short, it's not like I'm gonna just drop dead out of the blue.
I should hope not.
I'm healthy as I've ever been, I assure you.
You look fine enough, sure. But there's something lingering beneath the surface weighing you down, isn't there? Something the rest of us can't see. Your body's bound to give out if you keep pushing your limits without taking some time to recuperate.
But...
Listen, Lysithea, I want this war to end just as fast as you do. And once it does, I'm going to settle the score with those who slither in the dark. In other words, it's in your best interest to stick with me.
That is true.
So consider this an order from your king. Stop fighting like you don't have a tomorrow to live for. I mean, I'm still going to need plenty of help once the war is over. I can't have you kicking the bucket before the real fun starts, okay?
Understood.
Yeah.
If it's an order from
That's really
His
wholesome.
Majesty himself,
Basically telling her, like, don't
have much of a
act like you don't have a tomorrow.
You'll excuse me. I know I
You
don't
know, live in the moment, but
I'm actually pretty busy here.
but make sure that you have a future to work towards.
Does she really understand, though? At any rate, I'd better put this war to bed as soon as possible.
Interesting. Alright, who else we got? Claude and Marianne. Okay. Guess he only has one conversation. I think it's the ... is where they have a conversation. So it's not like Three Houses where it's every single affinity level pretty much.
Something wrong, Marianne?
But still, quite a few.
You know, I make a great stand-in for the goddess if you're looking for someone to talk to.
Sure you do, Claude. I can totally envision you as being the goddess.
Sorry, I wasn't really planning on eavesdropping. I was just passing by and couldn't help but overhear.
No, I'm the one who should apologize.
Don't worry about it. So, you want to tell me what's going on? Is that a letter you've got there?
Oh,
Interesting.
yes. From my adoptive father.
Is it approval?
Quite unusual
She's
for
been
him
doing
to
better.
send me anything.
You don't seem too happy about it.
Maybe not.
Mind if I take a look? If that's not too weird, I mean.
Sure.
Imagine it's him just being really mean, and he realizes, and then it turns out he Claude read it. It'd be pretty funny.
Now that the nobles of Leicester have moved forward with their show of unity, I believe it time for House Edmund to make its intentions clear as well. I think I get how your father feels. Both Duke Goneril and Count Gloucester have passed their titles down to their heirs. If I had to guess, I'd say he wants to do the same with you.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard for Marianne.
The thought of me leading House Edmund is simply too much to bear. I don't know if I'll
She doesn't
ever
know.
become the ruler he wants me to be.
You just have to be the best one you can be, though.
Can be pretty nerve-wracking, I'll give you that. I remember going through the exact same song and dance myself.
Huh? You mean even someone like you can be crippled by worry?
Just about anyone can.
Yep, I'm human too, you know.
You don't have to really like.
Oh, but there was this one little thing I found that made all my troubles disappear into thin air. Just poof, gone.
One little thing?
Mm-hmm. And I think you have it too, Marianne.
I do? But what is it?
It's called resolve. And I get the feeling you've lost sight of yours.
That's fair enough.
I know all about the power your crest holds. There's no need to hide it. The only thing you need now is the willpower to back that up. So if you want help finding it, I'd be glad to lend a hand.
I see. Thank you, Claude. I think I've already found it because of you.
That's really wholesome. See, a lot of these, like, even the ones that don't end quite on a wholesome note, usually it's because there's a future conversation that'll kind of patch that up a bit. So we'll go down to Hilda and... Oh, it's another Hilda Marianne one. Okay. We'll do this one and then we'll move on to some bites.
Marianne? There you are. I thought you'd be in the chapel.
I went to pray earlier than usual today.
Okay.
You're really committed to this whole praying every single day thing, aren't you?
Oh no, it's nothing so grand. And besides, praying to the goddess daily on behalf of my friends is really all
I don't think that's the case. Although to be fair, there's not a full-on dedicated healing class like she might have been in Three Houses, but yeah, she's been doing really well.
No one else could possibly handle.
I suppose so.
Yeah? Well,
But Hilda's and Marianne's friendship is one of the really wholesome ones too.
Why are you always so nice to me?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well,
Because
you
they're
have
friends.
so many other close friends.
Doesn't mean you can't be nice to everyone else.
You go out of your way to show me kindness and decency. You even took responsibility when Judith was about to break
Oh
me
yeah, I
during
forgot
our
about that.
armor sorting escapade.
Yeah, I guess I did, huh? I totally forgot about that.
Yes, and I have wondered ever since why you did
Huh.
such a thing.
It's no big deal. I guess I just wanted to be nice. Seriously, Marianne, you're the best. And having you around makes my life a lot easier. So just consider it my way of saying thanks for all the times you helped me out.
I've helped you?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
totally.
You're my emotional support.
And that's not something that can be understated.
Shoulder to cry on,
You know?
or somebody to listen when I get all mad. You always know the exact right thing to say, and then you smile at the end of it.
It's just one of those, like, I think it's like when people get discouraged, like back in like high school and college about studies. It's just that sometimes everyone's good at different things, and it might not feel as relevant at the time, but it's still important. And that's what's nice about like this friendship too, is Hilda's kind of helping Marianne see that. They're in the middle of a war, so maybe Marianne feels the need to be like good at tactics or battle or stuff like that. And Hilda's kind of showing her that the emotional side of things is also very, very important. And that's actually just really, really cool. Yeah, that was nice. Alright, onward to some fights. Maybe at the end of the stream we'll do like another quick session where we just try to catch up on a bunch of support conversations. I don't know, it seems like every time we do one there's another like 10. So, who knows? But, Jonathan's picks, can we shoot them down and keep it casualties to them? That suggests that we might want an archer. It's not going to make me bring an archer, but that does suggest that we should bring an archer. I mean, we're still just going to bring our main team. Although we did just spend a bunch of gold to level up Claude. Still though, Geralt, Byleth, Shez, and not Lawrence. Stop trying to stick Lawrence on me. Where is she? Lycidia. It's funny though now that Claude's actually a higher level than them. But seriously though, like, it just even when we were forced to use Claude there, I mean, you could clearly tell Claude, of the four we had between Shez, Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude, was the one I was using the least. Because I just... It does give me a lot of encouragement, though. Because it means on the other paths, we're not going to have someone that we just don't like using. Because I actually really like Dimitri's and Edelgard's movesets there. Edelgard was constantly lighting her axe on fire and such, which is really neat. And Dimitri had like all those spin attacks and such. I just like the feeling of a lot of the melee setups. I think Lycithia's been an exception. We used Shamir for a long time, but it was mostly because I liked the character. Overall, though, I would say that the only non-melee character I've really enjoyed playing a whole lot so far was probably Lysithia. So, just something interesting. A thought.
You're well on your way to making your own legend.
I keep forgetting though, now that we know we can check what we need to do for S rank, like in terms of the time and KOs, we definitely should be. I just got into the habit of not looking, and then wondering in the middle of the fight how many I needed to do. And it's probably not the best way to do it, admittedly, but you know. I'm still disappointed though. I thought that Mark the Beast thing was going to be like a super fancy weapon for Shez specifically, and it didn't appear to be the case. That's why we like spend a bunch of our smithing stones to get some umbral steel and such, because I really thought that was the case. But even if it's not, you know, it's fine. I'm still pretty satisfied with their weapon. There is the downside, of course, of it lowering our health down to 50% pretty much always. But when you make that trade-off for it being such a powerful one, it's not that bad, honestly. But I'm glad Violet forgave us pretty fast too, because seriously, we were literally just out there scouting together, just the two of us. And all of a sudden, Shez gets possessed, and Shez's like, you die now. This is the perfect opportunity, just the two of us. I'm killing you. And Violet apparently couldn't bring out Sothis' powers there or something, like when Sothis possessed her, because, like, Violet started just trying to run away after, you know, Shez told her to, but still was one of those moments where you really just sat there and you're like, just when things were getting along, you know? Felt pretty bad about it. And clearly so did Shez. You have 3 R. Oh. There's apparently do we have to protect this Wyvern Lord? I was not paying attention if it told us we had to protect the Wyvern Lord, honestly. Or any reinforcements. Beat 300 enemies, okay. There's the enemy commander. Lightning caster, a Galatea general. It's just funny to me when they're like, we're gonna do a fancy introduction scene for a very generic Pegasus Knight. It's one of those like, yeah, I mean, it is the enemy commander, but did we really need to have that little like 3-second cutscene introducing them? That's kind of a Warriors thing to do though, I feel. Oh, I forgot, we need to spend our gold to unlock elixirs. I only realized because it said that Shez used a concoction there. But we probably should do that here in a bit. Okay, I'm trying to defeat 300 enemies here. And then it should just be defeat the general, I'd assume. There we go. Alright, should be able to just take down the general then. Maybe I shouldn't go with Byleth, because Byleth doesn't have any ape. It's fine. But that was actually like a really cool, almost like Easter egg. I know we've technically seen Sothis a little bit in this game, but the fact that, like, you know, she mentions, oh, that's what they say, you know, let the goddess, let's rely on the goddess or whatnot. And then Byleth, as she walks away, is like, yeah, no, she's actually in my head. Don't worry, that's what she meant, you know. It was just one of those, like, sneaky little, nobody would know about Byleth. I actually really thought their A-rank conversation was going to be Byleth admitting that she also had a being like Arval. But that also, you know, is actually kind of nice too. Which is one of those, like, to be fair, you know, it's not like Shez really needed to know about Sothis. And I'm sure she's been instructed to keep it a secret. But still. I just thought that was kind of wholesome. I'm not going to do the extra battles or worry about them. Oh, here we go, we've got a cutscene.
Your Majesty, I am glad to see that you are safe.
So Dimitri's talking to Gustav.
My apologies for worrying you. What is your report on the situation in the West?
For the moment, we are holding the line against the Empire's offensive.
I wonder if they talked about this.
The news that your
and that, yeah, the entire point was Edelgard's trying to force the western border a little bit more, so that Dimitri has an excuse to be doing that, you know? Although, to be fair, if they're joining their forces, might not quite be the case. But as long as they're putting up a fight, bit of a front, then, yeah.
Yes. The kingdom army parted with them to deal with the imperial forces.
Again, it kind of gives them an excuse to not be there.
Nothing of their fate since. Were they able to reach Camulus safely?
No, Your Majesty. They have stopped in the northern region of the Tailtean Plains to prepare for battle.
They intend to meet the Federation army there?
It is likely they determined that with the Kingdom Army unable to leave the Western Front, they would not be able to withstand a siege at Camulus.
That's
fair.
fair.
Assessed the situation correctly then. The Kingdom Army cannot spare enough troops to break a siege at this moment.
But if Camulus is taken, Verdiat itself may well fall to the forces of Leicester.
To prepare for that contingency, I have ordered our citizens in the capital and the surrounding area to evacuate to Gautier territory.
He does seem to actually have,
wish to destroy Fargus.
you know, planned for some of this ahead.
Your Majesty, a message from Duke Fraldarius. The Imperial Army seems to be taking more aggressive.
I mean, Edelgard did say it would be more convenient for if the kingdom dissolves, but, you know, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I'm still holding out hope that, you know, the three of them are going to be happy.
We will do what must be done to safeguard our people, no matter how great the cost. Were we to bow down to the Empire and accept the Southern Church, Fargus would fall to ruin. A great many of our people would die. However, the Federation has shown us a way to avoid such a terrible fate.
Then there is truly no other way.
Yep, this was his plan.
Deeply indebted to the Central Church. Yet it is a debt that I cannot repay. I will gladly accept whatever punishment I must. If it means saving even one more of my people's lives, then as the king
Sorry,
of
Gustav.
Fargus, no sacrifice is too great. Forgive me, Gustav.
Your Majesty, if this is the path you have
There you go.
chosen,
Took a bit of sweet talking, but Gustav's one of the people that probably would have dissented the most if they just said, hey, we're abandoning the Church of Seiros, have fun with that, you know? Kind of funny. Dorothy wants to go to an expedition now. All enemies defeated in chapter. Okay. Let's go on that expedition with Dorothy. That's why we saved our points. Because I like Dorothy. Dorothy. I don't know. I swear everyone pronounces the names differently than you would think in this game.
Allow me to assist with any matters.
Hey, we can finish upgrading our supply depot. That's convenient.
Let me know if I may be.
Because now any materials we get for the supply depot specifically, we can just get rid of. Ooh, the root steel.
Any result's a good result.
Right. Let's find... There she is. Oh. She's materialized out of thin air.
Let's see.
Right, invite on an expedition. I don't know where she wants to go. Let's go to... somewhere, I mean... maybe the mountains? Apparently we hadn't gone to the mountains before.
Come on.
I assumed it was the bottom one, but the mountains have an exclamation mark there. Oh yeah, I don't think we've been here before. Interesting.
You don't seem very concerned with pride.
Are all mercenaries like that? Pride doesn't fill your stomach. Oh, she didn't want to say that. Okay. That's what a mercenary would say, though. Pride doesn't fill your stomach.
Would you cry if something happened to me? I mean, not that anything will, but I'm curious.
I mean, I restarted a stage.
Oh, thanks.
Wow, that's 0 for 2.
I sometimes wonder if orphans like me would be
Better
better
off the
off.
Southern Church had been restored sooner. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. She still got morale at that. We answered 0 out of 3 correctly. Fair enough, game. Alright, back to battle. That's pretty funny, honestly. 0 out of 3 correctly, and she's still like, yeah, don't worry. It was a nice conversation. My morale's been raised. You tried. You failed. But you tried.
Let's earn our keep.
That isn't my life story in a nutshell. I'm not sure what is, honestly.
Time to go to work.
Looks like I'm up.
Interesting. Let's keep moving. Don't exceed the mission time limit. Seize the strongholds. Okay, if it's a seize the strongholds, we are actually going to assign people to go take some of the main ones. Byleth go there. Have Lysithea go there. I'll let Gerald do whatever, honestly. Because when you just kind of... sometimes they end up just going to the same places. But I feel like when you let units kind of free roam like that, when you don't need them to go somewhere specifically, sometimes they end up in a place where you actually really need them. And it's really convenient. Not always. but when it does happen, it's quite nice. Right now, he just seems to be hovering at the top, though, so, you know, not exactly what I was hoping Geralt would do, but, you know, he can do whatever he wants. Wow, Lysithea already took that fort, jeez. Like, Lysithea just got there, and she wasn't the unit we were in control of, and she'd already taken it before we could even switch. That is pretty crazy. There we go. Violet's already pretty much done this. Shez is right next to that thief. Convenient. This is why I don't like to pair up my active characters, though. I don't know how everyone else plays this game. But genuinely, like, I'd rather just leave my units out doing their own thing. In the older Fire Emblem Warriors, I did pair up with the non-controllable units a fair bit. But here, I just haven't really bothered. Kind of just let them do their own thing. And to be fair, a big part of the reason you used to do that is for affinity. And at this point, there's so many affinity conversations, it's killing me a little bit inside. So, yeah, and Gerald's up here. Oh wow, Shez is already right there. In that case, we'll just order Shez to protect the Gremlin. Weird to see one of the tricksters on our side. I feel like every time we see that class, they're not on our side. And they're in fact causing issues. Alright, sick, back to Gerald. Perfect. Is that the stage? That was a really fast stage. Jeez. But that's, I mean, it worked out really well that we let our units spread out. Geralt was right next to the, oh. Wait, never mind. Wait, what? No, that was the end of the fight. I was gonna say, yeah. Geralt was right next to the boss. Shez ended up being right next to the side quest mission to protect the Gremlin and their ally there. Like, just happened to go really well. Because we let our units free roam. And we ended up getting a really fast fight because of it. Sword of Zoltan. If we can invest in that one, that might be stronger than our current weapon. But even so, like, that's an A rank 5-star weapon. That's pretty nice, potentially. Might go for that. We'll do a couple more fights here. Most likely. Before we really worry about anything else. Lysithea? Resistance. No, I'm sorry, Lysithea. I think dexterity is a little bit more important than resistance here, I'd imagine. Okay, well this is an extra fight I didn't want to take, but these ones are usually really short, so shouldn't be an issue. Beat the courier and other enemies. Okay. These extra fights give us just that little bit of extra experience we need to make that push towards the end. I think what we might do this stream is clear out the rest of this map up until the story quest, because I really do like leaving it right at the story quest. I feel like that's been a good way to end the streams. And then, yeah, and then we'll go through all the support conversations we have left. And we'll do some as we go. That way we just don't have to worry about it anymore, because seriously, we've been leaving them for so long. Let's just get them done. Of course, more will still pop up, but, you know. And I still have no idea how much longer we have to go on this path, like... It feels like we're close, but even if we're at the end, we still have a bunch of paralogs and stuff to do. So, it's not like we're in any lack for extra stuff. Even if this was the last chapter, which I don't think it is, we're clearly going to confront Rhea. And I don't know if they consider that the end of the whole issue with Arval's race, but I can't help but feel that we still have a couple more chapters. Because even if this is how we end things with Rhea, we still haven't decisively, I wouldn't say, ended things with the Empire. At least not in my opinion, from what I can tell. But we'll just see. It really just depends. I just kind of go until I feel like I'm burning out a bit. So. And that's where the other courier is, I was wondering. look at that. We were able to use the time freeze to, like, break this entire thing. Oh, maybe not. Dang it. I was about to say, we could use the time freeze to maybe break that one's armor and then hit the courier with that attack too. Didn't make much of a difference though, but it would have been a little bit faster. But the other enemy just kind of died. So, not exactly an option there, but it would have been cool. Enemy commander? Okay. Well, you're about to lose to me, Mr. Trickster. Or Mr. No. In this day and age, I just don't want to offend anyone. Wow, this Trickster is really weak. Is this really the commander? Like, both of Gerald's skills combined almost murdered it by it. Okay. That was a really weak enemy commander for this late in the game.
That's no surprise. I work much harder than anyone else.
Do we even use Lysithea this mission? Confidence is key, but that's kind of funny. Victorious Warrior 3. Didn't take out enough enemies, that's fine. Wasn't really concerned about it for one of these just extra free battles. Oh, our supplies are full, okay. Raise morale of Lysithea and Gerald. Should be able to do this now too. 11,000 gold, that's pretty nice. Ignat's Victor. We just gotta go to I'm having go to the supply master here.
Everything has its
Let's see what we can do for weapons here as well.
Hey there. Need something?
So I'm pretty sure the sword is in here. Our current weapon's at 210 might, but you have to consider other weapons are getting close to that. 190. Okay, here's my thought. If I do this, reforge the sword exalted plus 20. Ah! Did not think about that. We don't have the next effect on. Okay. We need 4 master smithing sets. Because I seriously think that'll become stronger. We have we'll lose the boosted critical rate, but we'll actually be able to keep our health. So, there's that. It was the master smithing set.
Everything has its use.
Perfect. I don't know if the new sword will fit as well aesthetically as the sword. That's one of the reasons I really like the sword too, is it's another red sword. I think that it fits really well, but overall, if we can make it significantly stronger with all the woot steel we got, it's probably worth it. Reforge it twice, maybe? Okay. Forge it. Where did it go? I lost it. Oh, here it is. Sword of Sultan. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's way stronger than our current weapon.
Is this it?
To be fair, it is an A-rank 5-star weapon. We can probably do another reforge here, one more. I don't think anything else we have currently uses root steel, to my knowledge. We did use a lot of our gold to do that, though. But that's a massive hike in power, theoretically, so. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do another full reforge. We only have 13 root steel. Still, though, that's a 310 weapon. That's a... We lose the critical bonus effect from our First Ashia sword, sure. But that's also, you know, a... Oh, that's actually not as big of a... That's only a 35... That's still... It's also 140... What is that? Durability increase? I think it's worth it, personally. So we're going to go ahead and go for it. Because we haven't switched out her weapon in such a long time. Let's also see what other mercenaries we have. Enemy's axes reduces damage. Okay, so this is basically the same thing. I think it's because we've used them for such a long time, maybe. I might be wrong. Let's try it. Switch that then. By the way, we've never really messed around with the combat arts a whole lot, but... Oh my gosh. We could have been doing that the entire time. Form a powerful sword attack. So what do we currently got, though? Wrath Strike. Form a powerful sword attack. Grounder. I think Grounder's been really, really helpful. Maybe we replace Wrath Strike then. Yeah, it's R plus... I like our current... Maybe we'll try... What's Astra? 5 switch steps. Strike a wide area with... Ooh. I don't know what our speed is. Let's try something new, though. In fact, let's try something new on most of our characters. Like Byleth especially. We weren't a big fan of Byleth's Fire Sweep. Yeah. What else could we do? So, I mean, let's currently... It'll be a bit of a hike in damage, I think, immediately because it is level 3, but... Or level 2? Absorb a portion of inflicted damage. Ooh. Let's do Aura for her. Let's see, Gerald's... So Gerald had the... Gerald's R plus Y, I think was the one we didn't like, the Whirlwind. So let's see. Series of land strikes that temporarily reduce defense. Let's try... I just want to try something new for each of them. Just one, I don't want to replace both of them, but... And then, where is Lysithea? So Lysithea's, we didn't like the miasma as much. Basic dark magic, that's maybe part of it. Nosferatu. Heal. You can heal. It just has to be a specific weapon durability. Oops. Durability, that's not what I want to do. Oops. So you can heal other units, but you have to have the heal spell specifically, Hades. Advanced dark magic, advanced... Ooh. Ooh, okay. Intermediate dark magic, might as well. What about Nosferatu? Basic light attack magic. Basic light attack magic. Well, apparently we don't have another stronger light. Okay. I'm pretty satisfied with that. We really haven't messed around with that. Now that I think about it, we've been sitting on the basic skills we started with for a really long time. So maybe that'll make a difference. I had been wondering for a while if you could upgrade those past level 3, but we've just been sitting on them because it's what we got comfortable with. A Sage's Tomb plus 10, I wonder if that'll be an upgrade for Lysithea. Potentially also we could change Byleth and Gerald's weapon. I've just kind of been holding out on it.
The fight starts now.
But now we have new weapon arts for everyone that we'll have to level up, so that's important to note. They won't be as strong immediately for sure, but... Yeah, that new sword doesn't look quite as good aesthetically, but... We're not going to lose all of our health. And look at how much weapon art skill. Especially if we're going to... Wow. Oh my gosh. It was a good change. That was crazy. Yeah, we are notably stronger than we were at the previous one. Fair enough. Yeah, that was a 40 weapon durability skill, but you have to consider we went from like 180 weapon durability to 320. So, yeah. In fact, maybe we should just switch all of their skills, because... Yeah, it feels like the one I really like here, this slash, is kind of falling off. It would make sense that the more expensive skills would be stronger. I just didn't think it was going to be to this extent. Because there were literally skills like Lysithea's previous one. We weren't impressed with, and... Oh, so we got that instead. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, honestly. Now instead of just throwing out a bunch of little dark, like, orbs that didn't do anything, he's throwing out a dark tornado. Interesting. Well, is... Are we supposed to be protecting the... Uh-oh. Are they getting attacked? No, we're good. Okay. Whoever's by Gerald is attacking them. So this is what we... No, this is what we had before. That's still pretty decent. This is what we switched to. Did we just... Okay, no, they're basically the same thing. We might want to see what else Gerald has. I don't think his magic is that high is the issue. So even though he's a Holy Knight, I'm not sure we want to give him, you know, a magic ability. But right now he just has 2 stabs. Like, which is kind of funny, honestly, but... I'm not sure if once leveled, the other one will be stronger, though. That is something I have no idea for.
Shall we take up position here?
I think one does lightning damage and one ignores defense or something, if I remember correctly. Ow. I'm trying to figure out where the Gremmery is. I have no idea. Anyway, where's Violet? Violet's here. Okay, so she switched to that holy spell. That's not bad. Yeah, that did a lot of damage. I don't know why we were sitting on the same skills this entire time, honestly. That's, clearly it was a mistake. Yeah, we just made Lysithea even stronger. We do need to replace her weapon, though. Imagine if we had a weapon on her that had that much durability, like 300 plus, and she could just continue casting these forever. Because now her new dark spell does cost 20, and she only has 140 total durability. That was the nice thing before. She only had 140 durability, but both of her previous spells only costed 6. So, you're gonna have to keep that in mind. Yeah, whatever this is, it costs 40 durability, but it does so much damage. Like, that's insane. Oh, it's Cyril. He does exist in this storyline. He's with the Church of Seiros. Yeah, I knew this character existed in Three Houses. I never really paid much attention to him. But, I wasn't sure he actually, you know, was in this story. It's not gonna make much of a difference against Chez, but, you know. Man, maybe we should have been taking more time with the menus. We've just been kind of hopping into fights. If we'd taken the time to level up some of these skills earlier, it would have made our lives a whole lot easier. We also just realized an XP Demon Beast appeared. And we kind of ignored it. That's awkward. Yeah, that new sword doesn't quite fit thematically as well as the other one glowing red. But it was clearly an upgrade. Like, clearly an upgrade. Pretty crazy. Sage's Tome. Once we next go back to camp, we'll see if that's an upgrade for Lysithea. I mean, it's 150 might. 5-star. Yeah, it probably is if we can upgrade it. The issue is I don't know what it'll take to upgrade it. It might be those magic stones that we haven't been using for anything, honestly. But it could be about time we get something better for everyone. Alright, 4 more fights on the map, unless there's extra fights. Alright. Raise their level for gauntlets. The only person we use with gauntlets is... I think Balthus maybe does, actually, but... We'll go with... Where is he, Raphael? Oh, I don't have a board game. Oh, he just wants to trade a board game for other... like, gifts, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Got a fancy...
What say you?
Energy drop, yeah, that's for strength. Facility can be expanded. Let's do one more fight. Maybe this one right here so that we have access to every other fight. Tricksters, right? Okay. We have to protect the Trickster. Yeah, no, I really did underestimate how much changing our skills would help. Even just one for each character. I'm still not super satisfied with Gerald's, admittedly. But the others, like, crazy. And the fact that Chez doesn't just go down to half health immediately now. Pretty nice. We'll have to be a little bit more selective with when we use our pop skill, though, because it does use... I mean, like here, like, it's 40 energy. It does so much damage, though, but... You would expect, given the other skill takes 6. So, there's that. And the Dark Knight and their allies reach the central peak. I'm not sure we're in a position to stop that, but... We'll send the people who are close to attack them. We'll chase after this one up here. In fact, let's just trace straight after. They're moving really fast. Yeah, unless we were in a mounted unit, I'm not sure I could have prevented all of them, actually. That's awkward. But even just our basic attacks on Shez are like way stronger too. It's crazy. I would have thought the lack of a crit rate would have actually affected things. I don't think it did. Oh, okay, they just appeared with reinforcements. Oh, okay, they appeared with reinforcements and then are attacking the base. I think part of the reason, too, that our new ability works so well is it clearly knocks them back and kind of seems to synergize well with the Lysithea ability we gave. Where's the Gremlin? Is that the one in the base? Because they're fine. Wait, there's more reinforcements? I thought we took them out. Well, let's send Gerald then to take this base. We'll see if we get lucky. It would be pretty funny, honestly, if it was another one where the ally we're looking for was hiding in the base. Just one of those, like, really, dude? We're out here looking for you and you're just sitting in there. Yeah, the problem with Byleth is I feel like we kind of made him a jack of both trades. Their strength and their magic are kind of decent. And as a result, they're not quite crazy strong at both. Like, Shez has over 70 strength, Lysithea has over 80 magic. Whereas we're sitting at like 50, mid-50s, I think, on both. For Byleth. It's not a bad thing, but not quite the same as if we'd invested really heavily into one. We do need to make sure we're using these abilities, though, so that they level up. Alright, well, let's search for their ally. If they're not in this one, then they are actually in the base, which would be pretty funny. Oh, no, they were here. Okay. He's their missing ally, and we just have to beat him up. There we go. Could just be the boss now. Well, we have all the forts now, so let's just take this guy out. Yeah, I feel like maybe we should. I mean, he's meant to be a holy knight, so maybe we should lean into the fact that he has... I'll have to check his actual magic stack, because I just can't imagine it's that high. But if I'm wrong, then maybe it is worthwhile to have him use it. Not sure. At this point, I think we need to give our stat upgrade items to Byleth, actually, though. Because our strength is fine on Shez. I don't think Shez is really using a whole lot of magic. Lysithea's magic is through the roof, stuff like that. Like, might as well just strengthen Byleth. Axe of Zoltan. Okay. So we're getting good weapons here at the end. Which, you know, should help, so. Only took a short eternity. Archers.
Okay.
Restock the item shop. I mean, we hadn't bought anything out of the item shop. Yeah, I forgot about that trade one there. Yes. Okay, I think that's everything here. Let's head back to base real quick. I want to see what we can do with those lances. And everything. Just kind of see what upgrades we can make towards them. Because potentially those weapons could be really, really strong. Interesting. Just to double check though, I can't tell what supply depot resource it is. Alright, so types of weapons that can be bought. Types of resources and ingredients. Probably types of resources and ingredients. I get the feeling we won't be able to buy top of the line weapons regardless. Number of dishes. We don't have that much money right now either, actually. Raphael wants to go on an expedition. Not this time, Raphael. Maybe in another path or another playthrough. Could invest into Raphael, but for now, not a big concern.
Hope to see you again soon.
Anna's shop should be right.
Interesting. Well, hello there.
Does she have anything? Oh. Oops.
Nothing but the best for you. Is that the one?
Let's buy out everything she has here.
Nothing but the best for you.
There was that tome though I wanted to see for Lysithea.
Nothing but the best for you.
Because at this point we've invested so heavily into like her killer tome that I was kind of like, let's just leave her on that. But clearly that wasn't the answer. Did we go clear out our supply master when we got here? I don't remember. We did not, okay.
Everything has its use.
Alrighty then.
Hey there. Need something?
So, forge weapon. We can check that lance real quick. So Jared's lance currently has 145 might. Okay, well, you know. Fair enough. This scythe right here is already stronger for him.
Is this it?
It's a Garthium, interesting. And it has boost critical. Interesting. Alright, tome-wise. Where is it? So we do have these fancy tomes as well. I wonder if she could use them. I have no idea if she could, actually. We'd also have to awaken the crest. Attune to the crest of Dimitri. See, that's the issue, though. I really don't know whose crest is what. 150. Oh my gosh, it's already stronger. Okay, so we need Woot Steel for... Oh, we don't have... We need Woot Steel for Lysithea. And we need a Garthium for... Gerald. But either way, we just got pretty big upgrades here. Scythe of Serial, perfect. We could give him probably a better shield as well, couldn't we? Defense plus 6. Oh, it'd just give him an effect. Nullifies effectiveness against cavalry. That should be good for him. He's on cavalry. It wasn't a big fan. What is his magic? So his current magic is 29. Yeah, see, I just can't imagine it'd be helpful to have him use a magic ability here. Temporarily reduce enemy defense, that's what it was. You know what, we'll just keep him on it, it's fine. Aria, I was actually pretty happy with the skills we gave her. I genuinely think her sword is fine. You know, we could give her... Mercurius. Ooh, actually, I wonder if I can... I'll check into that in a second. We don't have any money, so we probably wouldn't be able to do it, but... Where's the Sages doing? Yeah. That's a pretty big increase. It's crazy that Lysithea does as much damage as she does, though, when you consider that her weapon is probably the weakest of what we have. Not Reforge, it's repair weapon. I also don't think we have the ability to repair them. We don't have the boot steel. Or the gold. Well, we have the mithril. We don't have the money.
See you around.
Did not think about that. Let's go to the shop then. I'm genuinely curious. I didn't think we had the ability to repair that weapon, but maybe I did. I'm starting to realize just how much ignoring some of this stuff is kind of costing me. Which is why I want to kind of do it now. If possible. Oh, we can't sell our weapons. Ah, well. Let's get back into battle, though. We've already made sufficient upgrades.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
But I'm curious to see how good Mercurius could be. Because the issue is it does eventually get to the point where there is an kind of insane amount of, you know, must complete all side missions. Doesn't work. But it gets to the point where there's just a lot of annoyance in the amount that you actually have to upgrade. We can only take male units in this battle. Crud. Okay, well, what level are the enemies here? 48? We might be pretty reliant on Gerald and Claude here. What else do we have? Ash is level 46, Holst is level 36. I didn't think that this was going to be another modifier. That's really awkward. Well, we're taking Ash and Ash and Holst. And we're gonna hope that this doesn't backfire too hard. 7 minutes, 500 enemies. We just have to complete all the side missions for this one, so where is Holst? So. Clearly we're gonna be relying on Gerald. That's a neat looking spear though. And by spear I mean it's, you know, a scythe, but again, we're making these upgrades and it's very clearly an upgrade in power, so it makes me wish that I'd done it earlier. Because I was thinking genuinely it was fine to just keep upgrading our current weapons. You know, like the Killer Tome and such. And I didn't think it'd make a huge difference. I was wrong. Unfortunately, yeah, the issue is we haven't invested into, like, yeah. This is basically just going to be a 2v4, I think. If anything, let's just have Ash defend the base. This isn't good, though. If I'd known this was, going to be the case, I would have invested into another unit. But I had no idea there was going to be another male unit only map. Because the only ones legitimately the only ones we've used for quite some time are Claude and Gerald. Oh my gosh, Claude is just getting stunned. Is Gerald right here? Yeah. Yeah, Gerald will be able to handle this faster. I'm worried for when Gerald runs out of weapon points, what we'll do then, but until then, we'll figure something out. I'm actually going to have Claude go take on this particular base. Okay, without losing any allied strongholds, so we do need to slowly make our way through as well. Because if we have to not lose any allied strongholds, if we leave a bunch of enemies in between, could be kind of a problem, honestly. So I'll just run through Gerald probably and clear this entire top path and loop around. At least clear out any of the special enemies here. But yeah, if Mercurius is good enough, that's what we'll switch Byleth onto. I just like the nostalgia of her using Gerald's old weapon. Seemed kind of, you know, kind of nice, kind of sweet, but it's not, if it's not ideal, it's not ideal, you know? Oh, did Claude not? I apparently hadn't assigned Claude to take the base. He was, yeah, fighting someone else. He's not attacking. One sec. Ah, that's why. It's because they're on the same tile. There we go. Ooh, he missed. That's awkward. Gotta admit, this whole scythe thing doesn't really look like a lance, but it counts as a lance, so, you know. It's one of those... Don't let the mountain trailhead fall. Are there enemies in the mountain trailhead? Ah. Well, they almost beat it back by themselves.
Not just fighting all those enemies, but defeating them all too.
There we go.
Moving my own pace.
That takes care of that.
Actually, why am I not just using this? Interesting. Nice. Oh, crud, it just... a bunch of enemies just appeared. Oh, okay. Let's clear them out quickly before they can get to the base, because our base is not very strong. Also, Claude finally defeated his fort, so let's have him just take on that Wyvern Rider for now. Might as well clear everything out safely. There's a... ooh. That's convenient. I'm really glad we've invested in Gerald and Claude, because this basically has been a 2v4. And if we hadn't leveled up Claude when we did and such, oh boy, would have been rough. Oh, Seteth appeared. Okay. Well, I still want to capture every fort because we need to clear all the side missions, but There is.
Stay out of my way. Let us approach this methodically.
It's better than claim victory. We'll be on it in a second, yeah. Claude is probably... Ooh, there's a demon beast in here now, too. Once Claude defeats his enemy, has Claude defeated his enemy? No, okay, Claude. Take on these Wyvern Lords. Alright, that's the last of the strongholds. We should take out this demon beast, though, for sure. Ooh, he's not defeating this very fast. Let's take control of Claude, take out these Wyvern Lords. Yeah, he had a super big advantage against them. Claude is fine, he still got over half his health. Gerald's currently dealing with the... Where's this thing going? Okay.
Job well done, if I do say so myself.
Claude's another character. If we have to use him again, we should probably change his skills. The problem is, if we have to complete all side quests, this might not be fast enough to be an S rank. But I think we should actually take down the beast, because we know for that extra thing, whatever it was, it said to defeat all of the, you know, it said to beat all of the extra enemies. It does have a weakness to sword, though, so let's wail on it with Geralt. And then maybe call over Holston, just try to break its shield or something. I don't know, this is not going down very fast. Come on, break the shield. There we go. So that's like a full 3 health bars, is that? Like, it's pretty strong. Switch over to host. Oh my gosh, host is not very strong. Ooh, maybe I should have had Geralt make use of the guard break. Oh, never mind, it didn't matter. Wind magic and fist magic. Well, we didn't bring either of those, so we kind of got to brute force the rest. You know what are we doing? Call Ash over here too. Even if he's not going to do a whole lot, it helps to have him fight. Look at how slowly this is going down. Oh my gosh. What? Somebody here is doing a little bit of wind damage, but it's not much. I don't know if that's actually us, actually. Is that it? Wind damage? I don't know. That seems to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just trying all my strong attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe it's Claude. I think it unironically might be Claude. Maybe that was the element he was imbued with, yeah. I don't know. Does it have another health bar? Oh gosh dang it. Yeah, there's nowhere that this is an S rank because of time. It's taken so long. Yeah, no, he definitely does win. That makes sense though, because Dimitri has lightning and Edelgard has fire. So for him to have some kind of element does make a lot of sense. What doesn't make a lot of sense is how long it's taking to take this guy out. Apparently he has fire too. When that bar is charged up at the bottom. How close is Jared? Oh, Jared has Avar. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you what, that was rough. That took way longer than any other demonic beast to take down. Alright, Seteth. Seteth himself shouldn't be too bad, though. We have an archer, so... In fact, we have two. Oh my gosh, there's another... There's another side mission. Hopefully they don't just murder Seteth by the time we get this guy over here, because I really don't want to do this again for one resource. We're fighting Seteth now. There you go. Was that fun? I hope that was fun for you, Great Knight. Just instantly hits him with the lightning spear. I'm assuming this is the last side mission, though, so as long as the scout makes it there, should be fine. Oh, they did no damage to Seteth. What? There's two archers there. You would have, you know, gotta be a little faster. Surely that's good enough. Scout is at the mountain trailhead, no? Like, there we go. Yeah, we're actually doing way less damage to Seteth with these archers than I thought. Not bad damage, clearly, but I kind of thought Claude was gonna just destroy him immediately. It was still a pretty fierce fight, but overall, there is no way this is an S rank. Like I was saying, it took way too long. That beast just wouldn't go down. We are even able to break 3 of its bars with Claude's Wind, the Lance, and the sword. But I don't know, even if we brought a fist weapon, I don't think we could have done that very fast. In fact, this might be the first time we don't even have an A rank in time. Yikes, yeah. Okay. We've never had lower than an A, but I'd imagine it's pretty hard to, you know, get lower than an A. Okay. I'll take it, though. We got all the side quests done, which was the goal here. What was the S rank reward for this mission? Okay. Ambrosia, that's fine. Or in Knuckles. We got fancy fist weapons for like the... Oh. I didn't even know that was a speed up, honestly. I was just clicking. Monster straight ring. Yeah, sure. Potentially a lot of strength for someone. Umbral steel's good. More building materials. And some upgrades to our smith, actually. I'm gonna do this fight, though. These Zoltan weapons appear to be pretty good, though. Like, not bad at all. Now, I will tell you what is bad. It's suggesting that I go into this fight with those same units. There's no way that's happening. I will say that it's so nice, though, that I no longer have to worry about Shez just constantly randomly being at like half health. I do need to go to the Tactics Academy, spend a bunch of gold there to level up everyone's stuff to like elixirs and such. But overall, like, we're in a pretty nice spot. Yeah, that feels like it takes 40 weapon skill to use. I'll tell you that much, like... Just, like, instantly destroys anything there in a massive AoE. Ah, I blocked it. Yeah, the big downside of the squad we're using, though, generally speaking, is that we do have Byleth and Shez, so it's 2 sword wielder units. Don't think it's been that much of an issue. Anything that's a huge issue, I mean, we have a Lance with Geralt. And if something's a huge issue, we just have Lysithea go over there and hit it with Tome. Kind of like this. And she did get a fair amount stronger when we switched her Tome. Which is nice, because I just genuinely thought if we sat on that killer Tome for a while, it'd eventually get strong enough that, like, it'd be worth it. We had, like, a plus 50 weapon on Shez, and it's currently being beaten by, like, a plus, what is that, like 10, 15, 20? Something way lower, you know? And I just didn't think that would be the case. So I'd stuck with the weapon that... I mean, it gave a good critical chance, but it drained our health and wasn't actually that good. The guardhouse is at risk. Oh, no. We're all basically through. I didn't even know there were enemies. Oh my gosh! Don't forget not even knowing there were enemies in here. What? Why were there so many enemies in here? She has made quick work of them, but that was like so many health bar enemies. That was pretty unexpected. I was like, why is it already under fall? Yeah, we just lost because there were so many enemies in there that it took down our base. That's insane. That's actually like the first time we full-on failed a battle without restarting ourselves. And it's literally just because I didn't realize that. There were like 10 enemies in there. That's awkward. I just really wasn't expecting that. It's really funny. We just have to be aware that that can happen though. Okay, Lysithia's here. That didn't hit that one, really? It hit the one that I wasn't aiming at. Yeah, if this is going to be the case, I'm just going to have Shez just stay in the stronghold for now. That was pretty crazy. I thought we made it there in time, actually. I just really underestimated how many units there were in there. But the Wyvern Riders especially shouldn't be an issue. Holy Knights, yeah. Oh, it's because they spawn right outside. That's odd. I'm just gonna tiptoe here, grab this, and go bap. Yeah, I was genuinely, like, super confused. I was like, why are there so many enemies here? We just cleared it. But that would be why. Does make a lot of sense. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Gerald's skills really feel like they're lagging behind, but I think he's suffering from the issue of a lot of the endgame classes in Three Houses and Warriors, Three Hopes, appear to be hybrid classes. And he, like, even Shez has a respectable magic stat, if I remember correctly, partially because we messed with it a little bit. But, like, Gerald doesn't. You know, Byla's stats are very, very close to each other. She has, like, 56 strength, like, 50-something magic. So it didn't affect her as much to become a hybrid class as it did Gerald. Okay. But Byla's weapon, I think, is currently the one most falling behind. That's why I want to get that Mercurius as soon as possible. We just are in a severe lack of gold and resources right now. I think Shez is really starting to pull ahead of the rest of our team. Even Lysithia, I feel like, is getting a little bit weaker by comparison. Where is she? Like, look at that. A single skill. Gerald hit him with like 3 or 4 there, I think, and it didn't do too long. And then, Shez just ran in and annihilated them all with her 40 weapon art skill. It is really expensive, though, but when you have 320 weapon points, you know, it's not actually terrible. Is it gonna break the guard? Ah, well. That'll work too. That's alright. I feel like we've taken a bit too much time on this stage.
Don't mind if I do. This is just the beginning.
Pretty crazy.
I'm certain the future will forge.
I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if there's S-rank weapons, because clearly the Zoltan swords were 5-star A-rank weapons that we've been getting, the Zoltan weapons. So it makes me really wonder, you know, where do we go from there? I would imagine there's some of the best in the game, but you would think there's still a ways to go. Oh, it's Flane. Oh, I don't want to beat up Flane. I feel a little bit bad about that. But to be fair, if we're trying to get rid of the higher-ups, Claude seems to want to kill the higher-ups in the Church of Seiros. Edelgard said she just wanted to depose them, which is surprising to me, because you'd think if one of those two was going to be bloodthirsty about it, it would probably be Edelgard. But I am hoping, you know, even Rhea, despite all the things that she kind of did, she really messed with Byleth as a kid. I don't necessarily want them to just be out of the story, you know? If there's more story afterwards, I still can't tell. If they're trying to mix everything up with the Church's storyline, or if, you know, it's coming down to the those who dwell in the dark, or those who sneak in the... I can't remember. It's one of those things, I swear, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. I can remember the names on a dime when I'm by myself, and then I try to talk about it on stream or recording, and I'm like, I literally can't remember what they're called. And it's always really awkward. Oh, we're on the final chapter, what? I didn't realize this was the final chapter, I just realized when we saved. That answers that question. Okay, that changes things. In that case, we might try to end our, maybe we should try and finish things out here. Increase their support points. We still have so much to do, though. There's so many support conversations and such that we haven't done. Oh my gosh, I guess we might just make this a really long stream and try to finish things out here. I didn't realize how close we were to the end. I really did think there was like another 3-4 chapters. I just realized. We've apparently been on the final chapter this entire time, and I just didn't realize when we saved. That's really interesting.
Let's get moving.
Yeah, we can win this.
We should be strong enough to handle the final chapter, I'd imagine. I'm genuinely surprised. Trying to decide. I mean, we still have the paralogs and such that we left. Like, there's so much that we haven't done. I don't think we can finish it in one stream. Unless I'm keep streaming for like another 3 or 4 hours. Because there's this fight plus this one, but there's all the paralogs, all the support conversations. And you have to consider, too, the paralogs aren't going to be easy. Because a lot of them require characters that we haven't leveled. Interesting. Well, let's see how this goes. Maybe what we do is we do the support conversations today, and then we'll finish the... I'm just thinking out loud. Because I'm just thinking, those paralogs, I mean, I don't think it'd make for a full stream, and I don't really want to necessarily start a new path in the middle of a stream. So maybe next stream we'll finish all the paralogs, do the final chapter, that stuff. And then start the next path after that. Because seriously, if I try to finish all that tonight, it's going to be like an 8 or 9 hour stream, and I just don't want to do that. I can do it, I just not really feeling it, you know? Interesting. There's so many enemies here, wow. I don't know, maybe I'll take the time off stream though. I'm thinking. Sorry, just one of those things that get stuck in my head and I'm like, ah. But overall though, I'm really surprised this is the last chapter. We apparently went through all these fights without me even realizing it, like I was saying, but it just seems strange to me, given that I guess they're just going to do a quick conclusion with the Kingdom of the Empire. They kind of made it clear what the Empire wants to do. But I just... Huh. That does make me genuinely think with the timing of things, though. We'll probably just have peace with everyone. It's not going to be like Three Houses where basically everyone who's not in your particular path just gets messed up. Because clearly the Empire we have an uneasy peace with, but we do have somewhat of a peace treaty with them already. And the Kingdom's clearly just trying to give us the opportunity to get rid of the Church so that they don't have to deal with them anymore. Kind of makes their lives easier. So, pretty interesting. Nice, nice. Alright, Gerald's in a bit of trouble.
We'll be taking this now.
You're doing even better than usual.
Nice. Okay. Interesting. We got this Trickster. Oh, apparently this is the last enemy we need to defeat to claim victory. Interesting. Take him out, Gerald. Nice. No, that's crazy. So 16 chapters, though, for this path. And I would have to imagine that the other paths are probably parallel to this one. So that makes me think that all of the paths are probably 16 chapters. Not bad at all, honestly. Decent length. Like, again, the previous Fire Emblem Warriors was a little bit over 20, I think. So that means that, you know, overall, almost as long. And there's 3 paths. Although you have to consider, they did add a bunch of extra fights in between, but there's no history mode as far as I can tell. I did really enjoy the fact that we got to fight with Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude all together, even if it was just for one fight. I thought that was really, really cool. Well, yeah. Nothing more for prowess, sure. Oh. Surveying spots. Perfect. Dancer. Okay, we don't have a dancer with us, is the issue. It just gives us a stat upgrade item. I mean, we could switch someone to a dancer and then switch him back. We might do that later. Let's see. Let's collect our supplies. I think...
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Reforges fill it as we expanded. Okay. You know what? It's getting kind of late as well. What I think we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. We've already streamed for 5 hours. And then instead, next time what we'll do is we'll finish out the story, obviously. We'll do the paralogs first. And that'll give me some time to kind of prepare those extra units for the paralogs. But then we can finish out all our support conversations, do the paralogs, finish out this path. And then the next stream after that, we'll be able to start a new path. So, still a pretty lengthy stream, 5 hours, not bad. Yeah, I'm genuinely taken aback. I didn't think that this was going to be the end of the... Like, I just genuinely didn't think this was going to be where it ended. I was expecting to be doing this path for quite some time. So it kind of took me off guard that this is where it ends. But anyways, guys, thanks so much for stopping. I know Paranoid stopped by. I think another person stopped by. Never want to call anyone out for, like, lurking. I lurk on streams all the time, but... sorry, I'm just rambling a bit at this point, but... Side with the church. I don't know if that's an option, Paranoid, actually. Gonna be honest with you. The only way I could see that being possible is if there's no split path, because in Three Houses that was what you could do, is you could split. If you did Edelgard's house, you could either side with the Empire or the Church, and that's how there were 4 endings in 3 houses. But here, I don't know. We'll have to see. Clearly there doesn't appear to be a split in the Golden Wildfire path, but there might still be a split in the Kingdom or Edelgard's path if we side with them from the start. I don't know. I'm still thinking we'll probably do Edelgard's path first, because I was thinking, okay, the Empire was the aggressor, so they'll be the most different path. But here it kind of ended up being, you know, our path was Alliance, Foreign Federation, fought with the Empire. Then those two combined fought the Kingdom and the Church. So that makes me wonder if, A, the Kingdom ever sides with the Church, or if they also have to find a way to distance themselves, or anything like that. But I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here, though, guys. I will finish that up. We'll finish up this path probably tomorrow, if not the next day, though. like I was saying, that gives me time to prepare for the paralogs. We can do all the support conversations there. So we'll finish everything up there for this path, though. Anyways, thanks everyone for stopping by, though. I will catch you later.